Of the 26 remaining Golden Gate Bridge jump survivors, many have died of natural causes or old age. There were 39 total. Of the 26 alive remaining, 19 have come forward like I have to say they all had the same instant regret that I did from the moment their hands left the rail. Of those 26, 5 of us can stand, walk, and run. They call us the most exclusive survivors club in the world. Talking to myself. Figure it out. But I'm here, aren't I? With each and every one of you. And it's incredible that we get to be in the same space together. Today, from what I did, I hold an immeasurable sense of gratitude for every place I get to go, because I didn't build this building, yet here we are together. I mean, take a moment and look at that carpet. It's keeping your feet warm from 1972. Isn't that great? It's doing the job. Everything I get to do is a gift, because this almost didn't happen. But most importantly, my new friends, and some old, as I live in the present, the here and now, I'm most grateful today for each and every one of you in this very room. You are my greatest gift today. Give yourselves a round of applause. I'm going to wrap up the opening here with a quote that means the absolute world to me. Some of you have heard this. Don't say it aloud. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today is a gift. That is why we call it the present. And if y'all don't believe me, Master Uwe from Kung Fu Panda said that. Ask your kids, the talking cartoon turtles always know what's up. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is mystery. Today is our gift. Let us always and forever cherish this day and every waking moment of this gorgeous gift we all get to call life. From the bottom of my heart, this opening, thank you for having me. Thank you for being here with all of us. Thank you for all of your hard work and the things you do to help keep people like me safe. I'm eternally grateful. Thank you very much. And welcome you to the stage. Welcome you to the stage, my lovely wife, Margaret Hines. My
Hi, I still have bagel for cheese. Sorry, it's so good to see everybody. I'm so grateful to have everybody here. We have our friends with us. And the first session of the day is actually titled the Authors Panel. But it really should have been titled a panel of friends who shared their stories of hope. Because that's really what it is. And so we have 4 young ladies that are here that we will welcome up onto the stage to share their stories with you and let you know why it was important for them to be in the book, but even more importantly and more impactfully than that, why it's important for them to be a part of this community and what mental health means to them. So Evan is going to moderate the panel, and I'm going to start inviting these beautiful young ladies up here. And the first one I'm going to invite is Miss Brandy Benson. Anywhere you want. And then the next lady we're going to invite up here, dear friend, is Miss Ashley Hunt. And then the next young, beautiful, wonderful friend that we're going to invite up here is Miss Dana Whitmer. And last but certainly not least, our dear friend, Miss Lindsay Dunbar.
Okay, so in writing this book, I wanted to go further than the original memoir, Packed Not Broken, and I wanted to be a part of sharing other people's stories that are incredibly powerful incredibly poignant, moving, and life altering. And I think we've done that with this panel. They are, each of them, by their own right, is an incredible writer and author in their own right. And we'll start from the right and go to the left, and we'll get to these questions because we got to finish on time. Okay, so, yeah, Brandy Benson, thank you for being a part of the book. So truly grateful. Brandy, if you can tell us a little bit about your upbringing, your family's financial struggles, and how you entered the military. You can go one by one. Your upbringing, your family's financial struggles. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Brandy Benson. So I decided to share my story about my upbringing, and I really wanted to talk about some key experiences that I feel like shaped my personality and who I was, and those things that eventually led to my experience to now. So my story takes place when I'm about 6 years old, and my father had mental health issues, so he had schizophrenia, and we didn't know at the time what was wrong with him, what was going on, because mental health and speaking about those types of things weren't as open as they are right now. So things like this definitely weren't happening. It wasn't something people were really proud to have mental health issues. So when he was experiencing his symptoms of seeing things or hearing things and tasting things, we didn't understand what was going on. And so from there, I kind of understood that I couldn't trust what he was saying or what he was going through, because I can see what he was talking about. I thought they were lies or they were fibs. So my mother also wasn't able to trust me because he was using alcohol and drugs and stealing from us. And so she grew up in a very unstable environment where they were raped and they were, molested and physically abused and a lot of bad things. So she really wanted to change the trajectory of how we were being brought up. So having that unstable stability in her life, she didn't want to have that for us. So she decided to leave him. So then that quickly just showed me that unwanted behavior, things of that nature, was something that wasn't welcomed. And so if I wanted to be accepted in the world, or I wanted to express myself, or if I was having a bad day, whatever it was, that was something that wasn't going to be taken over very well, and somebody would leave. So I started experiencing abandonment and having those types of issues. I went to school, getting kicked out of schools, like 7 schools when I was in elementary school. I was trying so much. I had a lot of issues going on with all of that. I then fast forward, I ended up joining the military. I joined the military because I was escaping poverty. Another thing that happened was my stepfather ended up leaving my mother with 3 dogs, big gigantic dogs, very small, 3 dogs, 2 kids, all of the bills, and he left us with nothing. So again, I'm feeling abandoned. Things, I have to step up and help with the family. So we start being creative, trying to save money as best as we can, but nothing was really helping us. Things were still getting turned off, bills were still being sent to the collections. So I ended up joining the military to kind of escape that and to have more stability, and it just shows that even through the darkest days and things we're experiencing hardship, that we have all different outlets of how we want to fix these issues and mitigate those problems. So joining the military was something that would offer me stability. It's there for me. It's something I could depend on. Nobody could take that away from me. So I joined the military. And then being there, I get sent to Iraq really early. I'm in the red zone, we're getting bombs, we're getting mortars, everything. Exactly how you see on TV is exactly what's going on where I'm at. And about a month and a half, 2 months later, I get diagnosed with a really rare and aggressive cancer called human sarcoma cancer. So it just keeps getting worse. But through that whole entire experience, I've just learned that sometimes life can be really unpredictable. The thing that you can handle and take control over is how you react to the life circumstances that are unforeseen. But yeah.
So Brandy, you answered 3 of the questions.
Yes.
Oh, very nice. So you're confident. Okay. My next question to you, Brandy, is have you had suicide ideations? Did you ever attempt, and how did you overcome?
Great question. Yeah, so when I was going through my experience with cancer, I felt like my life was zooming by a million miles per hour, like, on a roller coaster, just watching life go by you, go by you. And I didn't want to be a cancer patient, let alone have this disease. So I definitely was thinking about possibly, no pun intended, jumping off a bridge. There was a bridge that was around the area and I was kind of, I don't know if I was really serious about it, but I wanted to end my life because I was so scared that I was going to lose my personality, the person that I was. Cancer is a very aggressive disease and it's not something that you start very strong, but as the treatments and chemotherapy kind of ravage through your body, you slowly diminish the person you are, you're not responsive, you're some, just different types of symptoms. So I wanted to end it on my terms. So I ended up talking to a couple of different doctors. They gave me some medication and that symptom of that went away. So I definitely did think about doing that. And that's not the answer, of course. Yes, I did.
And Brandy, in writing your chapters for the book, what was your process? And why was it important for you to be a part of this book?
The process for me, I was just really trying to figure out where all this stemmed from. So I went through a very traumatic experience as a 6-year-old little girl, my family being torn apart, watching my father struggle with mental health issues. And so as I'm doing my research, I discovered that the first to 6 years is really developing your personality. And so that's where my personality came from. That's where me feeling abandoned or not wanting to express my feelings or feeling that if I am being disrupted, someone's going to leave. So I carried all of that information with me till my, till then 2018, so my current relationship. And it was really hard for me to express myself. It was really hard for me to say I love you back. It was really hard for me to even want to have a healthy relationship because I wasn't used to it. So I really wanted to dig in and figure out why I was the way I was. This just really gave me a great opportunity to kind of dive into that and see what was going on. So
Thank you, Brandy. Final question for you. How did you keep from giving up? How did you persevere with all you do?
I feel like when I was going through my cancer experience, that was a really traumatic experience for me. The doctors gave me a 15% chance of living. It was terminal cancer at the time. They said if I lived, I wasn't gonna live past a year. They were gonna amputate my left leg. I grew up as an athlete, so it was just even worse. So going through all of this, I really had to try to find something to live for. So I had a nephew who was really young, and I remember just thinking and watching him play around that I wasn't gonna get to know him. He wasn't gonna know that I loved him. So that was something that really tore at my heartstrings. I wanted to be there for him. And then I just started finding other little different things that I could do that would ensure that I would stay here. So on my deathbed, I watched a commercial. It was a Chrysler commercial. I was sitting on the bed near my mom, and I told her I want that. And she's like, whatever you want, let's go get it. And so we literally snuck out of the hospital, went down to the Chrysler 300 dealership. This is the truth. Went down to the dealership, and I had to talk to the sales rep into letting me have the car. And because I look so ill and I'm like pale and sunken eyes and bald and I'm sick, they don't think I'm going to be able to make it, to purchase this car. I look like I'm literally going to die. So I talk her into letting me have the car, and I tell her that I need this car so I can live till, to the next payment, so I can live, so I have something to live for. Long story short, she sold me the car, and that was one of my motivations that would keep me here to the next month, because I was like, I have to make this payment. I can't let the sales rep Betsy down. She'll take a lot to buy a car. So that was one of the many things that kept me there. And I ended up giving her the car, the old car on me, but it lasted for like 15 years.
But you're here. The next panelist we have is Ashley Hines. Ashley, your story and your journey is incredible. When I heard it for the first time, blew me away. We've been friends ever since. what was your process in writing this chapter? What were the most difficult parts to write? And what seemed to come more natural?
I think for me, the process of writing a chapter, I have been in therapy most of my life as well. I'm very familiar with talking about what happened and talking about kind of the instances. But writing for me, I learned how therapeutic it is when I started on that, because I wasn't just talking about the what anymore or the instance. I was actually, in some ways, reliving it. So a lot of it was really relieving a lot of those instances and the trauma of it, how I felt. But what was really neat and my favorite thing about writing the chapter and what came out of it for me was coming away with more closure than I ever could have imagined. And I still to this day journal and I still write all the time because it really helps me get to the other side of something. And so for me, the most difficult parts of writing the chapter were probably honestly my mom and my ex-spouse, but on the forgiveness side. When I started writing about what happened with both of them, I took a different perspective because of the writing process. So I was really trying to understand why and how they acted the way that they did, and where they were coming from. And that was probably the first time I've ever done that in my life, was putting myself in their shoes. And through that process, I gained an immense amount of empathy. And that empathy really led me to forgiveness and healing, especially.
Well, actually, the folks in the room that you just got the books and haven't read it, what did happen to your mom? You can talk about it and what happened with you saw you with it.
So my mom suffered from addiction that was stemmed from mental health. She was never diagnosed with a mental illness, but we found out later on through many different forms of rehab and therapy that she absolutely did suffer from different disorders. Again, we don't have the full diagnosis yet. But because she was not able to get the treatment that she needed, and because we weren't talking about mental health, we were really focused on her addiction. It was like treating a symptom, but not the root. And she never got better. And so unfortunately, when I was 17, she passed away. But the entire time through that journey, she was sadly would go in and out of the symptom of addiction. She was very abusive, very violent. And so me and my sisters grew up in that, and in between those incidences, though, we saw the most beautiful version of her, which was truly who she was. And so I'm very lucky to have that, and we'll read it in the chapter, and I'll get into that in more of the sessions today. But it's a very complex issue, and I wish, and I'm so glad to have been a part of this event because we're finally talking about it. And a lot of people that are suffering from these diseases, the more that we understand where it's coming from, the more we can actually do something about it. So we hope to save more lives on that. And for my assault, I was raped in college 2 years after my mom passed. And that incident absolutely almost broke me. It was one of those times that it kind of was an accumulation of trauma. And that moment for me was the breaking point. I absolutely did think about suicide. I disassociated from myself for a long time. I can't handle the collection of trauma, but luckily I had roommates and people in my life that were not going to let that happen. And that support meant everything to me because I ended up going to counseling through the police station, and I was in it about twice a week for a year. That saved my life. It was officers saved my life, the counseling saved my life. And I've been able to now go to many universities, talk to fraternity members, and with them in mind, and be able to educate on something that absolutely needs to change. These are not one-off events. These are violent acts that absolutely can take innocent lives. And so this is a huge part of the work that I want to do with other victims and survivors.
Well, we're grateful for you doing that work, actually. My next question for you is, was the timing of the release of the book, which I think it came out on September 12th officially, significant for you?
Yes. So since my assault, and since recovery and working with people, I've been on a really beautiful path of being able to do a lot of advocacy and a lot of work with our companies and doing different things. And then this last year, it was kind of like life happened again, as it does. So, unfortunately, my husband and I went through a miscarriage. Yes, and we were dealing with that, and we also had a bunch of things happen to our house, and the same exact time that happened, I had a lot of professional kind of toxic challenges that happened in Christ. And it was just one of those moments that happened to all of us, where when life hits, it hits hard, and it's like 3 different things, or sometimes even more. And I get this text from Kevin that we had started on this book many years ago, and he's like, the book is getting released. And it was just one of those times that this was now months later, after I had been through it, and starting to see through the fog, we're catching our breath again, things are getting better. And we're talking about this chapter, and what I didn't realize until later on was my ability to get through that last bout of craziness came from doing the playbook that was in the chapter. But I didn't even recognize it because I have been practicing those steps for 6 years now, 3 years now, and really being able to live by it. And it looks different with every trauma you go through, with every hardship you go through. Sometimes you pull from different things. But there are so many different parts of the chapter and the wellness steps that I absolutely was living by just to get through this year. And so, yeah, it was really interesting listening.
Incredible, and just so you know, when you read the book, there are tens of steps from most of the chapter authors. And there's a couple of chapter authors in Australia that couldn't be with us today. Obviously, that's been a drive, right? It's a boat ride. Anyway, they couldn't be here, but they, a lot of them have written their steps to wellness that can be adopted by anyone and utilized for better brain health, better mind health, behavioral health, physical, spiritual health, well-being. And these steps are, a lot of them are science-backed, evidence-informed, proven to change your brain and change your life. So if you have anyone that you love that is really struggling, these contributing author chapters can really make a huge difference in their life. Thank you very much. We're going to pass the mic over. Thank you. Here we go. Dana with, okay. So back here. Dana is probably in this group the oldest one I have. Not of course, the long I've known her. Okay, I want. I've known her for the longest because we have been working together on the Bridge Rail Foundation, which my father was a co-founder of. After he saw the film The Bridge, how many people have seen the film The Bridge? Anybody? Few people? My father and I were in that film, that documentary. It was the reason I wanted to make films myself. Was documentary The Bridge by Eric Steele. And the documentary The Bridge by Eric Steele is very tragic. It shows people dying off the Golden Gate Bridge in the year that it was released, 2 years after that they attempted. But he was just trying to say, we have a bridge that 24 to 46 people are dying off of a year, and no one's doing anything about it. There was no bias in the film. It was like, what are we doing with this? And why are we letting this public health crisis go on every single day? And let me tell you, when people would walk up to the toll booths that used to exist at the Golden Gate Bridge with the toll operators who used to be there, now it's all automated, and they would say, someone just jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. They were trained to look you in the eye with a smile and say, oh, honey, it happens all the time. It was horrible the way they treated the people that were losing their lives and those who loved them off that bridge. And Dana is a part of the Bridge Rail Foundation, and Dana lost her son, Matthew, to the Golden Gate. And Dana, I'm incredibly honored to be here on this panel with us, and incredibly honored to do the work we've done. And just, I said this last night, but you all weren't there. As of December of this year, the net will be completed on the Golden Gate Bridge. and likely not one more beautiful soul will ever get the Golden Gate Bridge, and it will become the largest, brightest, most powerful beacon for suicide prevention around the world. A lot of the reason that it went through is because of this woman right here. So Dana, why was writing this chapter important to you?
But it was important to let people know what it's like to go through something like this, to lose somebody. Unfortunately, we never had recovery from afterwards, so we still classified as a missing person. So that's always been a challenge. But shortly after we knew that he had jumped, we were struggling. I mean, what do you do? California Highway Patrol told us, filed a missing report. We did some person report, but we had a friend who was a police officer, and the bridge district would not let us look and see if Matthew would jump. And our friend knew him. I mean, he hung out in his house all the time, and he would know how Matthew walked and what would keep be wearing would be that hoodie. But they wouldn't let him do it. They said it was out of his jurisdiction, but Hercules was the town I lived in. So he had every reason to go there and look. So we never found that out. In my frustration, I wrote my senators and said, this is crazy. I know they have cameras on the bridge ever since 2001, 9/11. And yet in 2007, you can't find this. So they came back and said, no, check the footage, and there's nothing there. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, it's important because it's not just my son. There are over 2,000 people who have died there, at least, and all those families, all those friends, are in the same state I am, where Kevin's father was momentarily. So yeah, it is important to make sure their stories are told. And I have made it a point for myself to get those names. I have over 1,600 names of people who have died there because they need to be honored, and then it's very important.
Thank you, Dana. What was your greatest challenge in writing your channel?
Well, writing and rewriting, reliving it, knowing what to say. Just that Matthew was such an incredible person. He was so wonderful, and having the opportunity to talk about him was really important. Yeah.
How, this is a really tough one, but I'm gonna ask you, your husband, Mark, passed away nearing the 10th anniversary of Matthew's dying by suicide. How are you coping with both of these losses today?
That year was incredibly hard. Because we found out 2 days before Mark passed that we were going to be grandparents. We were so happy. You know, my son said, you know, it's just still early in the pregnancy, so please don't tell anybody. It's so personal that he heard. But yeah, he was over the top about that. And the hardest part was getting a call from his work. They said they think that Mark had a heart attack. I thought, okay, they're gonna take me to the hospital, I can get there. No, he literally died on the job. And it was just the strangest thing. He was just sitting there resting, told people he was tired. Somebody came back in half an hour, and so we don't know what happened when that happened. But it was really struggling. That year also, my son David had lost his job, so he and his family had to move in, which was great. I loved it. Certainly helped me cope with things. But the hardest question he gave me or told me was, Mom, please don't let anything happen to you. He said I couldn't deal with this. And he knew I had a history of depression, a little bipolar, and I've been hospitalized several times for suicide ideation. So got through that, but having the blessing of my first grandson being born that year, just a week before Matthew's anniversary. So that helped me.
That's a beautiful part of the book. Thank you very much. All right, Lindsay Dunbar. Lindsay, you wrote an incredible chapter in the book that I'm most grateful for. Really, Lindsay, tell us a little bit about yourself, your incredible husband, Matt, and some of the things you do.
Making me go last, tear in over here, I'm sorry. Just hearing all their stories. Wow. Where he did. So my husband is not here today. He's home for us. So my dad's in his place. So I want to call that out. I'm so appreciative that he's here.
Hi, Dad.
Today, all the way from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. One of my biggest supporters through a lot of these losses that I talk about in my chapter, but I guess going back a little bit to the beginning, Matt and I met at CSU Pueblo in Colorado. We're about 2 hours south of Denver, and we got together, fell in love very quickly. He proposed a 1.5 years into our relationship, and then we got married in 2014. So next year we'll celebrate 10 years of amazing marriage. He's my best friend, the love of my life. I can go on and on and on. And when I see you and Margaret, I resonate with that a lot. It's beautiful. So he went into the military literally 3 months after we got married as an officer in the Navy. And he had already had a chemistry degree, wasn't really loving it as much as he thought he would. And so we picked up everything, moved to Pensacola, Florida. I've never left home before. It was very scary. And so we lived life in Pensacola for a couple of years. I was going through my first graduate degree at University of West Florida. Very long story short, he was already discharged from the Navy. Still a bittersweet thing for both of us, but we moved back to Colorado, where my mom and sister live actually. So it's kind of a no-brainer. And I ended up getting a job in public health. He went back to working as a chemist. Kind of fell in love with it all over again. A lot of stuff happened in between there that I'm sure Kevin's gonna ask about here shortly, so I'll leave it for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then that's kind of brings us to where we are now. A lot of stuff that happened in between, including some of the fertility issues, but we'll
Can
get to that.
you tell us about the losses you experienced and who with that and what that's done and how you turn that into you turn to pay purpose?
So I have probably abused that phrase now, being a purpose, ever since Kevin used it. It hit so hard, but it resonated so much because I think in 3 words, it says it perfectly. So actually the same year I met Kevin in 2018, later that year, after my grandma passed away, my mom's mom, Matt and I said, you know what, we need to start a family. We want to give her and my dad grandchildren. And so a few months after we started trying, we got pregnant, and not even a month later, I went through my first loss, first of many. And at the time, I didn't really talk openly about it. It was, as you know, it's a very stigmatized topic. We as women feel like we just kind of have to keep it to ourselves. I say it. I remember my mother-in-law telling me, who had been through some of it herself, said, you know, I didn't really talk about that back in the day. I feel like it's just something you should keep to yourself. That's a whole other can of worms there. But that hit me. And I just kind of felt like, you know, you talk with me about this. And then fast forward about 4 months later, I experienced a second loss. We were 9 weeks in and we were feeling confident about it. But after that second loss, that really broke me. A lot of stuff kind of going on. I was resonating with all of you as you were talking about just, you know, it feels like everything's just going wrong all at once. My grant in the health department was ending. This was back when I worked in public health. And I was going through grief counseling to cope with these 2 losses that happened so close to each other. And I'm like, what do I do with my life? Like I felt lost in my career. I felt lost. That identity as a woman where you feel like that you can't do what your body is supposed to as a woman. And you see all these other people in your life, friends, cousins, other family members, having kids so effortlessly. And so right around that same time is when I ended up starting counseling school. I found so much benefit in going to grief counseling, and I love the work that I did so much in public health around mental health and stigma reduction and suicide prevention. Having is a really big reason for that. Such an inspiration for me. And I ended up starting school, and for about 6 months, we kind of took a little bit of a break, really didn't want to keep going through that pain. Didn't have any answers, had no idea what was going on with me. Genetic testing was all normal, so just feeling really lost there. Then COVID hit. It was just like, this big bombshell on top of everything else that happened. And then in late 2020, I had another early loss from 6 weeks. And I tell everybody, a loss is a loss, no matter how early. I feel like any woman who has been pregnant in here, from the moment you get that positive pregnancy test, you go into mom mode. And just when that gets taken away from you, it's such an indescribable experience. A few months later after that, we thought we had it. This was the 4th try. It's like, God, there's no way this could happen again to us. Sure enough, right at the tail end of 1st trimester, we're in the doctor's office, and I could just see it in my OB's eyes, who is incredible, by the way. Amazing doctor. We all have face masks on too, because this is still during COVID. I could see it in his eyes. And I got Matt behind me. He was just holding onto my shoulder. We both knew what's going on. And I said, "Is everything okay?" I see him shake his head. No. I'm sorry, having really big sympathetic response from that. Just replaying that, it just, even to this day, it's still unbelievable how that could have happened to us. And I actually quote one of our close friends in my chapter of how they said, "A 4th loss is just cruel. Why should we have to go through something like that?" Then I had another one a month later. That's kind of a different one that I don't mention in my chapter. I would love to talk about that one a little bit in more detail with those of you who would like to know more, but it wasn't like a traditional loss. So here we are, a little over 2.5 years later. I have 2 fur babies at home, live human children, but essentially from all of this, like Kevin said, being a purpose, and that's how I found my purpose, and being able to advocate for other women, other couples who have gone through this. And it's still hard. I still have my days, but here I am with all of you on the stage. Kevin's a huge part of it, so I'm so grateful.
Thank you so much for your time. Final question, Lindsay, and you can't be able to. What would you say to a mother and father watching right now? Just experience this kind of loss.
You're not alone. It seems like you are. It's a very isolating experience, even though the statistics are 1 in 4 for losses. I think now they're even closer to 1 in 3 now. But just you're not alone in this, and there are others who struggle. I recently discovered a campaign called "Childless Not by Choice" through Resolve, and it's so amazing to see this being normalized. It's not your fault, because being women, especially when our bodies fail us, we go through this whole cycle. What's wrong with me? My body failed me, and there's so much stigma attached to it. And so for those couples who are struggling, that's it, really, you're not alone. And that's part of the reason why I started a local support group where I live, to be able to help women and couples and men alike. And there's not every factor to look at our men. They deal with grief a little bit differently than we do, but it's still very real for them. And so just support each other, talk, communicate. It actually brought my husband and me so much closer together. So it's find that silver lining in a lot of that gave me go through. So I'm so grateful for him. I don't know why I was on.
Thank you to the panelists, for covering the panel. Thank you for sharing your stories in the book. I hope everyone here today, when you do read the book, that you enjoy their stories, because yes, they will. I'll tell you right now, when I read them in the audiobook recording of it, I had probably 5 boxes of tissues, so be prepared. But when you get to the culmination of each chapter, the end of the chapter, you feel empowered, you feel moved toward hope and healing and recovery. And each of these chapters, I promise you, will absolutely change the way you see the world. So thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. So, yeah, go ahead. So, I have a little time here, before our next session, because you decided what I guess, so I wanna, there's a story I wanna tell you. And it's my favorite story of all time. It's my favorite story, and it happened in my third of 10 psych ward stays, okay? So the first 3 psych ward stays I was in were involuntary, forced in against my will, okay? After I jumped, because you can't recover physically and then just go home from that, you have to go take care of your brain. So the first was after I jumped, and I was in St. Mary's psych ward. And the third was in St. Francis psych ward in San Francisco. Okay. Okay. The third was in St. Francis psych ward in San Francisco, which I was frequently for 1 times. In this third psych ward unit, on the 3rd floor in the lockdown unit, I was at my worst. I was aberrantly self-violent. I don't remember this, but I would punch the cement walls in my room until my hands bled. And then the nurses would come in and say, "Can you please stop that?" And of course, I apparently responded, "Why don't you come in and bathe me?" Which they did. 3 security guards, 2 orderlies, and 2 nurses came in and tackled me to the ground. Fists were thrown. I don't know if any landed, but a shot of Haldol, where, and that was it. I was put to sleep. And when I woke up, I remember talking to the male nurse, Apollo. He was from Italy, and he was trying to get me conscious again. And I said, "Oh, you're a nice lady," and so he found that interesting. But so I'm in this psych ward, and I'm a mess, and I'm really struggling, and I don't want to believe that I have clinical depression. I don't want to be diagnosed or labeled mentally ill. I want to be out of there and successful like I used to. But that wasn't the case. And none of my family and none of my friends would house me after this psych ward stay. It was my third, and they were done. It was either go to the halfway home for the mentally ill past the psych ward stay, be homeless. And so here I am trying to figure this all out. And my Uncle George comes to see me. Uncle George is my favorite uncle on my mom's side. He's a character. He always makes the most inappropriate jokes to the most appropriate people that do not go well. That's his thing. Can't stop him. And Uncle George came in on a non-visiting hour. He got a special admin to come see the site. And he had a rolled up magazine in his left hand. And he said, "Kevin, your family and friends can help you until we're blue in the face. But until and when, young man, you take 100% responsibility for the fact that you have this disease and fight it tooth and nail, kid, ain't nothing gonna change. You'll be in and out of these places for the rest of your life. Is that what you want?" I said, "No, Uncle George." He said, "Well, get it together, kid. We're counting on it." And he dropped the magazine, said, "Read it," and he left. And I was like, "Well, you're not my favorite uncle anymore." But he was already gone. I picked up the magazine. It was a 2004 Time magazine article on how to fight depression, bipolar disorder, and mental illness with regimen and routine and win. And I was like, why did my first 3 psychiatrists tell me that routine is the best way to survive with this kind of brain disease? And so I take the magazine back to my room. I'm very upset at Uncle George, but I read the article twice and I put words into action. I go to my case manager, Jana. She was a tough lady from Brooklyn. I said, "Jana, I'd like to build a routine that helps me sustain my mental wellness. I'd like to wake up at the same time at night, go to bed at the same time, take my pills at the same time before everybody else, take them before at night before everybody else. I'd like to talk to your nutritionist." And she got the nutritionist over, and the nutritionist, I was like, "Hey, listen," and I was very overweight, pre-diabetic, and I said, "Listen, what can I do with my food loss?" And she said, "Well, Kevin, you should stop checking off 4 unhealthy meals per 1 meal a day." And I was like, that's sound advice, and so I started eating more anti-inflammatory foods and feeling better. And then I realized I'm a physically capable guy. I was a WCNL West State champion. My football team went to state. It's time to get down to the ground in my room and get to work. And so but first I went to the Janet and said, "Hey, can I use your gym facility?" And she said, "Kevin, this is a site." And I said, "Every psych ward should have a gym. It's in the magazine." And so instead of that, I did my wrestling routine in my room every day, all day long, throughout the day. And I started to lose the weight, started to eat healthier. I was getting better. And then I decided to do one thing that was very, very important. Who knew this was a good idea? I started being honest in therapy. Getting to the root of the problem. Who knew that was a brand? So getting honest in therapy. And in a month into my stay, this kid comes in on a gurney. He's catatonic, he can't move and he can't talk, okay? Methamphetamines, other drugs, he was totally out of it. And the worst part about it is that if you were not helping yourself in this cycle, they were not helping you. If you couldn't help yourself, they didn't get your back because they didn't have time. Too much going on, 25 beds, they were busy. And so, the kid comes in on the gurney, and what broke my heart is that every single day, they bring this food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they take it away, the tray away full. He couldn't eat, he was starving, and nobody was talking to this kid. So what I would do is I would sit there every day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, was the only person sitting next to him with him in his wheelchair. They'd wheel in every day. And I would just tell the kids stories. I'm trying to elicit a response. I want to hear him talk. And so I'm telling story after story after story. And one day, 2 weeks into his day, a month into mine, he goes like this. Jesus, man, you talk too much. Leave me alone. I know your whole life story like twice, like cut a guy a break. People were clapping in the background. And if I'm being honest, it was just the lady that was always clapping, but I knew she meant it for me. And so here I was, I'm in the psych ward and I'm helping this kid, except now he hates me and doesn't want to talk to me. And I end up going to the nurse's psych ward station, and I go to Jana again. And I say, Jana, listen, you got me in here doing 10 forms of therapy. Give me 5 forms of therapy and something productive. And she goes, what now? I said, give me a job. And she goes, you want to volunteer for the psych ward you are staying in? I said, yeah. She said, no, that's highly unethical. Probably that's not going to happen. I said, well, can I have a hug? She said, get away from me. But then the next day, Jenna goes on vacation. And the new case manager comes in, and she was a certified 1960s San Francisco hippie. I mean, the hair was salt and pepper, curly cute out to here. She wore a lei of flowers around her neck that she handpicked from her garden every single day, a flower in her right ear. She wore tie-dye shirts every day. She claimed were different. It was the same shirt she smelled anyway. And so she's in there, and I said, listen, I love volunteering at the hospital. And this is what she does. She goes, you what? That sounds like a lovely idea. What can we have you do? And they should have never let this lady alone at the nurse's cycling station. She was dangerous. And so she turns around, and there's 22 giant green binders. And she goes, I know, you can file these. And I said, well, what are they? She said, oh, I know. She said, oh, patient binders. Oh, can you all in the mental health say, Hippocrates law, she can't do that. And she goes, just do it alphabetically and don't look at the details. So y'all know me, I did it alphabetically and I didn't look at most of the details. I wouldn't do something like that. That's not what I would do. So I finished the 22 binders, and she says, clean out the giveaway clothes closet. When patients leave the hospital, they got something to wear. So I go to the giveaway clothes closet, I box, bin, label everything, separate it out, and I realize all the men's stuff fits me. So what do? You know what I did. I came out of the closet. You heard me, we can laugh at that. So we can laugh, I'm not getting canceled, don't worry about that. And so I come out of the closet with a Ralph Lauren double-breasted polo suit and a 70s yellow flared collar, like some kind of gangster owns a place. And I walk up to the nurse's station, I 5-finger discount a notebook, a clipboard, and a pen. And I'm now the official hospital documentee. And to be very honest with you, it's just a picture that I had drawn of Leonardo da Vinci Turtle, because I was into that. I still have that drawing. It's a great drawing. I should frame it sometime. So I'm doing the drawing, and in walks pragmatic, pessimistic, stone-faced Patrick Kevin Hines, my dad. Okay, just to paint a picture here. Patrick Kevin Hines played, I think, 10 or 20 years of semi-pro hockey as the goalie with no mask, okay? Yes. He's the toughest Sunset Irishman you'll ever know. He was what's called an old San Franciscan. They don't exist anymore, like dinosaurs. He's just a tough SOB if you catch my drift, okay? And he was hard on me my whole life, really hard. But he's a great man, beautiful man. And he comes in, but he's also wearing a suit because he is a banker and I'm a fraud in the psych ward. Yeah, he can't see me over here because he's got he's got a stroke in his eye, so he shouldn't be driving. But anyway, he got a stroke in his eye, so he can't see over here, peripheral vision. And he says to the poor woman at the front desk, "Excuse me, I'd like to see my son Kevin, please." And she goes, and he looks at me, he goes, he sees me, he does a double take, backs up, and he goes, "Kevin, what the hell are you doing in a suit in a psych ward?" And I go, "Dad, I work here now." He goes, "What?" Like Little John the rapper, I swear to you. Like it was, look that up if you don't know who Little John is. Watch him say what once. My dad says what. And so he says to this lady, "Get me the manager." And she goes, "Sir, this is not a hotel." He says, "Get me the head nurse right now." And she goes, "You're looking at her." And they were going back and forth, having it out, and they were having all out like fight, a verbal fight. And I saw the security guards come around the corner. I saw my opportunity. I said, "That's it. No more Pat Hines. Get him out of here." And they forcibly removed my father like I have authority over them. Like I have authority over them. And well, I really hurt his feelings. But we laugh about it today. And when I say we, I laugh about it while he stares at me. Anyway, so the next day, now here's the thing about, remember that kid I told you about coming up the gurney and I got on his Tony? Every single day, 15 to 22 people would come to see him in the cycle. Nobody comes to see him in a cycle. Hardly anybody. This kid had 2 entourages every day. They couldn't even get in at the same time. They'd wait in a tiny boxed elevator area with wired glass. They'd put their hands on the wired glass to show them how much they loved him. They would just be there. It was incredible. And here I am at the nurse's psych ward station, and I'm wearing a pink polo shirt, khaki cargo shorts, and sandals right out of the giveaway clothes closet that fit me to the tee out of the box. And I'm making the afternoon visiting hour announcements on the PA system because it's more efficient. I was running, so there's that. Probably gonna need some more. Oh, so I'm out making the visiting hour announcements on the PA, and I get a tap on my left shoulder, and there she was. Her eyes were almond brown, sexy, and full on stuff. And I knew in that moment should be the rest of my life. I quickly said to myself, whatever you do, don't tell her that. That would be awkward. And she looks at me and she goes, "Excuse me, do you work here?" In front of the entire staff. It's like 20 people. They didn't say anything. I worked too hard. I said, "As a matter of fact, Miss, I am a volunteer." And they still didn't say anything. And she goes, "I'm looking for my cousin Eduardo. Do you know what room he's in?" It was that kid. This was her first time visit. I said, "Madam, right this way." And I walked her to the room and I got her there, and he sees me, he hates me, I talk too much. And I duck out into the hallway and I hear her say, "Your nursing staff is so nice." And he goes, "That guy? That guy's a nutball. That guy jumps off bridges." And I ran in there. I said, "Excuse me." It was one bridge, plural. That's ridiculous. And she says, "Why'd you lie to me?" I said, "Margaret, I didn't lie to you. I happen to be a volunteer at this very hospital. I just also live here." So Margaret gets out. I get out. The kid gets out of the hospital. Before he does, Margaret comes in one last day. I stop her short at the door. And I said, "Margaret, when I get out of here, could I take you to coffee?" And she looks at me and she smiles. I think, I got this. And then she looks around the H-shaped psych ward we're in. And she leans in and she goes, "Oh, honey, hell no." But the kid gets out of the hospital, I get out of the hospital, I go to my halfway home that I got into for the mentally ill. I'm living off of $3 a day, Social Security, and the rest of the money. That could buy me a cup of coffee at Tully's or half of a bagel if Pete at Noah's was nice to me, he wasn't always nice to me. Otherwise, I'm eating frozen food in the halfway home and rats are crawling all over my face and my body at night. All of us. So that was part of it. So I get 30 days probationary period at this halfway home. You gotta follow the rules to a T or you're out. So I'm following the rules and I'm saving up my $3 a day because I am going to take Margaret out to dinner. That's my plan. So I call Margaret. This is the conversation we had. Hi, Margaret, it's Kevin. Kevin? Kevin Hines. From the site. Hi, Kevin, how are you? What's up, Kevin? Well, you know what? It's Friday, and I'd like to take you to dinner. And she goes, oh, I don't need that. She's so thrilled she couldn't find the words, you know. Margaret, I'd like to take you there. It's one day and it goes south, you never have to see me again. And she goes, all right, yeah, sure. So I show up at Margaret's apartment, and we go to dinner at Cafe Sport. You don't order at Cafe Sport. They look at you, judge you, they order for you. Better not have any allergies. I have allergies. And so they got her favorite Italian dish, eggplant parmesan, because she comes here all the time with all the dates. So small plate, the tables are about this big. Everybody's elbow to elbow. You hear everybody's conversation verbatim, right? And they get her eggplant parmesan, it fits on the table nicely. This guy didn't like me at all. He puts a giant bed of spaghetti, a mountain of marinara sauce, a huge uncracked lobster, a votive with a candle, and a plate of boiling butter, and a very oddly cut large lemon wedge like breakfast. And I'm freaking out because I'm wearing my only good white shirt. I bought an Old Navy on sale at the clearance rack for $5. That's a 2-day shirt. $3 a day. Pay attention? Okay. So I get there and I'm freaking out, panicking on the inside. And I say to myself, Kevin, you can do this. Kevin, I believe in you. Kevin, will go. And I go to crack the tail of a lobster. Crack marinara sauce. All go down. I only good white shirt. It was like Captain America's shield on a shirt. I had that shirt, so I didn't. And so I'm freaking out that she's going to think it was slot in the first 5 minutes, but she told me that she did. And so I go, Kevin, do something in my head. Kevin, do something classy right now. And I'm thinking, what is that? Let's figure it out. So I go for the lemon wedge, but my hand's shaking kind of like it is now. And I go like this. Miss my plate by a mile. I'm over her. I squoze that lemon harder than a lemon has ever been squozen. That's what we're going to look it up. It's right next to frozen in the dictionary. Let it go, let it go. Someone can get that joke. And I watched a stream of lemon juice fly directly in the Margaret's left eye. And it kept going like a fireball. Mascara is running down her face. She looks like the man kissed the film The Crow. And that's when this lady next to us decides to get involved. And you know what? For 6 seconds a day, it's going south. You're not helping. And I'm freaking out and panicking. And my brain tells me again, Kevin, there's something even classier right now. And I was like, what does that mean? Figure it out, buddy. And I go for the plate of boiling butter with the same shaky hand. And I tip the plate. And I watch 4 giant droplets of boiling butter fly across that dumb tiny table at that stupid restaurant, land between her blouse and under her chest, and it burns her, it scalds her, she screams, bloody murder. Restaurant stops cold. People drop their silverware. It was wild out of a movie. And I'm freaking out. And this lady goes, Miss, do we need to call someone? Lady, stop it. And Margaret, I'm so sorry. My sincerest apologies. Oh, please forgive me. But I was panicking. I didn't know what I was doing. I grabbed my napkin and I reached over. And I'm doing this on a first day here. And Margaret goes, what are you doing? I said, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sorry. And she says, the only 2 words in the first date you never want to hear in the first 10 minutes when you haven't eaten. Check, please.
Oh.
It's over. We're not going to get married. We're not going to have a sharp day named Max. Beautiful, all his wrinkles look just like my dad. You know, it's not gonna happen. We walk back to the apartment. She walks a mile in front of me like, I don't know that guy. We get to the apartment and she says, Kevin, we're going to the roof. And I said, Margaret, go to the roof. I said, no, Kevin, come on. We go this rickety old elevator, gets to the roof, 2 purple yoga mats, a box garden, full moon over the Bay Bridge, Golden Gate Bridge Tower is behind us. And I said, Margaret, what are you doing here? And she says, Kevin, all we do here right now is stare at that moon, and nothing else can go wrong. And then she sat there and told me, will you tell me your story? And I started telling her my story. She was asleep in 5 minutes. We slept in the dewy cold on that roof the next morning, and then she gave me a second date. We've had our ups and downs because of my brain disease, but she is a gift from the heavens above, my greatest gift. I'm so grateful for her, and without her I wouldn't be here. And let's give a round of applause for Margaret. I wanted to share with you that story. It is my favorite. Richard, I think we'll run the next part here. Early, it's okay. Early is better than late, right? A little early. All right.
So we do have a couple of things that we need to talk about. We are going to have the Clark County School District Crisis Response Team about 11:15. But before then, I need to let you know that the breakout sessions, the first 2 are going to be in this main room. And those start at 1:30. Then we have internet and social media influence on suicide over the past decade. That's our breakout that has CEUs, and that's going to be in room 277, building C 277. So if you're going to go to that one, you're going to walk out the doors, you're going to walk to the next building, you're going to walk in those 2 doors that are closest to us, turn left and go up the stairs. And the rooms that we're going to have the breakout in is right there. Okay, the other 2 breakouts, intervention, postvention for rural and small school districts, is going to be in 278. Both rooms are right next to each other, so we're going to go to the same place. And the second one is being replaced with talking with children about suicide. And so our Mindfulness Matters presentation had to get canceled due to the fact that the individual was able to come. And so what time are we looking at? What time is it now?
10:35.
10:35. So we have a nice break, so you can get coffee, you can get bagels, get lunch, and we will be back in here at 11:15 for our Clark County School District presentation from the crisis response team. Thank you.
Gotta watch this camera because you're recording, so they go like that.
Yes.
Is this one out there? Hello to everybody on the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us today. We greatly appreciate your participation and the fact that you're here with us in spirit, but in virtually, we really are so grateful. It is okay to talk about your brain, mind, behavioral, mental health, and well-being. We wish you all the best. Please keep staying tuned on the live stream. We've got so much more in store for you coming up shortly. A few great panels and a closing presentation. And we're so appreciative that you're all with us. Thank you so much.
Gotta get cold. That goes to COVID now. Which goes, I know that COVID's not that bad.
Yeah. That's when it's super much.
Yes, what?
Hey everybody, I just wanted to say hi and thank you guys all for coming in on the live stream. We're getting ready to get started back up with this next session. For those guys that didn't see my face on here earlier, I'm Jennifer Hilton with Westcare Foundation. I'm helping host the live streams. Kevin is off doing some interviews and stuff. He'll be back on in a little bit to talk to you guys all. We're going to get started here with the Clark County School District Police session. Clark County School District is one of the 5 largest school districts in the United States. They're going to tell you guys about what they do as far as mobile crisis response for youth and mental health here in the Las Vegas area. So enjoy and let us know. All right, bye. You're good.
Good morning.
And we're all awake now.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years ago, when I started this work, there was a lot of work being done in the Clark County School District. This amazing team, the 5th largest school district in the country, was doing it the right way. When something happened in a school, whether it was a suicide or accident or a natural death of somebody, they have a team that goes into those schools in the back door and the backside and helps that school navigate the resources and supports that not only the students need, but also the staff need. Being the 5th largest school district in the country, they had to write it all down. They had to write it all down so that each school was understanding of how this team comes in and supports, but also evidence-based interventions in the school. We wanted the school district to share that information, not only today, but over the past decade. Their process and procedures have gone to every school district in this state and many school districts across the country so that they can learn from what this team has done. And so one of our newest counselors, Andy Grisby, is going to introduce her team and give you a presentation and interaction for how this amazing team does it. through adversity of changes and process and procedures. Adversity in some schools that don't want to talk about. But we need to talk about it. So with no further ado, Andy and your team.
All right, thank you. My name is Andy Grigsby, and I am a counselor with the Clark County School District's Crisis Response Team. The Crisis Response Team, in conjunction with our Mental Health Transition Office, helps our schools coordinate care for students in cases of suicidal ideation, student threats to self or others, student and staff deaths on or off campus, mental health hospitalizations, and other events where focused crisis management is needed. The Crisis Response Team also does district-wide staff trainings on suicide ideation and threat management. Our crisis and mental health teams consist of counselors, psychologists, and social workers, giving us the ability to meet the needs of schools, staff, students, and parents. We are lucky to also partner with community agencies, which gives us even more opportunity to meet the needs of all of our stakeholders. I'm here with 4 of my crisis team members, 2 CRT school psychologists, Suzanne and Rhonda, and 2 CRT school counselors, Kevin and Debbie. Today, we're going to be answering some of the most common questions we get about what the crisis team does to collaborate with stakeholders, as well as use our almost, believe it or not, century of experience to talk about what we found to be the most important in the realm of suicide awareness, prevention, and intervention. And at the end of our discussion, we'll be taking questions. So to begin, suicide awareness is often the first step in prevention. Kevin, what are some examples of trainings in CCSD that are available to staff to increase suicide awareness?
Thank you for pausing for a little bit of a technical issue there, but have some good hands. All right, so like she said, my name is Kevin. Trainings in CCSD, we in Clark County School District, we're trying to follow the admonition. I don't know if any of you have read the book Warning Signs by Peter Langman, but in there, Peter Langman has a quote that said, "We are all on duty." And so we're trying to follow that for all of our staff in Clark County School District. So a couple of years ago, they presented a training called Lifeline. This was given mostly to our support staff, giving them and those who are from cafeteria workers, campus security monitors, teachers, everyone on campus would know what are the warning signs of suicide and what is the process for referring them to people on campus who can help. We want to make sure that all of us are busy watching out for our kids. Every year in Clark County, all staff are expected to watch a training that is part of the required video set that we watch every year. And one of those deals with the Senate Bill 204, which is addressing suicide prevention and crisis procedures. And so we learned in that one again, more on watching out for the suicide warning signs, and then how to refer those people to the team on campus that can help support and get those kids to where they need to go. Now, with that, as Andy mentioned, our department specifically is involved in person and virtual trainings for the teams of the professionals on campus who will be doing the suicide risk assessment. So we go out and provide those trainings throughout the year. Of course, during COVID, that all had to be virtual. So we worked on making sure that we wanted to still provide that service, get that information out to our site-based teams. Just so you know, those site-based teams are in every school: counselor, psychologist, nurse, social worker. And so we do that training for them and also for our administrators there too. And then we do have, as Richard was talking about, sometimes unfortunately we do have death on campus. We have to go into the school and try and help with the grief and the triage. So we have a suicide postvention training that we also provide to our department to work with the schools on how to handle that grieving process. And we've done some research with noted people like Scott Holm, reading his literature and make sure that we've got best practices that we're following to try and help support the survivors of those sad instances. Also in the school, there is a program called the SOS, Signs of Suicide. I'll talk about that a little bit later perhaps. But there are trainings for administrators and also teachers who will be running those programs in the schools as they make students aware of suicide and prevention and warning signs and things in the class. So there's quite a bit going on in Clark County, trying to make sure all of us are aware in the loop of what's going on for suicide.
Awesome, thank you, Kevin. Suzanne, in general, are there 50 teams in schools responsible for addressing concerns related to suicide and prevention?
Yes, each school has a site-based team identified and trained on suicide risk assessment. And the role of that team really is to serve as a first response with students who are experiencing suicide ideation while at school. And if those site-based team members ever have questions or concerns, they can always reach out to the crisis response team for support.
Can you give us an example?
Can you give us an example of staff members who might be on the team and the supports they might provide? Well, the specific team members might vary a little bit from school to school based on staffing, but typically the team consists of an administrator, counselor, nurse, and a school psychologist. And when a student is struggling with suicidal ideation at school, two of those team members will sit down with that student and go through that suicide risk assessment. And really look at it as having a conversation and asking very specific questions. They would then reach out to the parent and make recommendations and referrals would be appropriate based on the situation. And then they would also take the lead if the student needed a plan put together to remain safe while at school, or if the student was hospitalized. They would also work with the parents so that when the student is discharged from the hospital, he or she can re-enter the school environment as successfully as possible.
Thank you. Debbie, what are some risk factors associated with suicide, and what are some of the risk factors you specifically see in schools?
Risk factors can vary based on the students' ACEs. We all know about the adverse childhood experience study that was done. And we've heard many people here today talk about some of the things that they have gone through. Children are going through the same thing. That kind of got amplified as well during COVID because they couldn't get some of their coping skills that they usually use readily used. But the most important thing for us to do to help mitigate those risk factors we'll get into later, but it's building that connection because often those things are not observable. Risk factors are things that you have to ask the tough questions about. What have you gone through? And you do that by building a connection to the student and connection to the family, because if you don't have that, they're not going to share those details with you so that you can get to the root of the problem. We still have the stigma surrounding suicide, and it's very difficult in some of our cultures that still do not want to talk about suicide. And so that is a risk factor because often they don't want to give their child help because they want to deal with it within their family. And specifically in schools, kids are self-medicating. They're medicating with marijuana, primarily and alcohol. So we see a lot of substance abuse as a problem currently. Also, changes in family systems. There's been a lot of loss, a lot of divorce, broken relationships if they're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at school or with a peer. And our LGBTQ community, we know that they have a higher risk for suicide and attempts than our other general populations. Also, previous attempts is a big risk factor for us to look for. If a child has a history of attempts that is documented in our system, that we'll talk about a little later. And also, if they don't have any coping skills or anything they can fall back on, that's what we try to do. We try to help build those coping skills because without it, they see pain and suicide as their only option. The last thing I want to mention is the rigor of academics. When students feel pressure to be perfectionists and they have really tough rigor in their academics, they put so much perceived pressure on themselves, or they perceive it from their families. It could be real, like family pressure that to do all A's, and when they get a grade that's less than the A, that anxiety gets triggered, and then that becomes a catalyst for them to contemplate suicide.
Thank you. Kevin, what are some examples of the schools utilized in CCSD to screen suicidal ideation?
Well, because it's getting, we realize that a lot younger and younger kids are But be aware that we already in the middle schools, we have what's called the Signs of Suicide program. And this is done in the 8th grade and also later on in the 9th or 10th grade when they get kids at the high school through the health classes. Signs of suicide is where you run, they make students aware of what are the warning signs and things they can do to help reach out to an adult or trusted caring adult on campus to get some support. There's a screening tool through that where students are able to either refer themselves or maybe they're worried about peer. They can get someone, down to a counselor, get to a psychologist, someone they can talk to right away. We also have, as Suzanne was mentioning, our site-based teams have a suicide risk assessment that we have been working with for years. In the last year or so, we merged that together with the Columbia Lighthouse Screener that you may have heard about. And it consists of a parent interview, a student interview. There's a triage rubric, and also there are guidelines for how to refer students for appropriate resources based on the level of risk that you are determining. So that's available for those site-based teams to be able to just, screen those kiddos and make sure that they're getting the appropriate care. And it takes a little while to go through that one of those, but it's worthwhile because it's been, very informative and it's pretty thorough to do that screening. We also, as Suzanne mentioned, we have our specialized team, the crisis response team. Anytime the school is working with a student who is suicidal and they come across sometimes some really difficult issues or some kind of out of the box things that are there, but they can always reach out to us and, either we can provide consultative support over the phone, or in some cases, we do actually go out to the school and help assist the teams when there is, need for us to work with them in assessing that student. This is especially important when there's multiple students at one time, on site, where we're concerned that there might be a contagion or a combined effect. So we want to be there. There is also what's called Safe Voice. Here in Nevada, we have Safe Voice, so students can make an anonymous referral, parents can make an anonymous referral, and that referral is picked up by law enforcement, by emergency personnel, and by the school teams, so that they can respond to that right away. And then we may talk about a little later on, we also have this resource to us, the Division of Family Services Mobile Crisis Response, and we work closely with them to make sure that we have students getting care that way, being screened for suicidal ideation.
Thank you, Suzanne. We know that having safe and supportive relationships with adults can minimize the risk of suicide in students. What strategies or programs are utilized in schools focused on prevention and relationship building?
Well, relationships really are about piece of prevention. So programs that specifically target relationship building in schools are integrated into the school multi-tier system course. And it's that tiered structure where academic, social emotional learning and behavior systems are put into place so that kids get that instruction and intervention. And it can be imagined there's a big triangle, and the triangle is split into 3 tiers. And as students move up those tiers, the support becomes more individualized and more intensive. And the programs will be different from school to school based on the school. But some examples of programs that I've seen be really effective in the schools in CCSD over the years include school counselors at the elementary school level who are able to get into the classroom on a really frequent basis and teach them about social skills, emotional wellness, coping skills. And then the key is having the entire staff reinforce those skills. Another really good system is positive behavior intervention supports. And there are supports for behavior at all tiers with that system. At the base level, you have a focus on paying attention to kids when they're doing what they're supposed to, instead of primarily giving kids attention when they need to be corrected. There's also the opportunity for students to earn rewards for making good choices. We focus on the basics of classroom management in each room, and then there are also school-wide procedures and expectations for all of the areas. So that's the excellent structure. Another one that I really love is restorative practices. And I have to say restorative practices have kind of gotten a bad rap lately. And there's a common misconception that with restorative practices, you can't suspend or expel students. So that's absolutely untrue. Students have consequences in those situations. Expulsion, suspension are called for, but what they do find is that you really reduce the number of disciplinary referrals using these restorative practices. So with the classroom, they do classroom meetings. And in those meetings, they come up with the rules, abilities, and procedures so the kids have ownership. And then they also have teachers or other people facilitate classroom circles. And when there are conflicts, and of course there always will be, they use a very specific dialogue to work through the problem. So that the person who made the mistake has the opportunity to make amends and repair that relationship with people who are harmed. And then lastly, it's also really important that schools have a positive culture and sense of honor that we're not harmed. And really that starts with the administrator. And over the years with administrators, I have seen them incentivized to make school and reading books by doing things like kissing pigs and goats, eating chocolate covered and served crickets, and then also having a disciplined sign to fund them from the rest of the building. And of course, the kids love that. And the last elementary school administrator with whom I worked, he was really gifted at this relationship building and making things fun. And he gave all of the teachers a vote on building activities. And we would do those in staff meetings sometimes, and then he would ask the teachers to go out to and do those same activities with our classes. And then he had a overall policy, not just for staff, but also for kids. And he really focused on the kids who were struggling behaviorally, especially in the upper grades. And there were many days, so as far as over two, he would invite all the kids to come and whatever they wanted. So there were many days when I walked by that conference room and it was full with the fifth grade boys and they're eating lunch with him, laughing and talking. And on one of the final days I was there last year, I was in his office and a little boy peeked around the corner carrying his lunch and very shy, kind of uncertain in his face. And that administrator, he stood up, his face was lit up, put a big smile on, and he used that child's name, greeted him, asked him to come in the room, and the look on that child's face was priceless. So it's really about understanding the needs of your students and your community, and then looking at the skills and strengths of your staff and figuring out how you can build on those to create a really positive culture.
And I wanted to share, so I actually worked with Suzanne my first year as a lovely school psychologist many years ago for the district. And she was part of the culture of fun at the school when I was there. She was the one that kind of brought me into the culture of fun. So some of the principals and friends of the she convinced me that it would be a great idea to put on a wild and dance in front of the students for an assembly. And it was great because it also changed my relationship with the students. I was no longer the stereotypical psychologist that students on class. I was part of it. So that community that you can build at a school is really important for making sure that the students are safe as well.
That's just what I'm looking at. Really about that administrator at the school. I can't emphasize that enough. She let us run with it. And as a result, we had excellent attendance and academics were strong. We had a lot of fun.
Awesome, thank you. Debbie, you hear a lot of protective factors in preventing suicide. Can you share some examples of protective factors and how they address vulnerabilities in students?
That was a hard act to follow, but I'll keep going. Okay, protective factors, like we've said many times, connection to the family and connection to the students is the number one. If you take anything from what we say up here today, you can't build those connections and take those walls and barriers down, then you're not really going to get very far. So that's the number one thing. And it doesn't have to be anything earth shattering. It can be very simple. I had a student that I was working with. We had the same old Navy yellow hoodie, and he one day looked up at me. He was the most difficult kid in the school. It was a juvenile detention all the time. And he looked up and he said, "This is him?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "On Friday, you gonna wear that yellow hoodie?" I said, "Sure." So we both wore a yellow hoodie today. But then I knew from that point on that he trusted me and that we would be able to work together. Also, protective factors have to include, we have what's called a home precautions page. It has to include
getting rid of things that are dangerous when you know that your child is having an event. If they are experiencing suicide ideation or homicidal ideation, removing access to lethal means is one of the best and most important protective factors you can utilize. Because we know the more that they have access to that, the greater the risk that they will complete. Also, I really am one that harps on this a lot, and very rarely now do I slip up, but I still do. The old term was committed suicide, right? It's got a negative connotation to that, so we really need to be careful if we want to get rid of the stigma to say died by suicide. Okay. Also from CCFD, there are some things that they're doing in general. We have this new awesome website called parentguidance.org. On it, parents can go on that website and there's all kinds of videos relating to all different topics of way to talk to your children. So if you ever have a situation that comes up with a parent, you can refer them to that website, and pretty much all of it's on there, including suicide. And then the parenting project within the community and other agencies who offer parenting classes, we try to get encouraged that because kids who don't talk to their parents don't have that connection at home, we try to then help facilitate that. And in school specifically, parent nights. If you want your parents to really bond and connect to your school, you have to have events where they're going to show up and meet you face to face. They want that open door policy. They want to meet you face to face so that if they have a problem with their child, or there's something going on that they need to more and tell you about, they have a face and they know, hey, remember I saw you at open house, I saw you at this thing. Can I come and talk to you about something? That gives them that inlet, that little bit of push that when there is a problem to report it. Okay. And not just, not always just state boards, which is awesome, but also in person, building those connections. And they will more apt that when there is a problem with their own child, listen to you and take that advice that you give. We talk about mitigating risk factors. What are the things that are causing the kids to act and behave in the way that they're thinking or feeling, right? So what are we looking at? Well, I'm going to give you an example. I had a student that I was working with who was very clinically depressed. He was labeled with major depressive disorder. His parents put him on and off meds. Whenever he escalated, they put him on, and then after a week or two, they took him back off. We know that's a very hard thing culturally in their family. Medication is not something they believe in, so it made it very hard for me in working with the student. He also was isolating in his room almost all day long with his computer in his room. So one of the things that we talked about is we talked about get that computer out of the room, don't let him sit on the computer all day, and get him involved in some clubs or activities. What can you get them involved in school? Get them involved in mentoring and student anything, volunteering. Teachers in schools or school counselors can make them their assistant, right? Their aides, so that they get more one-on-one time with an adult in the building. Also, building those resiliency skills that they need and teaching those coping strategies, and they're all based on the assets the child already has. They already have some good things within them, they just don't know how to find them. So that's what part of our job is too. And then also coordinating our services is so important with the therapists that they're already working with, if they're in therapy, and then providing that parent education.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Suzanne, often mental health struggles and suicide ideation are hidden and people aren't comfortable discussing and or disclosing the challenges. We've heard a little bit about that stigma. How do we break down the stigma of mental health struggles?
Well, the stigma often attached to mental health challenges is definitely a problem in schools. It's very often the stigma that stops kids and the families. All right, so it's often a stigma that is in the way to getting the access to help, but even when we remove all the other barriers, I've seen that again and again where the family or the child would be taken help. And so one example of what the stigma might look like in schools, many years ago when I was hired as a new counselor to school, it was back to school day and I was very excited. So I put a huge sign above my door that says school counselor, and I propped the door open, and the hallways were packed, and no one came into my room. So then I thought, well, I'm new here, I'm gonna take this personally. The next year I was very confident it would be better. And it was one parent in my room, but that parent came in my room because her child was running wild down the hallway and happened to run into my room. So in a conversation later with the administrator, she explained it's nothing to do with you, Suzanne, personally. It's just that in this community, the families are very tight, they know each other, and they don't want to be seen going into the school committee's office on back to school night, because the other parents might think something is wrong with them, something is wrong with their children. So we put together a plan for educating families about what the school counselor does and what types of support the school counselor can offer. But we also put together a plan for just normalizing speaking to the school counselor and talking about counseling related topics. And so from then on those parent nights, I would do a 5 to 10 minute presentation and talk about some of the groups I offered, like during lunch, unique skills, anger management, or the classroom lessons I was doing. But I was sure to emphasize the other things I was involved with on campus, like running student council or peer mediation, or the student score, or the school-wide rewards program. That way, parents had the opportunity to talk to me about other things, or at least say to her, like, oh, Miss Savannah, you were talking about peer mediation. And then they felt more comfortable coming up to me. And then also on those back to school days, instead of sitting in my office, I wandered around with my contact information, making contacts with parents and colleagues in my classrooms. And that strategy proved to be very helpful as far as educating parents about the role of the school counselor, but also normalizing. I talked to me and talked about specific topics. And those two things are really important when it comes to trying to bust that stigma. But what has been shown to be really, really effective is that contact and making connections. And what I mean by that is when an average person who has had challenges with their mental health, gotten treatment, and recovered is open and honest with other average people, that is the most effective way to bust that stigma. And before I go on, I wanted to say thank you to Kevin, and we were all talking about moving that panel discussion was, and I really appreciated her open and honest conversation. And I've seen that sort of conversation be really effective with staff at different schools. And I've worked at a lot of schools, and I've been to every school. I've had colleagues who are willing to be open and honest about their struggles with mental health, getting professional help that it works. I try to be very open about the times in my life when it has been very challenging, and the strategies and coping skills I have utilized to get through and continue to utilize. And if we're really serious about helping and improving the mental health of students, we have to start by prioritizing this for our staff, because it just trickles down from there. And Ryan and I had some interesting conversations about this recently.
Yeah, so we see it trickle down with our staff members quite a bit. We go into schools during very stressful times in people's lives. Unfortunately, when our team comes onto your campus, people equally are grateful to see us and equally not happy to see us, because it means that something tragic has likely happened, or that something that the team needs support. Suzanne and I were at a post-mission recently, and we were meeting with the administrative team prior. The administrator was phenomenal. She was aware of all of her teachers and all of their struggles. And because she had that insight with her team, we were able to support the teachers that needed more support in a way that was more conducive to supporting them and their students. All the students that we work with, they look to their teachers for guidance on how to react to certain situations. So because we went in knowing that there was a teacher already suffering with her own trauma at the time, we knew we needed more support in that classroom, and we were able to tweak our presentation to both support all of the students and the teacher in that time. If we wouldn't have been able to help as well as we did if we didn't have that insight prior to going into that group. Typically when we do closed sessions, we try and split up and everybody take a group of students or a group of a classroom. So we were able to prioritize our people in a way to support that classroom. and we're able to comfort the students and the teachers, then when we left that day, we felt comfortable that we had a good place. Thank you. So it really does start with the staff, prioritizing the mental wellness. And then it can get kind of tricky though. How do we create that kind of contact and those connections with kids or our families, but in a way that's appropriate to the setting, but also developmentally appropriate? And it really is practical strategies that we can use to do this. For example, it's the school counselor in elementary school going into all of the classrooms and teaching a lesson about feelings. That all feelings are okay, it's okay to not be okay. And then teaching them I messages or I messages in order to communicate those feelings. And then it's those staff members, all those teachers starting to talk about their own feelings and use I messages every day to the point that that becomes just a normal part of the vocabulary used at school. And then it's that awesome administrator who, after that is done, invites all the parents in for a fun parent night, let's say cookie decorating. But before they get their cookies, they listen to a message about feelings, how feelings are okay. And then they're taught about using my messages and asked to use those at home, so everybody is using the same language. It's also a fantastic fifth grade teacher who uses restorative practices in her room, and Andy and I work with this particular teacher been thinking of the last 6 years. And she pushes all of the desks to the side where kids sit in the middle of a big circle, and she does a restorative circle and talks about her feelings and her challenges for the week and the coping skills she has used in order to overcome those challenges. And then she hands that talking piece off to the other kids, and they do the same. They talk about their challenges and the coping skills they've used to get through. And that way they learn the skills, but they also connect with her and they connect with each other. It could also be a high school football coach who, after a disappointing loss, stands in front of his team and is open and honest about his sadness and his disappointment, and makes a point of letting them know that that's okay. Life is full of wins and losses, and we need to talk to each other about those struggles. And he invites them to talk to each other as well as to the coaching staff. And one of the things I've seen again and again over the years is when we have a parent who has a child who's really struggling behaviorally, socially and emotionally, and you invite that parent in and have a bunch of staff members sitting around the table, you can see the weight physically on the parent. And that's difficult, try to be as kind and supportive as possible. But what has always been effective has been when there's been a parent or a teacher, a staff member, who will say, I have had a similar problem with my child. It was really difficult. Raising kids, that is tough. And here are some things that I've done to try to improve the situation. You can physically and visually see that weight come off of the parent, and it opens up the discussion and makes it okay to admit, yeah, like all of them start to improve the situation. So really, it's about trying to build cultures of positivity at schools, where conversations about emotional health and feelings are just a normal part of your daily life.
That was awesome. That was super powerful, Cynthia. Thank you. Rhonda, is there a system in place for documenting and tracking students struggling with suicidal ideation?
Yeah, so at our Queens School District, we have 2 systems in place to document when suicide is completed. Ideally, when we do our trainings with our site-based teams, we recommend that all of the hard copies and suicide risk assessments that they complete are put into a filing cabinet that is accessible by all of the site-based team members that are trained to do the protocol. That the site-based team members include the school nurse, social workers, school psychologists, school counselor, administrators can also be trained. But we want to make sure that that filing cabinet, that the hard copies are accessible to everybody that is on that team. That's really important because we see a lot of students that over and over again for suicide risk assessments, we want to be able to track that baseline, see where they started, see what's changing, and see how we can address it moving forward. It's really important to keep that in confidential location though. If a student is in special education, it would go into their special education folder. It wouldn't go into their CUE folder. There's a lot of information with the risk assessment that can come out that shouldn't be public knowledge for anybody that works with that student. So we want to make sure that the teams at the site have their filing system in place for that. It's also supposed to be documented in Infinite Campus. Anytime a student has a suicide risk assessment, it should be documented in Infinite Campus with the date, the level of risk at the time of the assessment, the outcome of the assessment, and then who were the team members that completed the assessment. And then moving forward, any of the hard copies, we recommend that if that student moves to another school, those hard copies be sent with that student and handed off to the counselor at the next school. Again, documentation and having a history of what the student has gone through is really imperative in helping that student in the future. And that's also if the campus follows that student wherever they go. So we just want to make sure that it's not just the one school that works with that student that has that information. We want to make sure that that information is shared moving forward.
Thank you. Can you also explain what it looks like when a student returns from a hospitalization related to suicide? And how does the Clark County School District support students upon return to school?
Yeah, so part of the crisis response team, part of our team, we have a mental health transition office. It is a small but mighty office of 2 people, and they have they have amazing connections with our local mental health hospitals. And they're the ones that a lot of times get discharge paperwork for all of the students that have been hospitalized. And they also share that discharge paperwork with the school teams when the school is to return. The school team will then organize a meeting for a reentry plan. Ideally, the parent and the student would be part of that reentry plan, but if sometimes parents can't make it, parents are struggling with their own concerns, we write the reentry plan with as much information as possible when the student comes back. The reentry plan looks at safe places and safe people for the student to go to if they're feeling, if they're struggling with any emotions, really. We want to identify any changes in medications. We want to make sure the nurse is aware of those medications as well. We know that medication changes can cause side effects, so we want to make sure that the team is aware to look for any changes in the student upon coming back. At that point, we also make adjustments to class schedules if needed, homework assignments if needed. If the student has been in the hospital, sometimes we've had students come back after 6 months. It is completely unfair to say you missed 6 months of school, here, make up all this work. So we want to make sure that we adjust any of that information, any of the school homework assignment schedules, so that we support that student returning back. And the primary thing that we really want is to put in place is an emergency plan if those students escalate or attend on campus. Unfortunately, with a district this big, that happens. So we do make a point to make sure that we have an emergency plan in place on who's going to do what and take care of what in what situation when the student returns. And then after that is who's going to check in daily with that student, who's going to make sure that the student is comfortable and meeting with that student on a regular basis, just to help them move forward.
Right, thank you. Debbie, can you talk a little bit about how our schools coordinate the community resources to service those students who might have health struggles?
Yes, originally we did create our own suicide risk assessment way back in the day when I first started in our department 17 years ago. But now we streamline our protocol to coincide with the pneumonia lighthouse screener because it's what most mental health facilities use as well as other community providers. And therefore, we wanted to make sure whatever we're doing and what we're seeing is the same language that they're using and they're putting out as well. CCSD on site has a variety of different programs they have to help students. They have some mental health support through agencies using programs such as Hazel Health. That's a 6-week program where kids can go online and get counseling services within the school day. We have Boys Town that are on some schools' campuses. They provide mentorship as well as behavior intervention support. We have United Citizens Foundation, which is an agency that actually does therapy counseling on site. We have community and schools advocates. We have the Hope Squad and Hope Means Nevada, which are our teenage wonderful groups that for kids are spreading the word and trying to help other students understand what they need to do if they see that their friend is suicidal. And we also, like my wonderful colleague Suzanne was talking about, the MTSS multi-tiered systems of support and the SDL class lessons that counselors and teachers do within their classroom to teach about social emotional learning. And last, I wanted to say that we also work heavily with a referral agency called Care Solace. And what that agency does is they have a variety of different therapists that they are aligned with, and they are based on not only their family's insurance, but also the language they speak. So when we're confused about where to send someone based on their language, they help assist us in finding the right provider. Also, we have 988 on the students' badges now. So they have that number handy. That's another support. And lastly, the mobile crisis team through the state of Nevada is an invaluable service that really helps us when we have a kid in crisis. So if a kid is expressing suicidal ideation and thoughts with planning, especially if they have a plan, right? That's our most critical student. We can call their agency, and as long as the parent gives us permission, they can work together to get that child immediately help. The goal of this is to keep kids out of mental health facilities so it doesn't get to the point where the child does need to go inpatient. And so they're a great asset to us, and they're just a phone call away, and they help us, and they come over and they give that child the help they need immediately.
All right, and how does the CCSD and more specifically our team, the crisis response team, support schools in the event of a suicide?
That's difficulties. A lot of how we support students depends on the response from the parents of the deceased. We've had parents that we work with that say, I want you guys to talk to other students and let them know it was a suicide, because even in their grief, they understand that that's not true. And then there are some parents that say, I don't want you to address it at all. So then it's a fine line. We still want to address concerns of suicide, and honestly, even if we're not allowed to tell the students know each other so well that they always, some kids know even if they don't know. So in that situation, when we're at what we call closed session, if the student asks if it was a suicide and we can't disclose, I just say, I don't know, I was there, and details, but why would you ask? And then we open it up as a teachable moment. If any student asks a question like that, we want to address their concerns. Offer resources on what would you do if you have a friend that you're concerned about, how do you find help, things like that. So how we inform students varies, but essentially we want to make sure that students feel comfortable with whatever emotions they're feeling, and then provide them resources on where to go to get help, that it's okay to talk about those feelings, that you're not alone, and just normalize their feelings and figure out where they can go for help and where to how to move on.
All right, thank you, and we're gonna go ahead and move up with Lynn. Kevin, what schools continue to do to improve on student outcomes related to suicidal ideation?
Thanks, Andy. I think the big key word that we've been talking about a lot today is building connections. So much depends on the student feeling like they've got somebody, and that their family is connected to the school, that they're connected. It's knowing that there's somebody there that really cares for you, that has a genuine interest in you. Just a quick story. With that, I had a kid that was kind of a tough kid. One day, for some reason, this particular student had a Latino background. So as we were talking, somehow the topic of chorizo came up. I mentioned that I love chorizo. He said, "Oh, Mr. Fair, you love chorizo? I'll make you some chorizo." I was like, wow, okay, so he was gonna make me this big home penetration. He started this relationship, just talking with something like that. Well, fast forward years later, it's during COVID time. I mean, this kid was tough, you know, up through the school year and whatnot. But fast forward years ahead, it's COVID time. I'm out for a morning run one day, and this car comes down the street and just immediately flips around in the middle of the road and starts coming back toward me. And my initial thought was, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. Someone's gonna mug me, someone's gonna beat me up, or something happened. Car pulls up right in the middle of the street, stops, door flies open, person comes running out, guy with a big old beard, and right across the street. It's me, a big old bear hug. He's like, it's me. And I got my wife and my kids in the car, look, and I was just like, oh my gosh, you know, it's something like that, so powerful, just with that little relationship that can start over something so small, over it's like very small. You know, so you never know when that's going to go. So I think that's a big thing we talk about. And a lot of our parents and our kids, they feel already isolated anyway. So that's a huge one. Another thing I think that schools can continue to do is to build awareness about social media and the presence that our kids are having online. Because there's so much that is going on and their world is so virtual. And even for the kids who got frustrated with being stuck in virtual world during COVID, they're still there now with all their friends, and that's where they talk. And so a lot of schools have things like Go Guardian, where and we do that here in Clark County, where if they're on their school account and they're typing something and they're writing something, they're searching something that will flag about suicide, the school gets a call and gets an alert saying, hey, this kid's looking at this, and then the counselor or the psychologist, someone on that team will interview the student right away. If the school doesn't pick up, it comes to us. So then we get to get out to the school, or we can reach out to the school, say, hey, we need to check in on this kid because this is something that was flagged on their school account. But the other thing I think is really critical with that, and one thing we tell parents all the time, is mom, dad, you've got to be monitoring their phones. You've got to be monitoring their social media. You've got to know their passwords. Be aware that they may create fake accounts. Be aware that because so much of what happens for these kids is in that virtual world. So that's one thing that I think schools can really focus on. And doing nights for parents where they're talking about this is, hey, this is how you monitor their account. These are the things that are out there. And schools that do that are, I think, way ahead of the game in helping parents. I think it's important that as we're doing that, that helps reduce some of the stigma. It's not just me, it's not just my kid. Every time I would talk to a parent who was coming in to do, to finish up the parent part of a suicide risk assessment with their kid, I have to put myself in their shoes. I'm a parent too, and I look at that and I realize, what would I feel like if I'm sitting at work and suddenly I get a call and they're saying, hey, you need to get out of the school right away because your child's talking about killing himself. And just how that parent must feel. So we kind of try to flip that switch and say, well, imagine what those things those parents can be. And as the schools do that, then that helps empower the parents. We need to help the parents and the kids know what resources they have available to them. A lot of our kids resort to those thoughts of suicide, and they're there in their mind. They look through that because they simply don't know anything else. And so a lot of the times, as we've talked about for kids, one of the big buzzwords for a long time has been bullying. Kids get bullied, and on the news, this has been a kind of personal thing for me is to watch that. On the news as an adult, we hear a story about a child who's bullied and ends up ending their life. We feel so sad and feel so horrible, and this is so tragic. But for some of our kids, you have to understand they don't see it the same way. They may look at it as, oh, that's also happening to me. Is that my way out? So we have to look at that and say, sometimes the press that we're giving that, sometimes the stress that we're putting on that may be having a negative effect for our kids. And so you have to be careful, so you have to empower them. A lot of times when we talk to our kids, a lot of us will tell an adult, tell an adult, tell an adult. The problem is what happens when there's no adult around. What do they do? So using whatever we can do, the skills, the strategies to help empower them, we realize they have something in their back pocket that they can use when those kinds of things are happening. For example, one thing I like to do with our kids, I would sit and if I had my whiteboard out talking, I draw a little stick figure. And then I draw a circle around the stick figure and I say, the stick figure and the circle represents you. And the problems that you're facing right now are represented by the circle. You got to get the stick figure out of the circle. You got to get out of those problems. Well, how many directions can you go to get out of that circle? The kids looking at it, well, how many degrees are there in the circle? 360 degrees. It's okay, so let's draw those degrees on the circle and we just an Italian march around this. So every one of those degrees represents a way or an option that you have to get out of this problem. Is suicide one of those degrees? And the kids are like, yeah, it's okay, it is. Well, why would you choose that one when you've got 359 other things you could do first that don't have such terrible and horrible consequence, right? Oh, I never thought about that. It's very, yeah, let's think about it. So let's talk about that. So if we can try some of the ones, you may not know all those 359, and I may not know all, but I can guarantee you that there's somebody in this world that can help us figure out what those other options would be. And they may not always be pleasant, they may not be easy, but it's better than suicide. Okay. And then we take the circle and I shrink it. I draw on the side and make the circle smaller, smaller, smaller. So then what happens though, when that circle shrinks in, you ever feel like your circle of problems is just closing in, you want to close in, the kid says, yeah, it does. Oh my gosh. And so, well, if the circle was this big, you're at 360. Now that it's this big, how many degrees are there? You look at it and like, well, there's still 360. And I said, exactly. Sometimes life is like an illusion. It closes in us. We feel like the world's closing in. We have no other options. But the reality is we do. We always have options. And if you don't know them, then get to someone who doesn't. I don't know. We'll work together. We'll try to find those options together. Sometimes when I get a kid on who be coming in and they say, Mr. I'm getting bullied, I'm getting teased, I'm so upset, my parents don't love me, this. When you talk about all these things that are going wrong in this kid's life, they have nothing that's right in their life. They're mad, they're angry, and they're sad. And why are you so mad? I don't know. I said, you're mad because there's something inside of you that says this is not fair. There's something inside of you that realizes that you deserve better than what you're getting. And there's something inside of you that says, I'm worth more than this. So that's the little piece of you that I want you to hold on to right now. And I want you to nurture that little piece that says, dang it, I'm worth more than the crap that I'm getting. Because that's what's going to keep you alive. We'll find a way to work through this. But that's what I want you to hold on to, because you are the fact that you're not getting what you deserve. It's making you angry today. No, didn't see it that way. Experience. Well, hopefully, now this is very simple, right? Of course, I understand it's a lot more complex than this. I can give you in the 30 seconds here. But the reality is, hopefully, those kids can see that there's somebody there that cares, and can help them to find other options. Because at some point, I can guarantee I was that kid that I just didn't know all the things out there. And right now, I may not know the options, and I'm learning every day. All of us are, and that's why we're here in this city. We're all on duty. We all need to be here for each other. Just two quick other things that we can share with you. We just recently there we talked about some of the resources. We also have the 741-741 number. Kids can text, talk, or home to that and get support. And there's also just a new video series. It's been out there. It's been created. It's called My Life is Worth Living. It was by the guy who designed Rugrats. I don't know if you've ever seen Rugrats cartoon. It's an animated series. But this shows different vignettes of students, teens going through difficult situations. Suicide is one of them. And it shows different ways that parents and students can respond and try and get through those situations. So we wanted to share those with you today. Thank you for all you guys are doing. Please let us know if there's questions and things you have.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kevin, Debbie, Suzanne, and Rada. Are there any questions that you have for us? No. All right, well, then that is it. If you do have any questions that you maybe don't want to share with the group, we're right over there, and we'd be happy to answer anything you have.
I just wondered, it's tough. I mean, you're all professionals and you see these really sad situations. How do you keep your own mental health up?
Therapy.
Okay.
One word, therapy.
Okay.
We have to go to therapies to get rid of the trauma that we get, the vicarious trauma that we get from what we're doing.
I can.
For me.
Okay, I think right now. I can tell you right now, like people ask me that all the time, how do you do what you do every day? I run every day. That's my little safe haven, it's my sanctuary. I love to run, I love to cook, I love to do things with my family, but I come to work with an office full of counselors and psychologists, and we look out for each other. And I will be sitting in my office, and my office partner is Rada, and she'll look over, she's got my back there Sunday, she's so, okay. Or Debbie will walk by and she'll be like, hello, my friend, you look really tired, what's going on, how you doing, let's talk. And things like that, and we watch out for each other all the time. So yeah, it's something we have to watch out for and be careful all the time.
Also our department is like, we're a family it's a little twisted of a family. But I work with such amazing people and it really is, we take care of each other and even with what we do wellness meetings once a month and we try to work in any joy that we can possibly get. So we celebrate all the wins that we have because it's not always bad. There are times that we see the good. So you hold on to the good.
Right, so gratitude practice, a lot of staff do yoga, but I do mindfulness and meditation practices, that helps.
We also have a big jar of M&Ms.
Yeah.
It's called vitamin M. I love vitamin M. And it's wonderful that my peanut M&Ms, Rada brings them in, she's my supplier. Then we will also do, little treats and things like that for birthdays. And it's that, I know it sounds something small, but it's really huge.
It's really meaningful. Yeah. Because we make our own contact and connections at work. That's really important.
Thank you.
Hi, there's some of us in here from Knight County School District. And you had mentioned putting the assessments into IC. So I'm curious where in IC you put those in and how do you prevent other people that shouldn't have access to, that confidential information from seeing them?
So we have under the health tab in IC, we have what we call page 5.
Okay.
And it's really only the mental health, only the people that have been trained on the suicide protocol get access to page 5.
Okay. Do you know?
I don't, that's enough that we've lost.
Yeah.
It's under the health tab. So you go to health tab, page 5, and we have a drop down menu that they just fill in.
I've never seen a health tab, so
Yeah.
we're gonna check it out. And I'm not techie. There is somebody in the ether of CCSD that created that page 5 for us.
Okay.
And then, it is school psychologists, social workers, counselors, and administration, school nurses are the only ones that have access to that.
You can take it on. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we've come to the part in the day which we're all gonna love, lunch. And the breakout sessions do start at 1:30 in 15 minutes, but if we could do this, I'm gonna let you know where the breakout sessions are, so you're aware. Entrepreneurship and behavioral health is here. A veteran and a firefighter walking to a bar are here.
Start over, sir.
You all sat there not letting me know you couldn't hear me. Oh, you didn't hear me.
They couldn't hear you, so.
Okay, all right, this is great. Live stream, good to see you. Hope you all are doing well. Okay, so this is the part where we all get to love lunch, but before you leave, breakout sessions start at 1:30. Entrepreneurship and behavioral health is here in the main room.
You
A
guys
veteran
stay
and a
tuned. You'll get to be
firefighter
able to see
walking
the
to a
books.
bar is here in the main room. Yep, internet, my wife named that one. Internet and social media influence on suicide over the past decade is in room 227. And then the next two, intervention and postvention for rural and small school districts. And talking to children about suicide is in 278. If anybody didn't get that and they have questions about where those are, come talk to Richard in the back with the wine colored pants, because it's nice wine. And that's what the outfit is named, so what we want you to do for lunch is, if you can, leave out these doors here to my right, depending on where you are, your left or your right, and check out the resource tables, then come down, and for everyone who has a book, come get your book signed by all 4 and 5 authors. We'd love to sign your books and put a little note in there for you if you want them. We're so grateful that all of you are here today, and especially grateful for all the folks who made this happen. Yes, what's your name? Hi, doctor.
She is 247 or 277?
Oh, good question. That's it. Thank you, doctor. 277, I barely can't read the writing, so that's Richard's fault. Okay. 277 is for the internet and social media influence on suicide over the past decade. Thank you for that, making me aware. Okay, friends, go get your lunch, go for the tables and come out this way if you can, please. So you get to see all the great resources we have for you. And live streamers, we're gonna bring you the book signing live in just a moment, so stay tuned and come join us. Thank you, everybody.
All right, everybody, we're gonna take a short break while we move over to the book signing. We'll see you guys all in just a few moments. Don't leave. It'll be just a minute while we get set up for the book signing. See you guys in just a minute.
How have you been? Good, okay.
Hey, everybody, we're joining the book signing now. We're gonna watch everybody. And we'll let them know we're live here in just a second.
Q, U, I. A, N, B, R, A. You got it, okay. So, here.
No.
Good one.
Gotta say hi, you guys are live. Getting your book signed.
That's your book. Coming to you soon. So, C L I L and I was A L I. C I.
That's it. And then afterwards, we'll see what comes up.
Look at these line. Why did you come? Why did you want to get your book signed?
Different, and hearing his story is really good, and knowing it's all in the book, so I'm excited to read it.
Fabulous, thank you. Oh, what was your name?
DNA.
Vianney?
Yes.
Why did you want to get your book signed today? You're live on YouTube right now.
Thank you. Yes. So I work for a nonprofit. I work with students. So I always like to learn more about mental health and resources in our community. So that's why I'm here.
Fabulous. Did you enjoy today's presentation so far?
Yeah.
What breakout session are you looking forward to going to?
So we're doing the one online students, and then how to talk to children and about students. So
Fabulous.
I'm looking forward to it.
Me too. All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Hey. Guys enjoying so far? You want to say hi to everybody online on YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, we wish everybody could be, but we couldn't get everybody in the country here, so.
So it's a time management cube. It's just a tool to like help you get you off your phone, less screen time. There's 4 different time increments on it, and so whichever one you like, you just turn up, and then on the side it has an actual timer. It'll leave a beep at you or start flashing lights when the time's up. So, yeah, just to kind of help you, with your daily scheduling. Exactly.
You guys want to say hi to everybody online? So why did you guys come today?
So we actually came from Salt Lake City. We met Kevin for the first time in May of 2017, and he's just one of my heroes for personal reasons as well. So I'm just here because amazing. And all the
You're good. All right, thanks. We're going to take a look at some of the resources. And then we'll go back over to the book side. Yes. Hi. Is everybody on YouTube? No big deal. Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the Nevada Office of Suicide Prevention, and then our fabulous sponsors again.
No. Yeah. Wow. More to come.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Yes.
For veterans.
For the VFW, for the South City. And a veteran, I'm saying.
Hey, good to see you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, stories. Oh my gosh.
I'm the fake chaplain.
I go in every year to Canada. Bring in our mission. Congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. Stay positive. Yeah. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you. What's your name?
My name's Reed. Hello, this live stream. We're doing a book signing. Everybody's here. Fourth co-authors getting done. We got an assembly line of signing here.
They're working their fingers to the bone, getting all these books signed out.
What's it? How do I spell it? Here. I think we have to make Thank you so much. Hi, how are you? Oh, you made this. There it is. I would not have gotten that.
Look at that, even signing right where their pictures are.
Hey, how are you? Bobby, this is Robert. Robert, thank you for coming today. Thanks for all you do through your program. I have a great time and do my stuff.
Just like that.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, how are you? What's your name? Keena? Keena, okay. Okay. Excellent. And actually, oh, you're incredible. I appreciate it. Yeah. Really? Oh, my friend, that's
Yeah, thank you.
You up with that? No problem. No, it's okay.
That's the website.
Thank you.
Yeah.
ASH, I really appreciate you saying it. Tell us, thank you so much. Oh, wait, this was in your book. Oh, sorry. There we go. Yes. Hello, sir. How are you? Oh, I wonder.
So we're gonna be doing some interviews in a little bit with a couple of the people on the front row. And that they're really wanting here. And get some interesting stories from you today. So stay tuned.
You? For sharing,
So besides some book signings and the authors you've already heard, you might get some inspiring stories.
Yeah.
And it keeps going.
Thank you. There you go. Right. Yeah. Okay, Paul. Here you go. Wait, Paul. Is there? Come look at it. Okay.
I'll sign yours later. Don't worry. Is that okay?
There we go, Paul. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Mark. Here we go.
Thank you.
You really are pretty good as well. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Heather.
Heather, H-E-A, H-E-R. Heather, what brought you here? I'll see what you're doing. Okay.
I'm gonna have to sign over here.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for the work you did. Put it in your book. Okay, honey. You're very welcome. Okay, now we have a special guest here, so live stream, get in here real close, please. This is Rin. Rin is the illustrator to my children's book. I met Rin in Pahrump because of Alicia invited me to be there. Serenity's mom, and I met Rin in Pahrump, and she said that the first book I wrote, Crack Not Broken, really affected your life. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey, if you wouldn't mind? Because I really appreciate you being here today.
Oh, that's fine.
You're on the spot. You're on the spot. It's okay. You don't have to, but give it a shot.
I don't even know where to start.
Start by why you were in the audience.
Well, I guess like I've struggled with PTSD a lot. Like I guess it started when I was in middle school. I was raised by my grandmother and I lost her when I was 13. And that kind of just during that entire period too, I also started being bullied just because, you know, I was kind of isolating a lot at school. And that kind of just started a whole spiral where I was having a lot of difficulties even during my adolescence. And then just having to deal with that growing up affected me a lot. And then, you know, I found out about youth when I was growing up then too. And then I think you were in Pahrump in 2019, which I read about your book and I heard you speak, and I learned a lot of coping methods through like in what you were writing about and what you were speaking, and it really spoke to me. And I think I also just talked to you about my experience.
Thank you, Rin. And she's an incredible illustrator. When you see this book, it's going to blow you away. Her art is absolutely phenomenal. And the children's book is about how I was bullied in grade school. So we have a similar story, and how I overcame bullying through the kindness and compassion of my mom, Debbie Hines. Thank you, Mom, who would send me to school with lunch bags with little sticky notes inside with positive affirmations. So when the kids and even the 8th graders tormented me when I was in 4th grade because of what I looked like, because of my ethnic background, Mom would always be the one to be there to help me get through it every day, one step at a time. And Rin, thank you for coming today again. Thank you. We're glad you're here. And let's sign this book. RYN, right?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Love it. So you guys are getting to meet all kinds of new people today when you're on the lives.
It's coming, it's coming. I have to do what it's called pickups, where, thank you very much. I have to do pickups. I will get that.
Yeah, I think like the printing is like a lot more specialized just because of
One more time, will you give them a nice hi? Thank you.
Mom's book is here somewhere.
Oh, maybe with the extra book. Come back.
Partially showing.
This is for mom's book. So
Oh,
yeah,
sorry, man. No, no worries. You get it going. Mommy and mommy. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
coming.
Thank you.
There you go. We're gonna get this going.
Okay. And every time we turn around, the line keeps going. They're gonna have writer's cramp by the time they're done.
81. Look, there we go. Okay.
Oh, yeah, there.
Melinda, okay, all right, you got it. Go. Okay. Thank you, Randy. Take care of you. Hi, Brittany. Okay, you got it. We are on a PT and
Actually walk.
No, you're good. Don't worry. I can move around.
thank you, Brittany. Oh, Brittany, you.
Oh, look, it's Rin's mom. We just gotta make sure to get her on camera since we just got her. Sorry. It's the proud mom.
I would tell you this. 9, 25, 23. Okay. All right, still do it. Oh, yeah. Oh, you got the picture to put it up. Yeah, definitely a picture later. Okay.
No, you're good.
Is that put it in there too? Oh, you got it here. You're going to look at it. There we go. There you go, Heidi. And now we can. Yeah, you can see. All right, CHAD. Yeah, there it is. Perfect.
Yes. So how much yours is actually I bookmarked your story. So there could be back to that. Yeah.
Got all of these interactions. They're so nice. I know so much. Folks all the way down from Salt Lake City to Las Vegas. Fabulous.
Right, I'm gonna start. Thank you very much.
And look, it's our Clark County School District team getting their books signed.
You got it. Oh, I was that up.
Good, how are you?
Thank you all for sharing your story.
There we go. Bishop, thank you so much. Yeah. And you know, we should start doing it. Nobody wants to get the book signed. Go and say hello to the live stream right before you leave. Put up the book.
Hey.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah, you have right here.
You can, right there you go. Say hi. Hi. There boys.
Hey, there you go. I'm sorry, we have no book. You know, what's your name? Mark, it's still back? Okay. We should, okay.
Thank you.
When I worked in public health, stigma kind of the whole, we'll talk about this, but people, so much of us who actually resonate with this much, so. Yeah.
Hello. Yay. No problem.
Okay. There we go. And this is you. Okay. This has got to be special. Dr. Ron Rollins, Dr. Bial.
He says whatever, but then he gives a smile. There we go. He's trying to steal some. That's okay. We'll let him take as many as he wants. Give me an extra because I'm not going to have them again one, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, you gotta wait for the rest of them, yeah. Yeah, it's like a quadruple signature check. It's not two signature, it's quadruple.
Oh, okay.
You make fun of me when you do your handwriting, but you're all the time about it. It's okay, I don't understand that.
Get me to write better, and then you can make my handwriting.
I had it upside down, and I made it work.
Write like a lefty in my mind.
That's exactly what I do. It's simple. It works.
Yeah, you got two, one for you and one for dad, right?
The right way. Oh, shoot.
And our photographer, smile from live. Yeah, we're still live. We're staying live.
Thank you very much. Dr. Corey.
All right, smile for life.
Mary, and they are alive. You guys are really over here. I'm sure there's some people out there. They're out there.
And there's a third one that's more greenhouse. Smile for life. Yep.
How do you smell? Oh, you not really.
We're doing good. We're almost done. We got through that line.
Incredible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my husband and I been watching friends.
We are. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate it.
So you're there. It's so good to see you. Yeah. Best mustache in the world. There you are. Okay, well, tell me.
Children. I also supervise therapists
Okay, make sure when you're done, it's a nice ring. Hi. Lindsay.
But yeah, my.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Say your last.
Lynsey.
And Lindsay just took Safe Talk last week. She just got trained in Safe Talk. I remember because she was in my class.
When you're done with this, you go over and say no pressure, say whatever's on your mind, bud. The work you're doing is incredible. Hi, good to see you again.
Thank you.
Let's see
Come
how
on.
it's done.
Say hi to everybody on the line.
It was really, really awesome.
Fabulous. Thank you.
I'm not very spontaneous.
Sandy's running out. Hi, good to see you again.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be here all day.
Yeah, I'm live right now. I've been live this whole time.
So I took talk last week and I'm happy to be here at this presentation because this is an important topic and we need the resources in our community.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Hey.
Say hi to line.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Grab your two signings and fill it over. Hi, hello. Okay. I was at least, oh, come on. I can get that. It's right there. Lisa, come on. It's fading. Lisa. Lisa,
Clinician also.
yes.
But I also manage I'm the clinician, so my work is on the side, I'm here. And I use your story in. So every semester, Easter.
Say hi to everybody on YouTube.
This was awesome. Too bad you guys can't be here.
But we're giving them all the love online.
Yes, it's great.
Thank you.
Chris Jack. Yep. Chris. We're breathing. Breathing. Okay, Chris.
Little self-care moment there.
Yes, yeah. I started about, I don't even know. It's been a few years, so. Thank you.
Matt, this is
But you guys.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. There you go, everybody. Okay, hello, sir, Kevin. Yes, Kevin, good to see you. Yeah, Kevin, thank you. See, yours is easy. So yeah, my card's in there.
Amazing.
Email me.
That would be.
No, thank you very much for being here. Matt. Sorry, I really. Incredible signature. I'm getting, you know what? This pen is dying. Is that pen dying or is it okay? Can I trade you? Or not? Yeah, I just want to have a good one like from Matt. Oh, wow.
You got fancy.
And in a second, Matt's gonna have to explain what Kevin ruined to the live feed.
Kevin making jokes again. As always. Yes, but he wanted me to ask out my wife again, and unfortunately, realized her focus on her job here.
You're just.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, but it's not. It's less.
Kevin's interrupting his game, apparently.
Okay, buddy.
It's okay. It's always fun. We need a little distraction.
That's it?
I like it. Let's get back to work in this. Hold on, first annual Beard Mom Summit, Hope and Suicide Prevention, here in Las Vegas, not California.
We're ready for a break.
Don't get upset with me, trolls online. Here in Las Vegas, Nevada. To everybody watching the live stream, thank you for being here with us on this day. We appreciate you. Comment, say all the words you want to say. Let us know what you think about the day. We want to see the comments go far into the next couple of months, and it's going to sit on the YouTube channel forever. So keep watching, share it with a friend. If any of the information you saw here today or are going to see here today can help you or someone you love struggling right now, send it to them because it could change their life. These authors are incredible. They've done such great work. And let's sign this last one. Here we go. Second. Okay. Third last one. I jumped to the top.
The last book is on the table.
Glad you're here.
I'm just here. I signed up
Oh,
for a few classes. I signed in.
What do you do next?
Yeah.
Get in line.
Thank you very much, Richard. Love you. Hi.
This is Kelsey, she's being interviewed.
Kelsey's being interviewed right now. Okay. Okay.
Yes, you are.
How do you spell?
Yes.
You gotta
I
come.
figured you'd tell me that.
I figured you would. Well, Kelsey of the defensive line. Great. Really appreciate it. How you doing?
You're welcome. Diane, what is it? Good Tom or Tom? Thank you.
There we go. I'll take it. Oh, yeah. You're getting. Yeah. Then you have to read it.
No, thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Carol, for having us. Appreciate it. Really so grateful.
My colleagues are leaving. This is a good one.
Well, you're here. That's what matters. I appreciate it. So you get your book? Say hello live stream and hope it goes down. Live. Hello, guys. Linda? Linda. You got it. I knew I would. Somehow I knew I would.
I'm tired before Groundhog Day. Really fun.
But that's interesting. So you can learn the conversations. Say hi to live. As you're on live, say hi.
Live, oh, everybody should have a session like today. It's so informative and people don't know what to do.
I know, right?
We don't have enough words.
No, I
And I
absolutely
came because I know I have family members and friends that I see suffer and I want to help them. And I don't know what to do. So this is why I came. This is part of discovering from you.
Well, I'm glad you came. We'll reach out to the mayor. We're going to talk to you later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we keep thinking the line's over and it keeps growing. Every time we turn around, there's more. It keeps multiplying. These poor authors in their hands.
That's big. Tell you about that book. Kevin, but he's got it down to science.
Right.
This is my first.
Okay, you enjoying so far? Yeah.
Meeting wonderful people. Absolutely.
Yeah. This is for Tom. He decided to be one of our co-instructors. Actually, he's teaching the class right now.
We're one big, in our group, we all, he was one of my mentors. When I think were my two mentors. Actually, I've had her as a mentor too. Jennifer was a big mentor for me. For Tom, yes. I got Tom's book. You want to bring it back? You want me to give it to him? Gee, thanks, buddy. I know when I'm going to see him again.
Thank you very much. Say hello to live stream.
Say hi.
Hi, live stream. Great class, great lecture. You're going to see Tom.
You gotta do it. Yeah, there's my PR guy. So good. Cammy, yep. CAME. What brings you?
Say hi live. Yay.
Wow. Nice to meet you. We'll get a fight with you. Cammy.
Yeah.
Okay, no, let's see. Kevin knows. I need to stand up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get her on live here in a second. Make sure she says hi to everybody online.
I'm sorry for lost you, brother, but I'm glad you're here doing this work. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the book. And this wonderful engineering. Thank you.
It's nice to meet you.
Hey.
They're on live right now. This is on Kevin's YouTube page. Want to introduce yourself real quick?
My name is Cammy Adams. I am a professional MMA fighter. I've actually heard of Kevin's story, so I was super excited to come out and meet him today and grab a copy of his book.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Michael, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Say hello to live stream. What's after your next two sessions? Hi. Hello.
Well, my mom's I also like I hold a few leadership positions. I'm the student member of the State Board of Education, and I serve on a local nonprofit. So a few things that have to do with like like
Thank you, Sierra. Thank you very much. Hi, good to see you again. Great.
Thank you.
Say hi to everybody online. Really do think we're almost done now. The last three.
No.
Really weird.
Very much.
Just nobody else is speaking. Say hi to live. Say hi.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course, yeah. This is really.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, hi. My name is David.
If I can grab theirs.
There you go.
Many years and your story.
Yeah. Oh, wow, yeah.
Things like how that occurred.
Yeah, well, there's a group of people in the wards that are empathetic and non-judgmental, and then a group that are there to look at a box and they're kind of in the motion, and they're tired of being where they are. And I think it's perfection around the world. But in Cypher, you have to be available, self-aware, and time to really win there, because they didn't do what they were in there for on purpose. You know, so that was just one point what happened to Eduardo is that he really needed someone to open him up and care for him. So it was just part of that.
Thank you, ladies.
Say hi to everybody on live.
Oh, you wrote it on.
Yes.
Better. Mine too.
No, she wrote it on her chapter.
You.
Oh,
Yes.
chapter.
Okay.
Okay.
Works for me. That's a book review.
Yeah, yeah. Because it has all the scribbles.
All right, here we go. The real last person.
I wrote, I signed your man.
Yeah.
That's what you want. There we go. So much. You should just say a little. We haven't seen much support.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. So I have a genetic disease. This is work I would have. And so like, I knew I was in program. And it's such a struggle, but people you know, I have good friends and you're right. It should be.
Yeah.
You know? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's great.
You know, I've worked with children since I was 21 and I have cool aunts and I have my beautiful kitty fur babies.
Yes.
And my husband and I are so excited about it. It's a great thing.
Last book officially, we said that a couple, no, not last two books. Really?
Hey, we're gonna quit saying it.
So it's
Yeah, that one's good.
Now we're just signing the other authors' books.
David?
Yeah.
Let me say thank you to all of you all. Tremendously. I know, because people didn't even know they're not alone. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I started talking to them with educators and they were there.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Dana? Oh,
Thank you.
you signed up for Dana?
Yeah. Oh, you signed it.
Oh, you signed it.
I did, yes, yeah. Everybody else signed it. Every just waiting on
Oh,
you.
ready for me? Okay.
Thank you.
We got the pageant wave there for a moment. Yeah.
It's gonna be available.
It's on YouTube right now.
Mhm.
It's on
It's live. It's
It's live. Yeah, I mean,
Okay, my friends, let's open our books up.
Yep.
Okay, let's get these waters out of the way. If you can, the best stuff. We're all over the place. There we go. Okay, live streamers, we had an incredible day here in Las Vegas. The first annual Beard Moth Summit. There will be many more. It's all about helping people find hope so they can find healing. So they can beard them all every day after that. Anyway, dog, you guys are off. We love you. Take care. Well, anyway, I'm free beard ball. 1, 2, 3. Be here.
fabulous. All right, live stream, we're gonna take a short break to let everybody get a chance to get some lunch, to get some water. We'll start back up probably in about 15-20 minutes. We'll see you in a little bit for some interviews with participants, check in on the breakout rooms, but give us some time. So everybody gets some drinks, water, take a break. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Don't worry, it's just gonna be a few minutes. All righty, bye. All right, everybody's gonna be just a minute. We're gonna come back in here into one of these breakout sessions, and we're gonna give you a view of what's gonna be happening in the big room. So we're gonna let you watch 2 of the breakout sessions in the big room. We'll keep you guys engaged. And in between each session, we're gonna pick out a few folks and interview them for their why. Why do they want to learn? And what are some of their whys for suicide prevention? Why are they part of this particular community? I'm really sure to tell you why we do the work that we do. Me specifically, I am a mental health professional. I've been doing this work for 25 plus years. Yes, this is the last gray in my hair. And for those people that do and don't know me already, I do public speaking myself. Not as big as Kevin, but my why is my youth, my kids. I have 2 children. One is 22 and one will be 19 in just a few months. They're both adults now, but they both struggled with thoughts of suicide throughout the majority of their life. So that's part of why I do this. So give us a few minutes and we'll be back. So you see they're starting to set it up.
We have our next panel in about 2 minutes. So if you need to use the
2 minutes, here we go.
water,
See you guys back in just a few minutes.
Kind of fun if you're all close up. Very casual chats.
And then here's mine.
Yeah. So.
Yes.
Yeah, I teach for NOSB. I teach preach all the time. We teach all. Just talk to Rick. I'll set it. We'll come coach it.
All right, thank you. So my name is Julia Bell, and this is Ashley Hunt, and we are here to talk about entrepreneurship. So we want to just kick it off by asking if there are any entrepreneurs out in the audience, or maybe some aspiring founders. All right, okay, we got a few.
Yeah.
Okay, so we wanted to take a casual conversation. We're gonna talk about our stories, the reasons why we started the company. We're just gonna go back and forth, ask each other questions, and then we're gonna open it up to the audience. So prepare any questions you have, and then we'll pass the mic and we'll.
That is the coolest thing.
Okay, so actually, I want to hear about your company. I want to hear about why you started it, what your journey has been.
So everyone, first and foremost, thank you all for being here. This has been such an incredible event, so it's been so fun. I started Cancia actually out of an evolution of the first company that I did out of college. The first one was called Infinite Strength, so we provided on-site ergonomics, musculoskeletal pain relief and prevention services to companies in the Bay Area. And then based on kind of the need, we scaled it to Cancia, which is now a digital health company, so we can reach more people. The reason why I started it though was because my mom suffered from lower back pain. A lot of what got her into opioids was actually from that. So it was just medicating her actual back pain. And the frustrating thing with it was that she was passed around from doctor to doctor and she could not get a proper diagnosis. The treatment wasn't helping. She had surgery that failed. And so for me, witnessing all of that, I really wanted to learn more about the body. And so rehabilitation of this skill set. And then when I got into my study, I realized that if I could learn how to rehab injuries and prevent them, that anyone can if you actually have the resources. So if you just know what to do and when to do it. And so that's why we started Cancia, was just to make something that should be basic health information. It shouldn't be a privilege to live pain-free. I really wanted to change that because there's just so much you actually can do to prevent this misfortune. So
Love that. Okay. And I guess I'll just talk a little bit about my company, so you're not like, who is this person? I co-founded Broken Box. We actually have a table outside. I think many of you walked past it. And I sort of fell into entrepreneurship. So I never thought I was a founder, never wanted to really be a founder. But my mental health journey started as a child. I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression and suffered a lot in silence for years. Fast forward to 2014, I lost my brother Justin to suicide at age 24, which flipped my entire world upside down. And we know that the statistics are every 40 seconds we lose someone. And that experience changed my life. It honestly made me realize that if I didn't first get some help for myself, that I was most likely on the same path as my brother. So in a lot of ways, he saved my life. And so the first thing that I did was get help for myself. I sought out mental health professionals, got through treatment, therapy, all the things. And then I started sharing my story and sharing my brother's story since he wasn't here to share it anymore. And what I found, and I think we all in this room have found, is that when you open up and you're vulnerable and you share your story, others react positively. They say, I too struggle, or I know someone that does. And so I started brainstorming, what can I do about this to bring more hope and healing to people? And so I actually I was a chemical engineer, and I came from the skincare industry where subscription boxes were huge. And so I was like, oh, this is a very interesting concept. What if we take this concept and apply it to mental wellness and self-care? And so I put together these boxes with my now husband. We launched in 2017, and give me a thumbs up in the back. And so we delivered thousands and thousands of boxes as a way for people to find hope and healing. It's a lot of times sent as a gift to someone else. And there's actually some science behind it as well. So there was a study out of Stanford called the Caring Letters Project. I don't know if anyone's familiar with this, but there were 3,000 patients that they divided into two groups. And 800 of the patients received letters over 5 years. And it was a handwritten letter, short and sweet, that just said, someone cares about you, checking in. And what they found is that the suicide rate was halved from that group that received something. So you can send a box, or you can send a letter, but it goes a really long way to just show someone that you care. That's kind of my founding story. The next question for you, Ashley, is 72% of founders report that entrepreneurship has negatively impacted their mental health. How do you as a founder take care of your mental health?
Loaded question, because I definitely think every profession can affect your mental health. You know, we do it most of our day, we do it for many, many decades. And with pressure and deadlines, and also sometimes not the best working environments, I think all of us can be affected by it. And so for me, in my journey with this, it's been a lot of learning to take a pause when needed. And sometimes that's literally in a conversation. So sometimes that's when I'm in a tough conversation or I'm feeling a little triggered by something, it's taking a pause and then being able to continue. But a lot of it too is just doing things outside of work. I think especially in our careers, it's so easy to make it about your whole life, your identity. And especially when there's so many people in this room that are doing such incredible, important work. And it's so fulfilling because of that, but at the same time, it's hard to turn that off when you're dealing with what you're dealing with, and especially with populations. And so for me, getting out into nature on the weekends after work, I really try to actively debrief. So I'll go for a walk, and even if it's 5 minutes without my phone, it switches a gear for me. So it allows me to kind of switch gears, try to leave it where I can as much as possible. And then even just being able to have fun. So if it's listening to music or it's talking to friends, or spending time with my husband, whatever I can do, that's just going to get me out of work mode. Because I think it's so hard for most of us to really switch that gear. So, but you are an adult, so what do you do?
I think it's so important for us to all practice what we preach. I think there's a lot of people that work in behavioral health care, and we all talk about things and we make recommendations, but it's so hard to follow our own advice sometimes. And so I actually have reminders all over my house to remind me sometimes that, hey, like, take a minute, like you said, take a pause, and it's okay if you need to take some time for yourself. And so I have a whole routine that I follow, not perfect, definitely fall off my routine every once in a while, but I actually keep a note on my phone. And anytime I start feeling anxiety, I reference this note and I go through my list of things. So the first thing for me is drink a glass of water. It seems so simple, but it really helps. Or get out in nature, take a walk. I have breathing exercises that I go through. And so we have all these coping skills and tools that we know work for making recommendations to other people, but sometimes it's hard in that moment to remember for yourself. So definitely write it down, make a list, so that you can reference it, because you need to pull from that list every once in a while. Okay, what has been your favorite part about founding a company and your least favorite part?
Favorite part is creating and the impact for sure. Especially in the first couple of years, you don't see any of the production of it or the results of it. It's just putting your head down and grinding. So when people's testimonials came forward or when they reached out and shared their story, I mean, that's everything. It's on my walls, it's what I print out, and so that's my favorite part. And I think, oh gosh, the hardest part, I think jobs can be hard. The things that you're expected, and sometimes I put a lot of pressure on myself, not just for me, but for my entire team. I definitely sometimes, whether it's right or wrong, I take that on for, any of their stress. And so it's constantly reminding myself that no matter what position you're in, you are a part of a team, and to make sure that you don't lose that sight, that you're not the only one a part of this, you're not the only one that cares and bringing it. So honestly, the more that I remind myself of that, the more that one, you see that ownership in everyone else, and also it's that kind of teamwork that you want to see. So what's your favorite and hardest part of that?
I think it's our hardest part. So for me, I'm very impatient naturally, and I want things to happen really fast. And I want to get there so much faster than what is realistic.
And so that's been a learning lesson for me. Good things take time. And then my favorite part, same thing, it's been the impact. And I think that always comes back to no matter what job you have, it's your why. Why are you doing the work that you're doing? Not what work are you doing? Why are you doing that work? And reminding yourself of that. So I love that you said you have all the testimonials printed out or in a folder. Same, because their entrepreneurship and honestly any job is a roller coaster. And there's very, very strong highs where you feel on top of the world. And then there are moments where you're like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Oh my gosh, I need to remember. And so again, writing them down, putting in a folder, having something to reference, or just have a very strong support system that friends, family that can pull you out of those dark times and get you through it is so important. Thank you. I love this next question. So Ashley is a part of a very elite group. I don't know if you guys know the statistic. I just read this from PitchBook that female-founded startups raised 2% of all VC venture capitalist funds last year. 2%. So I just want to get your perspectives on that experience, any thoughts around why that number is so low, and any advice you would have to anyone out there looking to fundraise. Yes, it's a sad statistic. It's one that we're definitely to be, conversating on. We're trying to change it, but it's really hard to change it when you don't have resources. So why does this happen? I'm not going to even try to tackle that question. I think there's a whole bunch of reasons as to why, and people that are funding companies or not funding companies. But it's very real, and especially for female founders of diversity, it's even lower than that. So this is something that has been an uphill battle. Sadly, through COVID, I've known many female founders that quit, and every time it happens, often it makes me cry. It's wrong and it's sad. Because women care so much about what they're doing, just like a male. But it's a lot harder. You have to work harder. You have to be smarter. You have to have more data. And you have to be 10 steps away from what they say that you're supposed to be. And so for me, I'm proud to be a part of that statistic, but I'm not. And I really hope that it continues to change. And especially because statistically, first and foremost, funding women is not a charity. Like, women present better, stronger numbers in data with more successful companies, the ones that survive. And so it's not a charity. This is something that if we want innovation and we want to see movement, we want to see change, we have to fund women, and we have to fund people of different backgrounds and different cultures so that we can actually see the things in ourselves and what we're actually trying to do. So it's one of those where people always present it as such an accomplishment, and it shouldn't be, it should just be resources to do it. Are you looking to fundraise? And if so, what have you felt about that? Like, how have you felt about it? Because I know that you've also done the shop, which is incredible. So our journey with Broglie Box, like I said, we kind of fell into entrepreneurship. It was a side job type of hobby thing at first, and then it kind of just kept snowballing. We got more interest, and so it was completely bootstrapped business. We are not planning on fundraising for that company, but I'm actually co-founding a new tech startup with Margaret Hines, actually. So more to come on that, but we are going to be fundraising for that. So I'll be having you on speed dial. So I think that I agree. I think it's not a good thing that female founders don't get funded as often. And not just speaking to the females in this room, but the males as well. Like, how can we lift each other up and make sure that the numbers are more representative of, because it's true, it's not that female founded companies aren't as great.
because they are. So definitely interested on that, to enter that journey. We'll be calling you many a time. Okay, I love this one. Speaking of support networks, having had a mentor or role model that you would call or rely on, and how was that process finding a mentor? I know a lot of people are like, I would love to have a mentor. I don't know where to find them. So any advice on that?
Yes, I've been really, really lucky to have incredible female and male mentors. And I'll talk about why I like to. So for females, obviously, I'm so inspired by them. They're always many years ahead of me, many chapters ahead of me. And so I'm just trying to soak up their knowledge, their wisdom of just, how to go about what we do. So I've loved my female mentors. My male mentors have been really important because sometimes I've learned this from actually RPG, when she talks about you learning from people that already know the system. And I at first was really frustrated because it was an uphill battle. I got told no over 125 times before I raised my mouth. And I was told a lot of why I couldn't do what I wanted to do and how it was going to be so difficult for a female founder and all the things. And so I actually started reaching out to male founders that had raised capital before and had made successful companies. And I just picked their playbook. I just tried to learn from them. And sometimes it matched and sometimes it didn't, but sometimes you do when you can. Like fighting and attacking straight on at a problem sometimes isn't always the best way. Sometimes you have to, even when you know it's wrong, you have to kind of take a step back and say, okay, well, how are they doing it? And how do I learn from that? And that's been really helpful. So I think finding female and women mentors, so many women, I mean, not one person has ever told me no. I will never tell a woman no to help. So I think being able to reach out, again, people that are years above you are always important. And then for males, I think just being able to see, again, you see someone in you or you see someone else inspiring you, you never know. Most of the people that are my mentors I reach out to like joking on. So, and I just kept going until they were fun. So yeah. What about you?
Yeah, I was gonna say that you'd be surprised if you just reach out on LinkedIn or email, the response that you get from people wanting to help. And I love this quote that you get back what you give threefold. So if you're a recipient of that email, just know that respond, help the person because you'll get it back threefold. And then it's so interesting when you talk about you got told no 125 plus times. And I think that's also just circling back to the earlier conversation of remembering your why, because it's in those moments that you have to remind yourself like, wow, I'm being told no a million times. Why am I doing this? And just reminding yourself of that. I've had many mentors and role models to help through the different process. And even like when we started Robobox, people did not understand what we were doing. Mental health in a box, what does that mean? And you're like, it's not a replacement for professional treatment at all. It's often a first step for people. But now it's very normal to receive a wellness box. But back in 2016, 2017, when we were starting, people just had no idea what we were talking about. So I think perseverance and not giving up, even though people are telling you that they don't believe in your idea, you have to believe in yourself just a little bit more in those moments. Okay, this is a fun one. Do you have a mantra or a favorite quote to live by or that you remind yourself of?
Yes, but of course I'm working on one of them. But one of them I actually just have always lived by is you can't control what happens to you, you can control your responsibility for what. I love that one because it's just been my whole life. Every time you think you have a plan and you think things are going according to the plan, something sideswipes you and you have to just start dealing with that. And so again, just being able to focus on what I can control and just controlling that response. And I just think about them, I really do love it, but it's just that happens.
I also have a few, and if you open my bathroom mirror, you'll see like all of them listed, all my affirmations. But my top favorite one is, what if it works out better than you could have imagined? Because I think sometimes we, at least for me, I envision what these scenarios of what could happen, and the possibilities are actually endless of what could be, and it could be even greater than what you thought. So just reminding myself of that constantly is what's getting me through sometimes. Okay. Is there a book or podcast interview that you would recommend for anyone?
You probably would laugh at this question because I love documentaries, I love doc series, I love podcasts, I love it all. Genuinely just because I love hearing people's life stories. I think humans are so fascinating. Okay. I think people's stories are just, you can learn so much from them. And so podcasts go for, at least with work, I listen to How I Built This. Yes, I'm really. And it's so cool because it's just so much about the beginnings and how people have created things, and honestly, just how they started. That's really more than anything else. And we're sitting in front of a group of individuals that I'm sure have all had their moments in their work too, where you see a lot of tough hardship, and it's constantly having to remember like why. So I love that you brought that up. And then books, one of the interesting ones was actually the founder of Nike's Shoe Dogs. Hello.
Oh, hello, thank you. Don't mind me, excuse me, please proceed, I'm all ears, listening.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Shoe Dogs, and it is the founder of Nike, yeah. But again, I mean, I could give you guys a list of books, but for me, it's all about just finding out people that have done it before and how they got through the hardships of sticking in it. So go ahead.
I'm just finishing the book, The Hard Things About Hard Things by Ben Horowitz, and it's incredible. It talks about all the things that you never could dream of that happened. I mean, this guy was super successful and still had to deal with, it was like every step of his journey. It's like the higher and the better he did, the greater the issues became. And so to hear a perspective from someone who was an amazing founder, super successful, to hear his perspective about the hardships along the way and kind of a guideline on what to do in those cases. It's been really, really interesting. So I definitely recommend it for the 3 or 4 people looking to start their own company in there. Okay, what else do we have here? Is there, I guess we kind of hit on this already. What would you recommend to anyone who has an idea or wants to found a company? Because I think most people they dream, right? They dream about these ideas and then they get stuck on that 0 to 1 step. Like that initial step is so hard. It's probably the hardest, in my opinion, to just get to like the very first stage. So any advice on that stage in particular?
I think 0 to 1 is always the hardest, whether it's like you're launching a program or a new initiative or a company, it's all the same to some degree, where it feels like all you see is the roadblocks, all you see is all the things that you have to try to get over. Even talking to Dana about just Congress and having to go through all the loops and holes to save lives, just to save a life. Which we should be able to do. I think 0 to 1, I actually think sometimes the hardest part is not the barriers that you're gonna have to get across, because there's a lot of them. It's the mental side of it, the mental health side, which is just showing up every day. Sometimes that's the hardest part, is to show up day in, day out when you've had all the things thrown at you, why you can't do something. And so for me, I always try to remind myself of exactly to your point, the why, like why am I doing this in long term? And trust the process. Like every bad thing, every no that someone's told me helps me ingrain my deeper yes, like my deeper why. And it's sometimes you have to, again, just attach to that, because what you're doing and what everyone in here is doing on a daily basis is so much more important than so many other things out there. And so I think when you can be really rooted in that, it really gets you through it. And I know you talked about perfectionism. It's so real in this profession. I definitely deal with that myself. And I always try to tell myself that the only way to get better is by doing it. You know, like you can't ever learn without falling down and failing and getting up and doing a little bit better than this. And just understanding that like it's a marathon, not a sprint. I think especially when you're doing any kind of work that will take many decades, if not more, to change society, how we do things or how we implement new healthcare policies, whatever it is, it's going to take a long time. So try to be patient in that process, allow society, allow people to catch up with you, and you know that it'll get through.
Yeah, I mean, I think number one for me is just you are your company's greatest asset. And if you're not taking care of yourself, then your company is never going to survive. So that beginning stage is so critical. The second thing is don't be afraid to talk about your idea, but also be cognizant of who you're speaking about it to. So like if you know that someone might have a negative reaction, that's going to sway, you know, that drive that you have in any sort of way, or maybe make you feel bad. Don't talk about it to them, but I wish that I would have shared the idea for Grobley Box before we launched with more people to just get more feedback, more interest, talk about it. The whole pre-launch stage, like we didn't even do that. We had no idea what we were doing. We were like, let's launch a website. Okay. And then, I mean, there was more thought to it, of course, but I remember on launch day, we were like, when are the orders coming in? You know, like, because we didn't do any like pre-launch, we just didn't know. And so I wish I would have asked more questions, not been afraid to talk about it. I remember being so scared of, you know, am I going to be embarrassed if someone has a negative reaction? Yeah, just wish I would have talked about it more. So definitely do that. Okay, so only a few of you rose your hand when I asked if I was a founder or aspiring founder, but I think being entrepreneurial, it applies to all of us because regardless of the industry that you're in, you can still be an entrepreneur in your company. And so before you started, yeah, was there any times maybe where you worked in a, you worked in a, you had another startup? Yes. Because I worked in corporate before, and I remember feeling like I have this entrepreneurial mindset, but I am afraid to maybe like go outside of the box or whatnot. I don't know if that resonates with anyone, but I feel like so many of us are actually entrepreneurial, maybe just afraid to share it. So I'm just thinking like maybe we could give some advice on ways that people could take a bite-sized step towards, you know, introducing a new concept to your boss or your manager. Anything?
Yeah. That's good. I think I would agree with that. I think everyone has the entrepreneurial side of them for sure. So I agree with that. And again, I think it's just like, to me, entrepreneurship is like creating, but it's just ownership. It's owning whatever you're doing and leading some kind of whatever that is. And sometimes it's curriculum, sometimes it's an initiative or a project. But I think, yeah, so the hardest part of it sometimes is just having the confidence in yourself and being told no and still believing in it. And I think one of the things that I wish I could tell my younger self is don't be afraid to try on any of it, even if you're wrong, because sometimes you are wrong, but you're going to learn along the way. And I think the first step is just putting yourself out there. And the first step is believing in what you have to bring out, because then everyone is going to impact other people. Even if it's one person, that's one life that you can change. So.
Okay. Does anyone from the audience have any questions?
I would love to ask a question if that's okay.
Sure.
Unless anybody else in here would like to
Well, we have
go
time.
first.
We have time, so you go first.
I appreciate that.
You want?
May I try? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Give me that microphone. Thank you. Oh, hold up. There we go. Let's get around this distance right here. Who in here is trying to start something? Nobody. Well, then why are we in here for? What about you? What you trying to do? Don't want to answer? What about you? We're here for suicide prevention training.
Right. Anybody here trying to be starting a business or something like that? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, definitely on. Yeah. In behavioral health.
Did you have a question for the panel?
It's kind of tying in, it's tying in.
Are you a founder?
You know what? In a sense, I am a founder. I definitely am, but nobody here seems to have that same aspiration. But I like what you were saying, kind of what you were getting at about the whole process and getting the idea on how to do something. I think that sometimes it's good to know. The reason why I was doing what I was doing is because maybe there's somebody in here that's trying to start something and getting specifically to what they may need to get started from that 0 to 1 would maybe make it easier for somebody to get to that 0 to 1. But see, that's the thing. Some people are not even willing to talk about these things. My name is Marco, sir.
Marcos, I'm Mark. Good to meet you, Mark.
Mark, we're like, we're using the pod.
All right, so
Yes, sir.
they're in the middle of discussion, so we're talking about kind of mental health stuff, and you're kind of hijacking.
Is it mental health or is it business?
It's mental health.
Both.
It's business
The
and
thing
mental
what we do with mental health is it's a holistic response.
How do they go together? That's my question.
And that's what we're, there.
How about that?
Great
How about-
question.
I know. You're welcome. Go ahead.
All the entrepreneurship go together and I think with every profession in entrepreneurship, mental health is a part of it because you have to be able to be taking care of you, to be able to do any of the work that we all do, right? And especially for all of you here that are in the caring space, so whether it's mental health, suicide prevention, teaching, curriculum, all of the different work that's in this room, it comes with you first. And so I love that we've touched on that, great question. But yes, I think it starts with us and how we're doing it, and that's how we can do other things.
Is this just a question thing, or can we kind of talk about it, or like how do you guys? What's the format?
As long as we have enough time for other questions.
I don't see nobody in here raising their hand, so I'm gonna keep taking the mic until somebody has a question to ask.
Well, I was actually thinking,
What do you got?
I was actually thinking that,
What?
I'll take it my breathing exercise.
If they want to ask any other questions, they can come up to me and I'll take the mic and manage the meeting.
Oh.
So does anybody else have any questions that they want to ask the panelists? Anybody else have any other?
Until then.
questions For the panelists, otherwise they're going to do a breathing exercise for the panelists. Come on up. No, we can do that in just a second. First, let's do a back question. Come on out. Say hi to our host.
Ask that good question, a solid question.
My question is talking to you. So with the, I love what you said about kind of disconnecting. Disconnect is not quite the right word, but not wrapping yourself up completely in your work so much. I feel that if you make it your complete identity when things go bad, or things don't go exactly as you want them to go, it's like a piece of your soul, So for context, my partner and I, we work in the wellness industry, hospitality industry, but we also work in energy. So there's a lot that goes into that. When you are giving so much of yourself, it's almost like you have nothing left. You're giving so much to others that you don't have anything left to give to yourself. So how do you manage that with your businesses that are so much about, being all about caring for others? Like, how do you manage not getting so wrapped up? That makes sense.
Yes, absolutely.
Not worded for this.
No, that's okay. It's not. Ladies? Yeah. Love that question. And the identity side is so real. So I definitely relate on that. So thank you for sharing. The big thing I think for the identity side for me, the first go at business, I absolutely threw myself into it and it did become my identity. And exactly to your point, every time things were going well, I was great. But when things were tough or things were bad, And I had to realize very early on that this is what I do. And yes, it is a huge part of me. It's a part of my heart. It's part of the things that I care about. But it's not who I am as a person. Like Ashley as a person is a lot of different things, but as part of that, it's not all of me. And so for me, I had to really remind myself, like, what are the deeper things about my identity that I do attach to it? What do I believe in? What's my faith? What are the things that are a little more consistent that can keep me grounded and allow yourself, because that allowed for the highs and lows over because I was more rooted in all my deeper parts of my identity, the deeper things that I care about, my loved ones, my family, all of that. But it's a constant thing you have to go back to. So I definitely love it, lost it, and I think we can all relate.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking that. I think, you can ask my husband, I lived and breathed my company for so long and obviously still do, but was not separated at all from it. And so anytime there was a roadblock or an obstacle or things just weren't going the way that I thought they would go, I was impacted, my mental health was impacted. So I really had to learn the hard way to separate myself. And I think it's, again, going back to baby steps. First and foremost, when someone asks, you introduce yourself to someone for the first time, the first thing I would talk about is my company. And now it's so much of like, okay, who am I? Who am I outside of that? So it is so important. It's the work that I do, but I am so much more than that. Especially, we would just get, we still do, we get so many stories from people who are struggling. And as someone who lost someone to suicide and also has struggled myself, there's a way to be there and support someone else while also creating a boundary for yourself. Because I hate to quote such a cliche thing, but you can't pour from an empty cup, right? It's like the oxygen mask. And if you are not well, your company will not be well. You're not going to be able to help anyone else. And so just using that as a driving force, that got to take care of yourself. But I can definitely relate to that non-separation because it happened to me for a long time. And as entrepreneurs, you're working all the time on your business. So it is really hard to do that to the point where I would have to actually schedule on my calendar blocks of time to just do something else because we don't make time for ourselves. There's a deadline or you're running against the clock all the time. So thank you for asking that. It's so true.
All right, do we have any other questions about the audience? Come on up. Yeah, everybody can hear you on the mic and everybody can hear you on the live.
I just want to say that I'm very inspired by you, but just like for a future entrepreneur, what kind of advice would you give for like any setbacks or like possible failure, how to recoup and like refocus and reset on your efforts? Yeah.
Thank you for asking the question and coming up. It's a great question. I know it's like cliche, and I used to hate this answer, and I'm gonna give up myself, but there is no such thing as failure, and I will have because everything that I thought was a failure or we kind of stopped doing it actually led to the next thing. And that next thing was even better because of one of the things I learned from the before, and also sometimes it's actually a stepping stone. That's been something that for anyone who's a fireman that's currently in it, it's so easy to see the things that go wrong and think that that is an end all. But usually it's just like it's pivoting you in the right direction. Like if you have the right line, you're doing something that you really know that you will lead to your soul, like it's gonna happen, but it's not gonna happen the way you think it will. And like going to my second one, I can tell you nothing happens the way I do it. I have a vision, but it doesn't go for it. And so being super adaptable and really understanding that if something's not working, there's a reason, and explore it. Instead of getting down with it, try to make sure that you're being curious. Why is this not working? Or if I do this something else, is that okay? And maybe there's something else in there. Curiosity has been my savior through so many years of this, and just constantly trying to understand that it's okay if it doesn't go exactly the way I said or thought it would, because if on the other side, it's just a little bit better.
Definitely echo everything that you just said. I think for so long too, I was so afraid of failure that it got in my way. And instead of just trying and knowing that I might fall on my face, but I'll be okay in the end, it prevented me from doing something that I really wanted to do for so long. I think I dreamt about roadblocks years before I actually decided. And actually, I was so afraid to launch it. My now husband was like, you need to do this. And I was like, well, you're doing me. But having that advocate, I think, and just someone to remind you of what you're doing and why you're doing it is also really important. But I think what also helped me is really allowing yourself, if you do mess up or there's a mistake, definitely reframing it as a learning lesson, but first allow yourself to just feel whatever emotion you're feeling. So I think we want to just skip to the next emotion and be like, okay, like I need to learn from this, let's reframe or whatever. But sometimes it really just does feel hard, right? And so allowing yourselves to feel that emotion instead of just trying to bury it, because things happen, but definitely reframing is helpful. Thank you for asking a question.
Any other questions before we do a breathing exercise?
Oh, we had our fun.
Oh, we get one more after one.
Probably thought how to phrase my question.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. You don't have to be perfect. Make sure you
Okay. Essentially what I'm asking is, say that you have a friend who is trying to start a business, what is the best way to kind of be there for them and offer them like constructive criticism without completely like either shutting them down or making them feel like they can't do it, but like wanting to help them better their business?
I know, I
Good
really
question. Good question.
The reason why I say it's tough is because I think even for myself with my friends that are going into the space where they are an entrepreneur, they're gonna be told no, and all the reasons why things won't work or come across hardship a lot. And so the number one thing that you can do for a friend or a family member or loved one starting something is just believe in them and support them, no matter what happens, because whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. So you can't prevent those things, but I wanna give the side of the constructive criticism, because it's a form of love when you're doing it. And the number one thing that even I had to do with constructive criticism from my lovers is remembering and starting with, hey, you know that I am your number one fan. And because I want this to work so much, here's one thought that I had about whatever you do. So it's just kind of starting it though, where you can take down that armor or that, because a lot of the time you are defending yourself at all times. Like part of entrepreneurship is you kind of have to defend your ideas, your stuff. And so if you can come to them and just say like, you know, you're number one fan, this is why I think this could be better. This is one thing that we could do. But at the end of the day, support, just supporting and just letting them.
Yes, I was gonna say, I think just supporting them, talking about the business on launch to your network. The constructive criticism, it is hard. I would say that if there's something that is in your zone of genius, that it's, and they're asking for feedback or advice, then okay, yes, like give it them. If it's something outside of, maybe you just have a hint, like I think it would be better this way, maybe help them find a mentor who has done it before, someone in the industry that can offer a different perspective, and then maybe it doesn't feel like, oh, this person's trying to give me advice about something that they don't really know about. But I would say if they're asking for feedback and asking for advice, then they're opening themselves up to the possibility and they actually really want it. I would also just be cognizant of when you're giving that advice, so you know your friend or your family member super well, and you can read probably how they're feeling. And so just timing it, okay, like they're in a really good headspace right now. prefacing it with, I love when I want this to be successful, and here's what this idea that I had, versus, okay, they're having a bad day, I'm gonna hold off on that. But the biggest thing is just talking about the business. I mean, especially because we were bootstrapped, the number of family and friends that just talked about Roblox to their networks or told their HR manager at their company, and then that company ended up buying boxes, and then someone's sister with the other HR company. So like word of mouth is very powerful. And that's why, you know, companies like Yelp are doing so well, because word of mouth and recommendations are super strong. Leave testimonials on their website, all those things. That's going to be really helpful. Can't wait to hear about this business. Tell us about it.
I know.
Okay, are there any other questions? Should we do a quick like breathing exercise? Would that be nice? I feel like I get a little bit of.
Yes.
A little stress. Yeah.
With the good air, I look at that.
You know.
Yeah, well, turn this off. It's on that screen.
Well, if you don't have it, then
Oh.
live can't hear you. So we're gonna do a breathing exercise, everybody, so enjoy.
So we always talk about this head and shoulder alignment because it helps produce more oxygen to our brain. So bring your chin straight back so our head is aligned with the shoulders. Very good. We're going to inhale in through our nose. And as we inhale, shrug your shoulders up. Hold your breath as you bring your shoulder blades back and together. Exhale, drop it heavy. Let's do that a couple more times. So chin is back. Inhale, shrug your shoulders up. Hold your breath as you pinch your shoulder blades back in together. Exhale, drop it. Last. Inhale up. Shrug your shoulders back, hold that breath. Exhale, drop it. Good job. Thank you all for being here today. I love the conversation, and even, you know, we adapted to all the things, and that's part of entrepreneurship. So thank you all so much. And the next session is starting soon.
In 10 minutes.
Perfect.
So this is the perfect time to kind of throw off the lead. And it was a perfect tie-in intro into what we're going to step into next with first responders and military. So.
Oh, actually, I see.
All right,
I got it
so
now.
give us just a minute. We may do an interview or two while we're waiting, and enjoy. Give me just a moment while I switch cameras. But don't worry, we're going to be here during the break, and we'll keep going. The next session does start in 10 minutes, so we may talk to one or two audience members while we wait. But give us a second while we switch our cameras around. Let me get my mic. There we go. All right, we're back. So we're going to check in on the audience before the next session starts and see what the panelists from the last group had to say about how that went. Yeah, we had a little bit of a fun, as you guys saw. So how was that for you?
Oh, everybody's got a story to tell, so it's just how we interact with people. Everybody wants to be seen, so it's being present. He just needed to be seen. So
He did. He just needed his moment in the sun.
exactly.
Yes. So yeah.
I could close the distance.
So how do you feel now that you're done? You want to tell the live how you feel now that you're done? Great conversation, so thank you.
No,
So, I didn't want to put you on the spot up there, but if you could tell your younger self anything about what you do now, that little girl, what would you tell her?
Believe in yourself and be confident in what you know, because you know something that is gonna help you. And so I would say, keep going. Even when you
We have a lot of we have a lot of kids watching from their classrooms today.
okay.
Yes, so I know we had a lot of
Going,
kids.
your voice matters, your ideas matter.
Like, no.
It's something that.
All right. So, let's see who else. So next we've got first responders and firefighters coming up. So we're going to segue into them and check and see if they're ready. And then we might take a short break, give everybody a chance to decompress after that last segment. And go from there. All right, are you up next?
Not me.
No, Mark is gonna go up next. You ready for this next session? Do you want to say hi to the lives? No?
No, absolutely.
Yeah. They're waiting for the next session. I'm trying to keep them entertained. You say hi again. Hi. We're trying to keep them entertained while we wait on the break. Okay, everybody, we are going to take a few minutes break while they finish setting up for the next section. First responders, and we will see you guys in a few minutes. We're going to prep them and make sure that they're ready to go. Hopefully no more surprise guests. The gentleman you guys saw earlier is out talking with professionals, getting some much needed assistance, and hopefully everything goes okay for him.
Yeah, okay. The drill instructor is just all. Right. Otherwise.
Okay. If anybody comes in again.
All right, everybody, we're coming back to the lives. And we're gonna get ready to go again with our next breakout session for our first responders. So enjoy. If you want to send anything into the chat, I will try to answer, but enjoy the sessions.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and kick this off. This probably should be retitled "Two Polish Guys on the Stage." So, the title of this presentation, aptly named, is "A Firefighter and a Vet Walk into a Bar." Now, me not being a drinking person, I know how this game is played. So, Chris.
Oh, yep.
I'll be brothers. So anybody that's been in the military knows the significance of a jello.
Yes, it is.
You know, just hang about him. I met Chris, what, 8 hours ago?
Yep.
And I already know he's my brother. We walk different paths, but they're parallel paths. I don't know what he's been through, he doesn't know what I've been through, but we know we've been through something. And that says a whole lot. That being said, my name is Mark McCoskey. I'm a firefighter from Metro Atlanta. I've been a firefighter for 24 years. I'm a station captain. And I'm out here talking about mental health because they're sick of hearing it in my agency.
All right. My name is Chris Jacknick. I am local to Las Vegas. Go Knights. I'm a 20-year combat veteran in the United States Air Force. My first duty assignment was Nellis Air Force Base. My last duty assignment was Nellis Air Force Base out here in Las Vegas. Since then, I took a kind of sideways a little bit journey. I worked for a little bit, but retired, was medically retired right into the pandemic. I did some things where I competed with the Department of Defense at the Warrior Games. And now I'm working on staff at an organization called the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, where we do grief support, peer support, outreach for those surviving military families, regardless of the circumstance of their loss or connection to their loved one. So it's definitely an honor to me, and we've seen full circles and the thing with the brotherhood between first responders and military is there on that thin blue, that thin green, that thin red line that exists, and delving into the bowels of society and living on the mission to take care of those citizens that we're sworn the duty to protect. And it is just an honor to be here with you. Like you said, no matter what path we walk, is our job comes from service. And the motto of a unit that I want to serve with is these things we do so others may live, regardless of that. And I think we live that for every day. But that means caring for ourselves. So how do you care for yourself throughout the duty and the challenges you face as a firefighter?
That's kind of a loaded question. If we go back to how I dealt with things as a rookie firefighter, as opposed to a 24, 25-year veteran, it has significantly changed in what's important to me. Just a little microscope into what's inside a firefighter or what's inside a cop or a military person without looking. Who in here can tell me how many exits are in this room? All right. First thing I thought about when I walked in this room was, what's going to be my way out if there's a fire at that door? What am I going to do if some guy with a banana with a tank top walks in the room? And how am I going to handle it? That had already gone through my mind. It wasn't something new to me. I already had it planned. Call it hypervigilance, call it what it is. It is what it is.
A lot of times people say firefighters, first responders, military have a dysfunctional mindset. We have a very functional mindset for what we do. There's nothing dysfunctional about it at all. Because quite frankly, those that you want running and burning buildings and towards gunfire are your roads. It's better to be a warrior in the garden than it is a gardener in a war. To talk about a few of the things that have grounded me here recently, there's a couple things. My most transformative moment has been over this past year and a half or so, and that's when I learned the value of yoga. Yeah, big muscle bench press guy. I'm all about the yoga. And it's not about position, it's about breathing. If you are breathing, you are doing yoga. Breath work can ground us, whether it's en route to a 3-alarm fire or a cardiac arrest or a child that's not breathing. If I can stop and take 3 or 5 breaths to regulate myself, I'm going to provide the best tool and the best options to that patient that I'm serving. When I'm in the right mindset, I can do my best work. What about you, Chris? You know, I could definitely be there because anytime you're involved in a high stress situation to that, it's like, what is your physiological response that is there? Whether it be the mental stressors of something coming at you versus like the throes of combat, you get chaotic and it really time slows down, is how best you can get control of yourself within the situation to work on being like, to bring back as much as you can to yourself. That allows you at least to slow down, think, and operate, and get the brain out of that anxious and reactive type state. You know, what's the fight or flight that's out there, and we learn that, and some of us just get, because of the conditions that we've been into, that on switch stays on. So what techniques and therapies can you learn to be able to turn that switch off, or at least I would say it doesn't function as an on and off switch anymore. It's more or less a dimmer switch based upon the conditions that are there. So is it dimmed down? And it really depends on the situation, because what we find out is it's a lot of these things is it's not the combat incidences that are disturbing a lot of the veterans. It's the things back home. It's the little pieces that are getting bumped on is these day-to-day stressors, like say you get a pebble in your boot. And you keep walking and have to walk up that hill. And that pebble may be like a performance report or anything. Well, people keep pouring sand back into that boot. So that big thing and the protective factor that's out there is, how can you take your mindset and control your own body and be in there? I look into the special operations world and they say that anytime if you're employing a weapon, the more control that you can be in your breath, like you mentioned, the better off that you are to be able to control that tool. Well, human beings are a human weapon system, and we're a tool to be able to employ that. So if we can utilize that work and ground ourselves effectively, we can be the most effective tool no matter what situation that we are put in, whether it's first responder or veteran. That's 100%. I'm going to take that right back to yoga. We talk about breath work for shooting. If you can't breathe in a position, you don't own that position. It's as simple as that. You can only control how you react to the situation. It's not what happens on the outside, it's what happens on the inside in your response to those situations. That being said, he brought up a lot of times it's not the calls that we run. My friend Dina Ali, she's a battalion chief from Raleigh, North Carolina. And she just did a presentation and she talked about it's not about the calls. It's about all the stressors. Some of our biggest stressors in the fire service right now are the sterility of the fire service. The firehouse used to be a place of, we're professional frat boys, essentially is what we are. If you walk into a firehouse, there's going to be more pranks going on. There's going to be busting chops. We're going to eat together. Every meal is like a holiday dinner. If you do something wrong, you better have thick skin because we're going to let you know about it. And then the next call, we're going to go respond together like nothing ever happened. And what has happened is the fire service and the police in general has gotten a real corporate environment with our HRs and our politicians and all this other kind of stuff where we have to walk the line.
We have to do things the way that they think it is for fear if somebody's gonna get their feelings hurt. And then they're gonna go complain to it. So it's not about the call, it's about the stressors. My one biggest regret about being a firefighter in my career is the damage I've done to my family. That every shift that needs to be picked up, I'm gonna be the one that pick it up. The training class that needs to be taught, I'm gonna be the one that trains. The being at the firehouse when my wife is 9 months pregnant and going into labor. To be able to have to hurry home to make it there to hold my baby. Because I'm busy saving somebody else's life. When things go wrong in a firefighter's house, it's shift day. It's as simple as that. When the plumbing breaks, when the toilet stops, when the refrigerator stops, I guarantee you I'm on shift. And it's the same with the military, except a lot of times theirs is while they're in deployment or they're away from home for a long extended period. Me, over a period of 30 years, 25 years, I work a 24-48 schedule. 24 hours on, 48 hours off. What's your average work day? 8 hours. So your 8-hour work days, I work that in one shift. So I don't only work 10 shifts a month, I work 30 work days a month. And that's just my regular shift. That's not the job I have outside of here. There's firefighters that work 2 departments, 3 departments. Matter of fact, my firefighter at my station, I looked at his timesheet, we submit our timesheets on Friday. He has worked over 200 hours in 2 weeks. Why? Because we can't let our brothers down. Before flying here, I was supposed to be on a plane at 6 o'clock yesterday morning to fly here. My flight got canceled. We were down a guy at work. I drove back. I worked a day half till 7 o'clock. He drove to the airport last night and got in at 2 o'clock in the morning this morning. In the past 40 hours, I've slept 3. This is what we do. This is how we function. This is how we operate. Good, bad, and different. That's what we do. We can't let things fail.
You know, Mark, and that brings up a great discussion on why first responders and veterans die by suicide. You know, and we think, and there's a lot of myths that are out there that go through. There's a lot of numbers we like to throw out there to kind of saber rattle and rally the things around. And I think seeing the reality of it is, let me backtrack a little bit. You know, this is, I experienced a lot of this while serving, but I also lost my brother, a Marine, to suicide, who was in there, which launched a lot of the things that I do today in his honor and in my family's honor. And what I've learned and what a lot of other survivors have learned across the path is it's like, we say that combat is this figure, like it's all these combat related suicides. It's not, well, if you do enough studies out there, combat's actually protecting. Because you become closer to the brothers and sisters that you serve with. And those who actually served in direct combat are actually less likely to die by suicide than those who did not serve in combat. And I think that what it comes down to is people join the military for a why, for a purpose that is bigger than themselves, or a purpose like no greater purpose than the opportunity to serve my nation and to potentially die in the service of my nation, so that others can be with the freedoms of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that they have there. And so when we see most of these instances, it's within the garrison or here back in the United States, within that, when the mission isn't directly involved in combat, and to think where we don't have that direct involvement. And the most crucial period for actually our veterans is immediately when they depart from military service. Because if you've been in for 4 years or you've been in for 20 years, it's that why, it's that purpose. And when our veterans are making that transition into the civilian world, as we call it, or a Fort living room, or whatever term you want to dictate it, is that's where they struggle the most, because the purpose is gone. You lose your peer group, and from my experience, you lose your peer group almost immediately. Is the units that you've been working with and your buddies and your teammates that are there, it's gone in an instant. The mission continues, but your life has to move on. And so where the struggles come in is the disconnection from military service, the figuring out what the why needs to be in a life, how do I continue to provide for my family? And the stigma that seeking help is not okay. And then we're being offered these, run of the mill, okay, you could be a security guard for $15 an hour jobs. When some of these 25-year-olds out there have been servicing multi-million-dollar aircraft and leading a crew and just want that same level of responsibility and pay that again. It's that hope, that meaning and purpose that's going to continue to drive veterans. And until we continue to provide that as a society or get that to folks who have came out of the service, like, we're going to continue to struggle a little bit.
So you mentioned the numbers, the statistics. How many veterans a day did, and this isn't a true number, we all know that. But what's the marketing campaign out there for how many veterans we lose a day to suicide?
Well, DOD's reporting 17 a day, but that's not counting active duty deaths.
All right, so 22 a day is essentially the marketing thing that's put out. To me, all right, line of duty deaths for firefighters. We're almost all the way through the year. All right, we just had 9/11. There's more responders that have died from 9/11 related incidences or injuries than those that died on that day. So this year, how many firefighters do you think we've lost in the line of duty? So responding to a call, heart attacks, that kind of stuff. Throw a number out.
40.
We've had 59 line of duty deaths this year for firefighters. Jeff, how many suicides have we had this year for firefighters that have been verified?
I have.
Those are validated. So we all know that number is much, much higher. So my journey in this mental health world started a very long time ago. I'm an empath, as we all probably are that are in this room. If you're in this room, it's because you have a reason to be in here, because something has affected your life and you don't want the same thing to happen to somebody else. The good thing is, broken crayons still color.
And Marines will eat them.
So back March 31st, 2016, I take my first peer support class. So helping individuals in a crisis and helping groups in a crisis through IFS, one of those big certifying agencies. I got the certificate. And lo and behold, the next shift, I was standing in my battalion chief's office and the phone rings. He answers it, I'm standing there. And I hear the voice on the other end. We're on the scene, we think it's one of your guys. It was a neighboring agency. Luckily, it wasn't one of our guys, it was our sister department, one of our neighboring agencies. Greg Bishop, 30-something years old, 2 kids, 18-month-old and like a 5-month-old. Mom took the kids to the grocery store. 18-month-old, they got home, came running in the master bedroom and found Dad. And I'm not going to go into the details because we all know them. We can all make them up. And at Rick's funeral, his wife said, while she's mourning, take care of each other. You never know what somebody else is going through. Regardless of the smile on their face, look at all the comedians that have died and passed. You guys have seen the supplements out there on the metals? That's Zach's company. Robin Williams' son started that company. Because he had that catastrophic event in his life that he didn't want anybody else to experience. You never know what somebody else is going through. We had an individual just 15, 20, 30 minutes later walk to the front of this room. There's more going on. There's more to that picture. We all know that. He just wanted to be seen. Who knows what he's got going on in his life? People want to be seen. It's the power of presence. In the first responder world, our commodity is compassion. That's what we give out. After I've done all the medical interventions in the back of an ambulance, the best times have been holding the hand of somebody that just needs to be comforted in their worst day. It's their emergency. It's not my emergency.
but they needed to be comforted in that worst day. So we just need to see people. We hear it all the time. If you're struggling, reach out. Who is going to reach out when they're struggling? It's for us to reach in. Put your phones down. Pay attention to what's walking around. I love to go to the grocery store and just look at people in the face and smile. They're either going to think you're crazy or you're going to light up their day. You don't need it. You don't know if it's a smile. I'm a hugger. I love hugging people. I got to do it the other day at work. Best shift I have had in a very long time. My chief was off. I was playing the chief role. We responded to a call. First call on that was at a extended care facility, nursing home, whatever you want to call it. The resident had passed away. And while we were doing all our scene things, my guys were dealing with that. I hear crying in the room next door. And it was the caregiver that said I was the last one to talk to him last night. It was her worst day. I simply looked at her and said, "Can I give you a hug?" And that was like lighting the fire underneath her. That was the relief valve that she needed. As she's sobbing in my arms, she said, "Nobody has ever done this for me." How sad is that? That we've lost that human connection, that when somebody's hurting or struggling, that nobody's going to comfort that person. That's their worst day. Yeah, it's my job. But just for her to be seen, that made my day. And there was multiple other incidences that day, just from being able to have that human connection that also often we turn off as first responders so we can do our job. Our job is to take care of people. That's all it boils down to. That's quite powerful there, and a lot of parallels come into that is thinking, you know, in some of the line of duty that's been there, and the deepest appreciation. And go out today and just think about that and reflect on some things. There's a lot of I believe there's a lot of hollowness out there. It's you know, when you thank you for your service thing, the 10% discounts and everything. It goes beyond that. It's like, understand what the culture of these families have gone through. Understand what the day-to-day life is on there. There's a lot of courses on this website called Sight Armors, where you can discover on you know, veteran culture courses on there. They're free to use, and that can really kind of get you ingrained. And there's a course on there specifically about 10 things a veteran, and I believe they're creating one, you know, 10 things a first responder wants you to know, like what the day-to-days are out there. Take the time to see that. These are the people who live within your community that are out there actively engaging, is whether it be a reservist or your local police officer or anything. I will say this, and I believe this, I think the first responders in this country have the toughest job in this nation, you know, right now, with public scrutiny and there's, you know, you can't do anything wrong. Everything's on film, everything's here, every interaction that they have with the public, both the fire department, the police department, our EMS and on there, and they get a lot of bad rap, and they're under constant scrutiny for that. And what that has to do to erode somebody's mental health, like when you're always being watched, it creates this sort of Orwellian world where you feel like every little decision you're walking on eggshells to whatever you have to make. And I think that alludes to the stigma of the military as well, at least with reaching out for help. And Mark, you can probably elaborate on this as well too, but I think the reluctance for a lot of people in this line of work to reach out for help is the fear of losing the job and the purpose that they want to go to. And so anything, at least from my experience, you know, the only thing you can equate to that is like a professional athlete having a physical injury and then never being able to step back on the field again. So like for veterans and first responders, you step into a professional's office, at least for a little bit of time period. If you say the wrong thing or say too much, there's a fear that I'm going to be taken off the line, and I'm no longer going to be able to do the job that I was, you know, assigned to do. And for me, that happened personally, and it really led to this crisis of faith and mental health, and goes into this thing that's beyond mental health on. For a lot of us that serve is to this moral injury is the new term, you know, that's how we've been developed for a long time. But like, am I doing right? Is my service worth it? Am I normal? And is the things that I've experienced, can I share this openly to where I don't have the fear of like, I'm not going to be able to do this line of work anymore. And that sticks with a lot of people that are serving like this is perhaps a more prevalent injury is this moral injury versus what the mental health condition may actually present there. So in the firefighter world, when we're inside fighting a fire, when there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of stuff going on, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. And we're taught, we even have policies called a Mayday policy. So we're inside fighting a fire. And you want to see a firefighter get emotional real quick, play a Mayday call. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. I'm separated from my crew, I'm out of air. Tell my family I love them. It's the hardest call that we ever make on the radio. Yet anytime you do it, if you get separated from your crew, you're supposed to call a Mayday anyways. You find your crew, you just call off the Mayday. It's as simple as that. But asking for help at that most opportune time when they're inside and their life is in danger, that's the hardest call to make. I need help. We call it the 10,000-pound telephone. So heavy, you just can't pick it up when you need help. So that's super important. And what's the solution? What's the fix? You asked me about what some of my coping mechanisms is. Yoga is. I was that guy, I could never finish a yoga class. First experience, I tried P90X yoga. Longest DVD ever. When you're sweating and shaking and all that stuff going on, I never finished the disc. Then I was a CrossFit coach. Well, our main coach at the gym, she was a yoga instructor as well. She was a yogi. So sure enough, we go in there, we do yogi, and we lay there and breathe and try to clear our minds. And my mind is like that merry-go-round at the playground. Just going as fast as you can, and you better hold on tight. So I started working on part of the cadre, a great group, and a huge part of my tribe is the tactical resiliency team, developing high performance. And in this, that's where we're going wrong. So PTS, and I don't like PTSD because you don't have to be diagnosed to have post-traumatic stress. You don't have to sit across with your feet up or talk to a clinician or anything for anybody to tell me that I've got stress for my job and what I do. I can tell you that right now. I don't need anybody to diagnose me with that at all. However, the way it affects us doesn't need to be an inevitability. Every firefighter doesn't have to have anxiety or stress. It is up to us to teach them at the beginning of their careers and throughout their careers the coping techniques and the practices that they can deal with it. With that being said, what works for me isn't going to work for you. There's a myriad of things out there that can work. Yoga and breath work great for me at this point in my career. So picture this. Our lifeline in a fire, the mask with breathing, somebody that's been that go-to guy at every fire. He's the rough, tough guy with a mustache and tattoos and all that other kind of stuff, has been saving lives his whole career. All of a sudden has something click in his head. And now he's claustrophobic with a mask. He can't perform his job. He's worried about the way other people are going to think of him. That's going to send him down that spiral quicker than any of us can do anything about. So the guy that started tactical resiliency, Rick George, he's a very well-known firefighter. He travels the country, he talks about it. And he is that guy. He's that shoot from Miami that doesn't care if he's in a church. He does look like Hulk Hogan. And he's got a lot of stuff up there. It's Rick, R-I-C, and then it's George, spelled like Jorge. So he is a character. But he went down that journey. And luckily, his Island of Misfit Toys instructors, we've all been down that journey as well. Because those are the best teachers, those that have experienced it. So we teach a 24-hour class at a conference where you're in gear working that whole time. And we put them to the brink of that mindset flip, and then we teach them the techniques, how to breathe through it, how to breathe in positions, how to work your mindset, how to segment, how to do all this other kind of stuff that doesn't just apply to firefighting, it applies to life. how you can sit in your driveway and do a couple recovery breaths, hold on to your steering wheel, your feet lying and your back across, just kind of like we did the breathing exercises, to re-engage before you go inside and go from shift mode to dad mode. I said at the beginning, I'm a firefighter, but a firefighter isn't who I am. It's not what defines me. There's a piece of who I am, but it's not what defines me. So that's the first piece we need to start doing, is teaching people those coping mechanisms at the beginning of their career, and just seeing them, teaching them those kind of things at rookie schools and academies. And then I think one of the most pivotal pieces is to walk with those people. As a company officer or somebody in charge of the station, I need to know my people. I don't need to know every kid's birthday, but I need to know when I walk in for shift at 6:30 in the morning if they're on or if they're off. I'm the one that knows my people. I had that conversation with one of my guys who walked in and I could tell he was off. I was like, hey bud, what's going on? Everybody is out, checking the trucks off, doing our morning duties, what's going on? We're up night. Then we sat there for 10 minutes. Well, 12 and a half minutes into the conversation, hey Cap, I don't feel comfortable having this conversation. That means we need to have this conversation. We can take it easy today. We don't have to do that extra stuff that we usually do. We'll respond to calls like we need to, but I'm here for you. If you need anything at all, let me know and we'll handle it. So once again, that power of presence, that power of seeing what's going on. You know, you got me thinking there about what I'm going to say next, but we'll bridge the veteran and firefighter here. One of the men that I'm most inspired by, he actually lives out here a little bit in Las Vegas, and he's a smoke jumper now that he's no longer a Navy SEAL. That man is David Goggins. And what Goggins says is you got to develop these things that callous your mind and develop these brain calluses because they can harden the skin that's there. So what you can do is with that pretense that's kind of coming in is to get yourself built up for these stressful situations. And like you, I found a lot of healing in through multiple things. And you know, it's not going to work for everything. There's we try to put in place these cookie cutter systems that are out there for this. It's like, okay, let's medicate with slow therapy. That may work for some, but what are the other pieces outside of talk therapy that are going to instigate into that? And that's where we have to meet the people where they're at. Within the clinicians, this is where we see a lot of the power of peer support starting to happen in local communities. We've seen this through AFSP with their healing conversations when we lost somebody. The VA is really good about this, having these peer support specialists that are on staff within multiple organizations in there, the fire departments, you know, their polices. We find this power of peer support because it's truly this connection that saves lives. So Sebastian Young talks about this concept of tribe within there, and it's connecting with others in those lived experiences that go through that. And for me, what I fell into is like I noticed that I have to find the community. Part of that was competing in martial art and cycling. And one of the communities that I found is it's kind of like these 5 M's that I discussed like within my recovery. One, I had to get sober and get off of alcohol. And that was a big thing. Staying away from any substance that will influence the brain negatively, like that's a good thing. But you got to move your body. You need that physical outlet that's there. For me, that was martial arts and cycling. And a lot of that, and encouraging our veterans just to get up and move, or our first responders to move through it, whether it's a 20-minute walk a day, whether it's taking your service dog out to a park, or walking like that. Get up and move and elevate your heart rate a little bit, because in this society, it is so easy to sit in front of the TV and binge Netflix or watch Housewives or whatever I got to do there. You know, put it, no jab. I love that comes back into support, is having that supportive partner that's in there with that. Somebody that's going to provide you the support you can bounce things off of to have that key. Mindset. Talking about gratitude, because we can easily catastrophize. You know, the best way to get in a better positive mindset is click that CNN or that Fox News off and get out of there. Get out of there. Just get out of that constant negativity cycle that's in there and hunt the good stuff. Find some sort of little piece of gratitude that's everything in there. Meditation, whatever form that you're taking, whether it's slow breathing or it's through a yoga class, my solace first came through the introduction of the Wim Hof method, and then I found out he was a suicide loss survivor himself and developed his breathing technique and cold exposure based upon losing his wife to suicide. And now he's here doing his breath work. And the other thing, and this ties into the communal, it's like sometimes you just need the medication to get back up to that baseline of homeostasis. Don't be ashamed if you need a little bit of support from there. And modern medicine is growing to where there's other techniques outside medication that we're looking at. And I was a part of one because the brain is a muscle. And like Mark, it's not post-traumatic stress disorder to me, it's post-traumatic stress injury, because I believe the brain can heal. And the brain is a muscle, like any other muscle in the body. You can train the brain to heal. And there are many other techniques out there in emerging studies through use of other natural occurring things that are there and through innovative procedures. I've had 2 of them done. They're called the stellate ganglion block. It's basically like a reset for the brain. And it sets and creates those new neural pathways that are going there. And the last thing for me is it's all about communal. And that's through heavy metal music. I find a lot of healing through the bands because they discuss these deep, dark things like Kill Switch Engage, getting out there and having these positive thoughts and assuming this positivity. And if you've ever been in a mosh pit and there's like 2,000 people there running around in a circle, crashing your bodies into each other, but you're all connected through those beats. And it's about just getting to that primal human connection of listening to music, enjoying that shared moment, and just colliding to it. Like you just resonate and feel it. And that's what we're designed as humans to do, is connect. So the power of connection, the power of peer support, the power of physical movement and modern medicine can get us in any situation. And so if you're a veteran or first responder getting out there, like get off your feet and move and connect with somebody. Don't stay isolated. You know, as Johann Hardy says, the opposite of addiction is connection.
I resonate with a lot of that he said here. I definitely feel it. Once again, what works for me is not going to work for him, but he said a lot of things that work for me. One of the things that works for me is my motorcycle. I love to get on my bike. My wife was having a bad day the other day. She's like, hey, will you take me out on the bike ride? So got on the back of the bike. We rode for about an hour and a half or something. She's like, I see why you do it now. And that's the biggest thing, is the power of influence. The best character trait that a leader or somebody leading can have is vulnerability. All right, my yoga. How do you think the guys receive me doing yoga at the firehouse? I don't wear yoga pants, I can promise you that. So after I went and took yoga for first responders, it is a true organization. Eric, Brendan, and Olivia meet. Olivia started it. She actually met her husband by teaching yoga at the fire stations. They have been 2 of my biggest influences in my transformation. I'm not pushing a program on anybody, but the Yoga for First Responders organization does it right. They kind of westernize yoga. They don't use all the little vinyasa, all those other fancy terms and everything. We'll do like warrior grits and stances and that kind of stuff. But we'll hold a pose like a warrior pose, and it's like standing there holding the hose line. So it translates. Holding a gun for the cops. It works. It's great. So I took yoga for first responders instructor school and came back to station and said, hey guys, hate to tell you this, but I got to teach 3 practice classes. And I'm the captain. After the first session, that ship that came in, hey Cap, what time we do yoga? I had to fill in on the Chiefs car, like I said, a couple shifts ago. Hey, I want to try that yoga thing you've been talking about. The power of influence goes a very long way. I felt I tasted the sweetness of the fruit, and I wanted to share with those that I love the most, those that I care about the most. Why not? The route to the call in the truck to the 14-year-old possible suicide attempt. Look over to my driver and said, hey guys, just FYI, my 14-year-old son right now is having some suicidal ideations and we've had a rough night at the house. We'll do what we need to do on this call, but I may need some downtime when I get back. vulnerability. For them to see that the guy in charge says, hey, this may affect me, opens windows, opens doors. So Kevin's movie came out. And Kevin came out of the station, so he lives in our city, Kevin does. So that's kind of, we connected through social media, and I found out it was close. I was like, this is a no-brainer. Come by the firehouse, we'll do dinner, we'll put you in gear, we'll work out together, whatever. So he was coming by the firehouse with a group of my guys. I was like, let's watch Kevin's story. We watched it. My driver looks at me and said, Kev, I don't feel good about that. He said, that took me right back to that one call, that one suicide that we had. You remember that? That call was 8 years prior. And both of us could remember every detail to a T on that call. So I say it's not about the calls, but there are those sentinel events that stick with us. That all too often, when they're supposed to be put back here in their nice, happy place, and they sit here, and every time something happens, it's like, oh, it's gotta go past that. Oh, it's gotta go past that. That's that one unfiled file that we don't know what had a place for. So that's why we have a hard time dealing with it. We can get into brain anatomy and sympathetic, parasympathetic, and that amygdala that everybody likes to talk about, but it's not important. We know what it affects us. Community, connection, that solves all the problems. Peer support teams are great. We do it automatically in the fire service. The most important place in the firehouse is the kitchen table. Second most important place, the tailboard on the truck after a call. We do it automatically. But there comes a point where we can only do so much, where we need a culturally competent clinician, where I have to spend 8 visits explaining why, no, doc, I can't come to you every Wednesday because I'm on shift every 3rd Wednesday. No, I can't work on this with my wife. Our marital issues are because it was 9 o'clock in the morning, we were talking about an issue at home, then the tones dropped, I had to go run this call. I'll call you back, honey. 8 calls later, I still haven't called honey back, and the situation hasn't been fixed. No fault of mine, no fault of hers, it's just the job. But those are the kind of things that cause issues.
Yeah, and especially when you don't want to offload some of the trauma of what you experienced on duty that day onto your family, because you know, that doesn't feel fair. So who can you turn and talk to? And it's gonna be that doc on the back of the truck. And I wish Kevin could be your probie every day out there riding with you and giving you that support. And we've seen that. And that's been a big change in the military, especially in the special operations unit. They'll bring in like SEER psychologists and everything. It's those folks who are running and gunning that are embedded within those organizations that are there that are saving their fathers. Because where is that conflict? Where does it come? Is you don't, you know, your family may not understand that, and you don't want to bring the office home with you every single time, because you want that to be a place of peace. You want to be a place of respite to be able to get out there. One other myth I want to dispel while we continue to have this conversation is I hope our society changed to where post-traumatic stress is not just a military and first responder thing, because that's unfair to the rest of our society. I feel those, you know, trauma is trauma, no matter what the source of it is come through. And we've heard stories from a lot of other trauma survivors out here too. And I hate that we continue to have this label that PTS is only a military thing. And I rest to assure you it's not. Especially some of the families that I've dealt with and been a part of is I can assure you that I've seen it come more out of the natural disasters we had to respond to, the car accidents that we've been a part of, the loss of other life, and it's not direct combat all the time. And we just as a society need to acknowledge that it's just not a veteran and first responder issue.
And to comment on that, as far as protecting our families, that's one of the biggest sins we make as first responders. I'm not going to share my wife what happened on shift yesterday because I want to protect her for it. She doesn't need to know that. Yet I'm going to come home short, angry, have a bad day. They do need to know. They can know the Disney version. They don't need to know the Cinemax version. But they need to know, hey, I ran a bad call today. Once again, another suicide attempt with a 14-year-old hung himself in his parents' closet while dad was picking up mom from the airport. Son was about the same age. I came home, I told my wife, hey, I'm not going to be right for a couple weeks. Just let me do what I have to do. I just want you to know that I need to work through some things. Just her having that level of understanding for her to know that it's not her, that it was a call. Went a very, very long way. To the point of, we did something to bond, to strengthen our marriage. We did crazy thing like we do. We did 75 hard together. I don't know if anybody knows what 75 hard is. So you do a specific set of habits every day for 75 days. You read 10 pages in a book, you drink a gallon of water, you do 2 workouts, 45 minutes. One of them's got to be outside, one of them can be inside. And there's a couple other things in there. So that's, once again, we're going to embrace this stuff together. We're going to do hard things. So one of the hard things we did, she's doing her thing, I'm doing my thing, because I got to go to shift every third day or work 4 days or whatever. So she was kind of doing her thing, and then we signed up to run a marathon together down the road. Anyways, one of the books she read was actually a firefighter. And in that book, he was talking about calls they had run and how they had affected him and his mental health journey and all this other kind of stuff. And after reading the certain chapter, she goes, hey, he talked about something in here. Have you seen something like that? I said, yeah. She's like, we've been married 27 years and you've never shared that with me at all. She's a school bus driver. She was doing a route, dropping the kids off in a neighborhood, pulled up to a car. It was kind of in a weird place in the middle of the road, so she drove around it 2 or 3 times till one of the parents flagged her over. She said, there's somebody in this car. She calls me that morning. I saw my first dead body. That's how the conversation started. I saw my first dead body. How do you deal with it? She couldn't get that one sight out of seeing somebody out of her mind. So I taught her my methods. You just think about the next thing you did. All right, I call 911. All right, I move the bus. And that helps your mind go to the next thing, and the next thing. It helps kind of guide your way out of it. And it was a moment for us to kind of connect, help her work through things. DSM-5, the manual the repair manual that all clinicians know, like if your alternator's broke, you charge 2 hours at $100 an hour, whatever, categorizes things for mental health. Anyways, in it, there's the 16 potentially traumatic events that are in there that are precursors, essentially, to PTSD. The average person in lifetime sees 2, maybe 3 of those. Natural accident or natural disasters, somebody dead, sexual assault, rape, whatever. So in a lifetime, the average person sees 2 to 3 of those. A first responder sees them all, sometimes multiple times in a shift. So when I say it's not the cause, it's those chronic exposures as well. So it all ties in. It's not a one thing fits all type of approach. We are holistic beings. So when I say I'm not a firefighter having a human experience, I'm a human having a firefighter experience. So if I look at myself more as a human, not as a public servant or public safety, that totally changes my perspective. If I can see the good in things, the flight I finally got on last night from Atlanta to Vegas, instead of having a layover and then having to jump over and do all this other kind of stuff. It was flying out 11 o'clock at night. And I didn't have anybody in the seats next to me. So instead of being sour about having to get on a late flight, yes, I get to sit by myself. It's seeing the little things before shift. I don't sit in there and watch TV before shift. I pull a rocking chair out on the front pad and I watch the sunrise. Then at night we watched Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune together at the firehouse. And I pull my recliner, and I pull my whip and my rocking chair out, and I watch the sunset. Huberman, I don't know if anybody knows who Andrew Huberman is, one of my favorite scientists at all, talks about bringing us back to nature, that our body and our mind is meant to see those changes of light as it comes in the mornings. It sets us in the right place, those circadian rhythms, everything else. And we're meant to see the lights going down, to move physically, to be able to see the trees going by us. We need to see that. We need to see the natural light. That's all the stuff that's easy. You can do it. Just pay attention to what's going on. You're like my sight-bitten butterflies. the yellow butterflies, the monarchs, this, that, just, flying around at pivotal times in my life. It's like, all right, I got you, guy. Thank you. So you have to find what works for you. Don't compare your chapter 1 to my chapter 10. No one thing's gonna work. They have to work together. Like Chris talked about, other medications out there. Psilocybin is a huge thing right now. There's great things happening in the psilocybin world and how it's helping the mind and neurotransmitters and pathways and all this other. It's great, but unless you're doing the work, just taking psilocybin isn't gonna work. See, just taking CBD isn't gonna work. You have to be doing the breath work, the mindfulness, all that other kind of stuff. Yeah, and I hope you get a opportunity to watch one of our beautiful Las Vegas sunsets tonight out there. You will be impressed. You'll find yourself a place to look at that. Like you said at the beginning, we're cut from the same cloth. Our paths may be different, but they're definitely there. And there's so much fusion in that within our communities that are there. And I think the big picture is here. What brought us together is Kevin, and what Kevin always discusses is having gratitude and finding that each and every day. And if you can get up and you can find that, then you can endure any day and any struggle. And I think I can answer for the both of us out here, but we're very honored to be here to celebrate his Alive Day. And that we've been invited to be able to share our stories alongside this, because it is really the stories that save lives. There's some crazy quote from Tyrion Lannister out there as Game of Thrones is ending terribly, but he says the most profound quote about it. It's not the armies or anything at the end of the place. It's why we connected to that is within the stories, and it's the stories that we connect with of this shared human experience on this flying ball of space that's out there to each and every one of us. And we've all been through something. We all know how to connect, and it's this connection that brings us love and brings us healing, no matter what uniform we wore, whether green, whether that suit out there, or whether the blue. And it's definitely an honor today to sit up here and tell you a piece of our story, brought together by our dear friend Kevin Hines. We have about 8 minutes. If you have any questions, or an open book to an extent. Yes.
What's your favorite yoga pose, Mark?
We call it mountain pose, and it's just standing there breathing. Standing there in stillness, and that's the hardest pose you'll ever do. Is stand there in stillness without moving or doing anything, just trying to breathe. Mountain pose. Yes.
So I'm a trained trauma therapist.
Okay.
And
Thank you for your service.
and it's interesting. I work with children.
Okay.
And what got me into trauma therapy was a young lady I worked with for 6 years who was sexually assaulted. Right, and it taught me a lot about what trauma really means. It's not something that you get rid of. It's something you learn to live with, right? It's a part of your story. It's not your only story. And you prove that every day. And you're right, knowing your limitations is so important. So thank you guys for speaking that, because I think especially in your fields, when you are a first responder, there's an expectation from us as the public that you're the one who knows how to handle this. And we forget that behind that expertise is a human being who's seen gunshot wounds and worse. Right. So thank you guys. And I think it's important for us as the public to recognize that you might be the one that's good in a crisis, but you still have to deal with what you saw.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Definitely. It definitely does go a long way, and we're there to do a job. We recognize that. And in my transformative process, especially over the past 18 months, is the ability to feel again. To be sad is okay. To be happy, to celebrate the small moments. That's what I've got back in the past 18 months doing the work, is to be able to feel again. To celebrate my grandchild's birthday, or to smile on their face, and see that kind of stuff, and not just be there, not just be present. I'll give you guys a little test. Next time you see the firefighters at the grocery store, or whatever, don't thank them for their service. Go get them, brothers. I guarantee you they will smile at you. So don't thank them for their service. Say, go get them, brothers. You know, get a smile. I promise. Anybody else? Yes.
So I work for Nevada Department of Veteran Services, and I'm the suicide prevention program manager for the state of Nevada. And I guess like my question is, when there's a veteran that's in a crisis, or or if they lost a brother to suicide, what's like, how can I better like support them and help them move forward and give them the right resources and support that they need? I know it takes a community to make a difference and to have all of us come together, but I just want to know like what's the best route I should take.
I think knowing their story is really knowing what their background is how can you engage and really start to pick that onion apart to find out what they're shooting, especially like there's a lot of survivors remorse and survivors guilt among there. It's like there's always that's on the forefront of the veteran community. And what do they connect with? And I know here in Nevada, we have a lot of challenges.
We got
not
tons
just
of
with
resources too.
Exactly. But getting a veteran through the pride and asking for actual like help. What is the actual help? Are they engaged in VA services? Because at least from the work I do with CAPS too, is I deal with a lot of surviving battle buddies along with that. And there's a pride about VA benefits. I don't want to take away from my peers. I don't want to take away from anybody. And the way I rephrase this, and some others have said this, it's like you're not taking away from anybody. To me, once I got away from the term of disability and saw VA compensation as workers' compensation, it changes the narrative, it changes the discussion a little bit. It's like you're being provided compensation for the work that you did on duty, and you're not taking away from anything as shame, because that will open up access to care and everything for the other resources. And like even just a 10% increase from say if they're at 20%, 30%, new doors of access to care will start to open up for that veteran. And that's where the discussion will go in. The connection of peers is within the group. And there are so many subgroups and subsets within the veteran communities nowadays. It's a phone call away. Hey, do you want a magazine from the Vietnam veterans? Do you want to be connected to Gulf War? Do you post 9/11 vet? It's like peeling those onion layer back, because the deeper the connection you can make to their distinct level of service, the better. And we're doing a lot of great things with peer support. It's just a matter of connecting them to the right resource that works for them. The other two things is always assess for substance abuse and firearm safety. Is we always feel like we need to be on duty and on watch, and I will tell you the easiest way is just to have that gentle conversation about safely securing firearms, and especially when they're in crisis.
Like one thing we do down here, I work with an OSP. We teach a lot of classes for Creech. Usually it's the senior NCOs, but also I'm with the VFW, and we now have a suicide prevention trainers in the north and down here. I handle Southern Nevada from Tonopah, and I teach Safe Talk classes, and we have people in Reno, and we have one in Elko. If it's a veteran, and since you are part of our auxiliary, just give them my number, or because I'm the state chaplain and I have the resources that we get from NOSP to use and to get these people help.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, easy.
Thank you so much. It's a who the Lord calls, the Lord qualifies. We have about 15 minutes before we start our final session for the day, which is going to be another panel discussion with.
Is Kevin back from getting his?
Probably not. He's
going to be there for a while.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got about 15 minutes till the next session. If you guys need anything, let us know. In the meantime, we will get started back up in about 15 minutes. We'll check in maybe with some folks in the meantime, but we're going to take a little break first. We may pop in the middle of that 15 minutes, but for right now, we'll check back in with you guys in about 5 minutes or so. Enjoy the break.
I'm getting ready to go to tip school.
All right, everybody, it's gonna be just a minute. We're getting ready to get started back up, getting everybody on stage. And then we're gonna get going again. So give us just a moment. All right, everybody, here we go. Our last session of the day. Thank you for joining us live. We'll be here for till 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And thank you.
Okay, we have the last session of the day. I'm gonna channel my inner Kevin Hines because obviously I'm not him. My name is Julia Belt and I'm the co-founder of Berkeley Box. I'm also a mental health advocate. And I think we all probably know this statistic, but it might be a good time to remind us that men die by suicide 3.9 times more than women. This is a topic very close to my heart as I lost my 24-year-old brother to suicide. And they say that for every one suicide, 115 lives are affected. But in my experience, that number has been incalculable. So I'm very excited to have this panel today with you all. I have a question from Kevin, so I'll do my best to channel inner Kevin Hines. And let's go ahead and get started. So we have Dr. Marlon Rollins, we have Dr. Corey Hicks, we have Mark Mikowski, sorry, and Chris
Jack, the two Polish guys at the end. Alphabet soup down here.
Okay, so let's kick it off with you, Dr. Marlon. Tell us about your profession and how it aligns with your personal experiences.
Thank you again. I appreciate this great audience that we've had, and again, all the panelists. Again, my name is Dr. Marlon Rollins. I'm a licensed therapist. I have a doctorate in psychology. I am originally from Indiana, and I lost my sister to suicide in 2013. She was a nurse. And that particular, she's 2 years older than me. She died when she was 37 years old. It should be 10 years. So I'm a loss survivor. At the time of her death, I was director of a crisis department in Indiana. And I worked in everything from school counselor to the prison to the emergency room. And I'm currently the president and chief operating officer of a mental health group in Los Angeles, California, where we do mental health and addiction recovery for everybody. Commercial insurances. But we're really proud because we're in it with Tribus and TRICARE. So professionally, my goal has been to come into the mental health space as a CEO and COO of some largest psychiatric hospitals to try to fix the system that my sister was trying to interface with and found a lot more brokenness. And I will share a little bit more about her story in respect that we talk about the high risk among our first responders and our nurses, we learned are also high risk for suicide. And the stigma around her purpose of being a nurse when she was struggling with addiction and diagnosed with a mental health condition. And that stigma and the idea that she couldn't be a nurse anymore. And that she didn't feel like she was good enough to be a mother anymore. She wasn't a sister any longer. Those things struck me as a provider, as a professional, trying to help my sister and feeling like I had failed her. And then looking at the systems that I was participating in, realized the systems were not designed for good care and were not welcoming either. So that catapulted me on a personal journey to want to do more. And I sought out executive leadership and started working with some of the Fortune 500 California in psychiatric hospitals in California. So that put me on the path of even more discovery. I met Kevin Hines actually at a conference. I was in Las Vegas speaking on integrated healthcare and how to bring mental health services better to primary care. And again, I saw many, many times providers not even being trained on suicide prevention, how to ask questions. So that for me is my personal and professional goal. I'm still on that journey today. I have more to share. But that's why I'm here, and I'm grateful for Kevin because he inspired me at that conference when he was standing up talking about his story. And I realized as an executive, I needed to share my story too, not just to help become a better leader, but for my own personal healing. I needed to speak it out loud. I needed to cry. I needed to feel the feelings that as men sometimes we're not allowed to feel because we don't feel safe enough to find those spaces. So again, I'm grateful and proud to sit amongst men and talk about mental health. And I'm prayerful that we're in a new age of being able to talk about this softness of men and still being men and not losing your masculinity because you can express sadness in an appropriate way instead of anger and aggravation, which sadly too many times we're seeing the outcomes fall. So that's how it's going.
Amen. I'm about ready to pass along some gathering collection plate.
Okay, next, Dr. Hicks, what is your drive for wanting to succeed?
Yes, so, all right, so I'm Dr. Corey Hicks, and my journey is a little bit different. I'm a medical director for a pharmaceutical company. I work in genetics, that's what I currently do now. I've been in pharmaceuticals for the last 27 years. I've worked in cardiology, neurology, and then I worked specifically in genetics. But prior to that, I was a professional athlete. I ran track and field and sport of track and field. And, you know, sometimes you can't plan your future. You don't know. I thought I was going to always be a professional athlete. I thought I was going to go to the Olympics. Everything was going to work out, but I had an untimely injury happen just before the Olympics. Can you imagine being a three-time NCAA All-American and you're training and your senior year of college? Here it is, you're winning the NCAA championships by 300 points. And the people who shook my pole poles crushed every one of them. And I didn't realize until it was broken into the seventh event of the decathlon. So here it is, I lost 275 points. I ended up losing the NCAA national championship. So I'm done with it. I'm just focusing on teaching, and all of a sudden I got a phone call from one of the Olympic coaches that said, hey, we want you to come out and be a part of the 96 Olympic hopeful team and train. So I'm out at Cal Poly. Everything is going well. Finally, I'm getting the training that I never got. I had an opportunity to train with the top pole vaulters in the world, the top discus throwers in the world, the top runners in the world. And here it is, leading up into the Olympics. It was just a tune-up meet. And it was Mike Smith, who was #1 in Canada at that time. You had Chris Hawkins, who won the gold medal. And I'm in the 100-meter dash, and 3 steps into the race, I tore my quadriceps right off the kneecap. So here it is, everything that I worked for, everything that I wanted. It wasn't like a small injury. This was something that I didn't know how bad it was. But, you know, 3 weeks later, without surgery, I found out that it was a septic ticker, and then I couldn't get surgery because it was like trying to sew together hamburger meat. It was too late. So here it is, I went from being this elite athlete to not knowing whether or not I was gonna just be a regular person again. And so you go through a lot of traumatic experiences, you know, before panic attacks or anxiety was diagnosed. So here it was, I was having irregular heart palpitations. When I get up in the morning, it felt like someone had a straw in my heart and was blowing it up like a balloon. It was, you know, just feeling lethargic and not just really feeling like myself. And so all of this went on until, you know, I ended up going back home, and I was going to start back, you know, my teaching career. But, you know, it's kind of like when you open up that Pandora's box, you know, these panic attacks, all these things are happening. Plus my mother, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She had a cancer the size of a cantaloupe in her right breast. So I'm seeing her go through all of these things, losing her hair, saying, I'm ready to die, I'm ready to give up. And I'm going through all of these things myself. Lost 21 pounds. I was a sports analyst for the NBC Channel 3 News, but it didn't matter because at that time I was attached. I didn't want to have anything to do with trauma because it was reminding me of the trauma that I went through and what I wasn't able to accomplish. And so lo and behold, just having the perseverance and fortitude to move forward. And I'll share this, and I won't, you know, because I won't be laboring too long, but I ended up getting a job as a 4th grade dropout prevention teacher. Now, mind you, all of these things, I moved back to Florida on $200 and $375 on my credit card. And I had 2 weeks to make it. On the second week, I ended up getting offered the opportunity, but even teaching that, Here it was, I was with kids that didn't want to be there. They had no motivation, and I'm trying to motivate myself, but God knows what he's doing, because finally, you know, because of them, I was able to take my mind off of myself, and I was able to worry about them. And so here was, they had never had an opportunity to have a teacher like myself that had been a part of the Olympics, was training. So every day we talked about, you know, the experience, and they were just so entrenched into everything that was taking place. And it was an amazing year. 75% of the kids were mainstreamed back into the classroom setting. And lo and behold, what I call the hidden giant of the anxiety and stress that I was battling with, it finally subsided, because again, I was focused on somebody other than myself. So that's part of the story. I won't go into too much more detail, but I just want to share that part. But that's why I'm here, to motivate, to encourage. I speak all across the world as a motivational speaker. I'm an author of a book as well. So I really and truly love giving back. When we had an opportunity to meet Kevin, we were just so inspired by him. And whatever he was doing, I said I wanted to be a part of that cause. So that's why.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's so true that our stories really drive us, and our hardships sometimes are the reasons why we are so successful today. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, Mark. This is from Kevin. Why is your head so shiny?
So the match is.
Okay, tell us about your career as a captain in the fire service.
Well, you heard a lot of it previously. I wasn't that kid that wanted to be a firefighter growing up. I didn't. I'm second oldest of 10 kids. Grew up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and we probably had more stray people in our house than we had stray cats. Everybody was welcome in our house. So I credit my parents and my upbringing a lot to being able to relate to others, because size, height, weight, color, none of that mattered in our house. We loved regardless. And the people that were most destitute and not welcome in their own rooms were always welcome in ours. So that kind of led me on my journey. I did a 2-year missionary trip to South America. Went to Chile for my church, and got home from that and went to paramedic school in Idaho. That's where I met my wife, and it just kind of exploded from there. She was in Atlanta girl, so I got Jordan Beach, and was down in Atlanta right up to the Olympics. So yep. So yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Chris, what was your upbringing like?
Oh, well, you put me on spot, because now we're gonna go to the origin story. Okay, everybody go back and look at. Marvelous entire thing. But no, I grew up in a small town in Wisconsin, and like we like saying Wisconsin, there's 3 things that take priority: God, your family, and the Green Bay Packers. Yep. And that's what we inspired Martin Legal. No, I grew up there. You know, have a brother. I'm very connected as sibling lost survivors. I was with my brother Adam, this suicide in 2017. But grew up in a small family, and you know, preached hard work from both my grandparents served in the military. My grandmother on my father's side in the dry navy, as we called it, and my grandfather on the other side in the army during the Korean War. But this was the time, it was like the late 80s, like this is when G.I. Joe and Rambo and Arnold were getting big. So we had this call. And then when the first Gulf War happened, like my brother and my cousin, we just started putting on uniforms and playing out in the woods and getting lost and finding pen out there. So that was a little bit of a drive in service. Upbringing was a little bit of luck, but it was focused on family. And my parents were divorced, and then my stepfather would physically abuse my mom. So we spent a little bit of time in a battered women's shelter and get taken in by the Franciscan nuns of southern Wisconsin. So this was little like had this kind of normal Midwest life with my dad and my stepmom, was hardworking Midwest, and then when I transitioned to my mom, who struggled after that struggle with her own mental health is when the time we would spend with her would be with other kids who would experience, trauma within there. So it was a really challenging lifestyle, but I'm grateful for the values and the lessons that came from that time from both my father and my mother.
Thank you. Marlon, what helped you find your purpose and path as a young man?
a little bit of an origin story as well. Now, my sister and I are actually born in Seattle, Washington, and we moved to Indiana. We were very, very young, and it was just her and I. We were the first children born of my mother's family who lived in Indiana. My father was Black and my mother, she was white. And we left Indiana to come back and realize that race was an issue more than ever before. We weren't really welcomed as children, even to that family. My mother and father actually met in the Bay Area at Berkeley University. My father was an artist, but his trajectory, he was not present. Ultimately, he tried to be a father, but he left us when we were young. And the last time I said he was an art teacher, I remember he came and taught art class for us. The third grade, I thought it was the coolest thing ever that my dad was teaching art class. The fact that he was just there and present. But ultimately, he ended up leaving. There was a lot of violence in the home between him and my mother. It was difficult. My sister and I were just really, really tight. There was time that we were homeless. We were like on the road traveling. And my sister and I had made a commitment that we would at least try to change our situation. Like we wanted life to be better for us. And so I looked up to her because she was 2 years older than me. And we both made a choice ultimately to leave home when we were younger. And she left and was emancipated from her boyfriend. She was like 16. And I went to this public school that I decided either I was going to get accepted to this school for really smart kids, or I was just leaving to go live on my own. And thankfully, I got accepted to the school and moved out, and there I was. But as a young man, you always say like, oh, this is how I'm going to be. I was going to be a doctor, and I was going to be a plastic surgeon because I was good at art too. And I came across a ministry. One of my uncles, who was just a blessing to my life, he reached out. He said, you know what? I think Marlin used to have like male interests. And he took me to the church where my grandmother at the time was actually an organist. And I met my father, my pastor, that some of you all met yesterday. And he became like the cornerstone. He became the father figure to me and really taught me how to wear a suit, how to talk, how to just be proper, because the images that I saw for young men, especially young Black men, they were positive. They were either athletes who were really thuggish or rap artists. And I tried to aspire to be that, even though it didn't fit for me, but I thought that's what it meant to be a man, and particularly how to be a young Black man. So he showed me something different. And it was the first time that I got to see Black men professionals and other people's professionals, be able to speak up. And I talk like this all the time, actually. So I had to learn and become disciplined, and it was being ushered by his mentorship. So it set me on a path that I realized that I had a calling to the ministry. Well, I didn't realize it came to me, and it said, listen, you're supposed to do a great work in ministry. And I prayed about it. I said, well, what am I supposed to be doing? And the word came, counseling psychology. So I had made a commitment when I first started college at Indiana University that I would go and pursue counseling psychology as a degree. And I changed from pre-medicine to art to counseling psychology and just set off on a path to pursue that for my purpose, if you will. And I completely dedicated myself to that. I don't know how many of you guys know, but you don't really feel like until you really learn how to give up the life that you planned, you can't find out the life that's ready for you. And even at that young age, I really wanted to have a father figure. And I didn't realize how valuable that was for me. But without that, I was just kind of making up my own way. My sister had started her own journey in finding nursing. She had a daughter when she was 23 years old. And I'm still very close to her now after her loss. But again, it was devastating for her because she was 13 years old at the time. She passed away, and she was a witness to her mother. My sister's name is Amber Rose. So I always think of her. We always planned that she would be the nurse and I would be the therapist. And before she passed away, we worked in the same hospital together. And for about 2 years, her and I would finish up my work in the emergency room, and then I would go to the transitional care unit where she was dynamically taking care of people who had wounds, who were at the end of life. I took a lot of pictures with her. She was so proud of me because I was Dr. Rollins. So we felt like we had made it, right? Because we were doing our thing, and we talked about all the stuff we would do, whatever the next level, the stuff that you do when you're a kid. We would just kind of like play together again. Think about, look, what we made it through, and look where we are now. So when I lost her, I began to realize that part of my purpose was I didn't know that I had been prepared to deal with her death in a way that I did not see. So when I was called into counseling psychology, without having that space, without having the vehicle of understanding mental health, I wouldn't have really understood what to do about it. That actually had the conversation. And in fact, because of the profession that I was in, I couldn't get away from it. I was still working in a hospital, so guess what? Every day I saw a nurse. I was looking through charts and at a crisis department, and every time I saw the word suicide on it, I would freeze. So we got a grant from my company, the Zero Suicide Initiative, which I'm sure some of you have heard about, and for like $2.4 million. So I was thrown in the middle of saying, okay, you just lost your sister a few months ago. Here's a grant for suicide prevention. Deal with it. So I couldn't get away from it because it was my personal calling, but now I had this healing journey that I had to get on so that I could tell her story. And it wasn't until I began to tell her story more and more that I realized that I had to do more. So it was really a phase journey for me, not recognizing what it meant for me to make that decision at 19 and to go cultivate myself as a man and still learning how to become a man, because I still don't think you did it when you're like some 30s. And I'm still on that journey, but I realized what it takes. And my goal now is to help other men and other communities understand how to support themselves and not just do suicide prevention, but really understand resilience, specifically resilience among men.
You made the comment about the suits, and I've hung out with you probably 5 or 6 times now, and this man is always dressed to the nines. So whatever he taught you, it works. Okay, Dr. Corey, how do you define success?
It's about running your own race. I think the biggest thing is that we try to be like everyone else. And when you try to be like everyone else, you take yourself out of the comfort zone because, you were intended to do what God placed you here on earth to do. And when you have what I call, distress is when you're operating outside of your comfort zone, when you're operating outside of your calling, when you're trying to be something that you're not. And so success is about running your own race. It's about counting the quick wins. And I think it's important to count the quick wins because the quick wins are the wins that sometimes we always set these lofty goals. But what about the goals along the journey? Everybody always focuses on the destination, but it's the journey that's the beautiful experience. It's the journey. It's the meeting individuals. It's the meeting individuals like yourself in this room. It's the stories that you hear, the people that you're able to touch. That's how you define success. Slow roasting beats fast cooking. So it's one step at a time. It's one step at a time. And if you don't quit, you will eventually win. So.
Okay, Mark, what is the importance of mental health and public safety?
Well, you guys heard a lot of that prior to this. Mental health and public safety is paramount. I'm a true believer in just because we had some church up here already today, as we go there. I'm very faith-driven, and I'm a true believer that the one thing the devil is trying to do is destroy families. Because that destroys support mechanisms. That destroys having father figures at home. A lot of the problems that we deal with in society today are because of degradation of families. I mentioned them as we talked earlier. That's my biggest regret from my career, is not putting my family first. There's a lot of firefighters and cops out there that are on wife number 3, wife number 4, husband number 3, husband number 4. Suicide is rampant, but so is divorce, so is the degradation of families, because we're out serving the public. The one constant, while my home is always floating, is because my wife's been taking care of the kids. While I'm out saving the world, the true heroes are the spouses. So mental health needs to be worked on for first responders, not just for themselves, but for the benefit of the family.
Could not agree more. Okay, Chris. Why did you join the military and what was your military experience?
How long do we have? No, yeah, it was this, sort of this call to third, where it gets ingrained, and you see that less and less, it's like, it's the same family kind of serving over and over again. But there was just an inspiration that was there, and I didn't know what seed exactly got planted. I think it was like that thing in the 80s, is like the GI Joe or something close, and it came in, she had a recruit from high school. I was like, this would be the greatest thing you can do. You can go be a rescue jumper. You can go swim, and you can go do all this stuff and save lives, be this flying medic. He's like, hey, you got on my, you don't speak security forces too, where like you're this police officer. And I was just kind of like inspired as a young, 17, 18-year-old, really don't know what you want to do anymore at times. And then you hear somebody who really kind of inspires you, and it kind of hits the back of the brain. And, oh, yeah, that would be cool. Like, I don't want to just go off to college and do all this stuff. And then so you make that decision. All of a sudden you're in there. The experience was unique. I joined prior to September 11th, and when that happened, I had gone through small personal tragedies. So, I was in Kuwait, supporting some no-fly zone missions prior to 9/11 happening, and it would be my first deployment. I had the heaviest machinery on the base to be able to defend it. But I lose my mom suddenly. So here I'm a 20-year-old in a combat zone, pseudo combat zone, the way you would consider that too much bad. Then as a 20-year-old, I lose my mom, I expect. And we're being, in a country flying back in, a uniform that I could bury my mom. And 2 months later, my grandfather was succumbed to cancer, and 3 months after that, 9/11. So, I mean, that was the brunt of my first 2 years in the military. Is first of all, lost, and then the country would change dramatically. And I changed jobs, I received mental health treatment, I was struggling with that, I was struggling with a lot of things early on, and then the wars would kick off. I would recover and make some meaning out of those losses in my career, because there was a person in a position there called first sergeant that helped me out while I was overseas. And so I wanted to pay that forward. And eventually in 2014, I would get to do that job and be able to provide services, take care of airmen and their families throughout that. But then later on, the book ended where the last deployment I would ever serve in Afghanistan is when my brother's first serious unsuccessful suicide happened. So it I felt something was wrong with me every time I went overseas to serve my country. Something would happen to my family, so it created this weird kind of trauma. And eventually, when my family did lose Adam, I was serving in that very position to save families. So I carried a lot of guilt in that, because I was good at taking care of airmen and their families, but I couldn't take care of my mother. And so I carried that guilt for a long time, and that threw me into a big spiral of depression, alcohol addiction, very bad things. And it took me a long time to get through that. Now to make meaning of its loss and be able to give it others to again, to make sure that we don't remember the way that my brother died. We remember that dash that we between those 2 days, and I honor the way my brother lived, by making sure that other families out there understand what we have gone through and the struggle we've been to be there for those and empathize with them who are struggling.
Yeah, the guilt as a loss survivor, I understand that. And also, there's this quote: "Grief is the price we pay for love. Without love, you wouldn't be able to grieve." And so, totally understand that. I understand you're a kidney donor as well. How did that experience add deeper meaning to your personal journey?
Again, I have to say this is an absolute miracle. Honestly, I'm a kidney donor, but it's nothing like learning how to be a patient. Back in 2011, it was just my father, my pastor, became deathly ill after being pastor himself for some 20 years. He served in the military. So he was always about giving himself, and still he found himself. in the healthcare system, not getting good treatment, and his kidneys were in failure. And I saw him go through strokes and seizures. I was his caretaker for a significant number of years, leading up to just getting on my knees and praying and saying, God, what should I do about this? And it came to my spirit and said, donate a kidney. Now, we're not blood related, but I just believe that to be true. So I thought about trying to figure out what should I do to go about being a kidney donor and save my father's life. And in the midst of that process, my biological father died. I talked to him one more time before he passed away. He's about 75 years old, but he was just found dead, almost like a homeless man. And it was devastating for me. It was devastating for my sister. But in that period of time leading up to that, I committed myself fully to the ministry. I had been ordained. I didn't make business about finding a wife or anything. And I just committed myself to the work of school and ministry and some service. So I was compelled to take on this journey of saying, I'm going to donate a kidney. And so, you know, I was a match. So, so here I had this opportunity now to save my father, but I was afraid with that call. And I was afraid we had to go meet with a former patient as part of the procedure. I had to go talk with another donor. And I overheard him talking to another doctor saying that his sexual performance wasn't good anymore. He was having problems down there. That fed in my spirit. I was like, wait a minute, kidney's okay, but I wasn't planning on giving up everything else. So, like a fearful man who's still capable, I said, well, let me see what I can do. And, I went on one of those apps and dating. I'm sure you guys have never heard of them. And I decided I was going to enter kind of this affair with this woman. And I told her today, this is just for this purpose, for this period of time, because I got something else to do. I'll be all good. She's like, okay. So we made it happen. So that went on for a while. This was about Christmas time, 2012. And I ended it and said, well, that's enough of that because I think the surgery's coming soon. And so, and at that time, I met another lady I was very fond of. Like after that, just by happenstance, the trainer put me in, which like, oh, here's somebody. What I honestly was desperately looking for was somebody to take care of me, like somebody that was going to be there for me. So this woman shows up, and I'm like, oh, this is a woman. God, you sent me the woman. Like, forget about this other thing on the side. So anyways, so there she was with me. I told her what I did. I was like, hey, you should know this happened when it happened. I'm so glad that you're here. I've got this woman that you're ready to go forward. So she was there as a support, and I was grateful. I said, this is the woman that God has sent me. And about 6 months went by, and there was no proposal or anything like that, but that's where my heart was at, because I was grateful to have somebody there by my side. And about a week before the transplant test comes up, I go back in and for the final test, and I find out I'm HIV positive. I had to tell her, I had to tell my dad. I was broken because obviously I can't move forward. And they said, well, you can't proceed with this because you'll give your dad HIV. You won't make it. That's the point out of everything. The week after that, my sister went into a mental health crisis, into a breakdown, and I had to hospitalize her. So I had to pivot from thinking about my own situation to just focus on her. Even though every morning I wake up with this weight of like, I got HIV, and now every time I coughed, I thought I was going to die. And my doctor, he would say, well, we just go through your medication, you'll be fine. And I was like, well, you don't understand. My dad's going to die. I've just infected the woman that I thought I was going to marry. And that's not what I wanted. So I had a plan for suicide. I said, if I'm going to be HIV positive, I'm not living like this. So I had a plan. So that transplant, I operated heavily, because there's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing you can do about HIV. But the shame, the stigma, the idea, okay, now everything that came out about my name, oh, you're gay, whatever it was that came out of HIV, I had that same idea playing in my mind. I went to therapy, talked through nothing that I could do about it, but I couldn't stop the shame and stigma around the HIV and the fact that I've let everybody down to this point. Now, we are praying people, and my dad prayed, people praying, couldn't tell everybody. But sometime again, we did the testing and it was negative. 3 months out, because I had to wait. Now, I don't know about all your science stuff doing. Now, through all of that, I tell you, well, the relationship didn't work out. I was heartbroken. She married another man. I was devastated. And then the day before that, actually, I found out she got engaged, so my sister ended her life. The good thing was my dad is still alive. He's still, some of y'all met him yesterday. Now we're 10 years celebrating the kidney transplant. He's still alive. I'm still single. So for me, I realized how powerful a call is, how you have to lay down your fears to be able to be honest about it. And that must be on top. No, it just told me how important faith was, right, and how important our health is, right, and it changed my ideation. Now, for that, I didn't talk about suicide again, but my peace was impacted the most. Here she was, a 13-year-old girl who lost her mother to suicide, and she was the room next door. My sister died by a gun, which is all, and these gentlemen already probably know what that scene looks like. And I put her in the hospital probably 2 times since and sort of going of age. Very happy to hear though, all reported she's pretty well. She's having a daughter in like 6 weeks, just had a baby shower. Her daughter's name is Amelia Rose. So I'm so excited to see this little beautiful person. My niece is beautiful. Her name's Deja Sincere. My sister named her after Deja Vu. And my sister's like that. Again, I know that there's more to the story. I'm excited about this new chapter. She actually wrote a chapter about called God's Story. She tells exactly what it's like to lose your mom, but she somehow gave tremendous amount of hope. So the book is all healing and accomplishment. If you ever hear her story, she actually reads it on audio of her little 13-year-old, 14-year-old voice. She just, so that's how the transplant changed my life. It gave me a deeper purpose, and I realized how powerful God can be in spite of what we see as errors or mistakes along the way. He protects us from things that we wouldn't realize. So it gave me a deeper purpose, and we continue on. And I just made a decision of how much more I can believe and how I'm going to act as a leader, as a man, if he doesn't want to go.
We're not saying that. We'll just take a moment and clap and form that.
Great. So you mentioned you were centered in anxiety. So can you tell us a little bit about how you're how you handle anxiety in bed?
So it's kind of like, when you have a gift and we call it or Satan, he'll try to steal it from you. So after going to the hospital several times, because here it is, you're having these heart palpitations, everything is feeling like you're about to have a heart attack. And so every time I would go and they would run tests on me, everything would be normal. It was negative. I even went to one of the top heart specialists in the US and had him to look at me, and everything was just fine. But remember, anxiety mimics over 100 different illness and diseases. So whether you physically have it, mentally, your body can still go through the same trauma. So I just decided that, you can't be both pitiful and powerful in the same body. You have to choose one. And so by doing that, every time I would get these little notions in the back of my mind, oh, you're about to have a heart attack. Oh, I don't believe it. That's just this. I would do self-talk, positive self-talk, talking myself down. Or here it is, breathing techniques too. Breathing, relaxing, talking to yourself, because what happens, it triggers, it just makes anxiety goes haywire. So I never forget, there was positions and jobs that I was interviewing for. And here it is, I was getting ready to get on the phone and talk to the interviewer. And as soon as I got on the phone, my heart started palpitating. So here it was, I couldn't breathe, I was trying to catch my breath, but it was taken away from everything that God had created me to be, and that's speaker, motivational speaker. So I just decided again I wasn't going to do it. I started doing a lot of self-talk. Also to exercise. When you exercise, your body releases endorphins, and these are feel-good endorphins that are great for the mood. So it can totally eliminate anxiety, depression. And so that's another thing. I started getting in the gym. I started working out. I started going on runs, just clearing my mind. And by doing it, and then not just that, being around positive individuals, people that are pouring into you, people that are telling you things, in terms of, someone who into your life. So, as I began to be around those individuals, and I told you I was teaching, I started speaking. And me giving away my gift, beginning to tell my story was healing for me. Because, sometimes, the biggest fear is that everybody is going to know, everybody is going to find out. But when you share your story, when you give your testimony, so you begin to touch and you begin to heal others based upon your story. So that was the biggest struggle as I began to speak with others. I was working with professional athletes, NFL, NBA, tennis professionals, hearing their stories, being able to talk them, when they was going through certain situations. And, from that now, I can say, from time to time, my body is different now. And there was times that I was, I had to relate specifically on science. I went from taking a piece till a half to needing one whole just to function. And then I just woke up and I said, I'm not taking another one, period. I'm not doing it. Again, by doing those various tactics, I was able to wean myself off of it. But again, just being able to help individuals, my body down, you have alopecia. So you may see people that are walking around with no hair on their head, and sometimes it's not, they're not doing it because they want to do it. They're doing it because, that is an immune response sometimes to stress. We look at stress, it's a non-specific response from the body to a demand or a threat, to an individual. So, I got a little area, and I can always tell when I'm getting overwhelmed, because there's a little spot of alopecia. Is interesting. When it first started happening, I got mad at my kids because I thought they came in there with some scissors and cut my hair, and I was ready to get off somebody. I was like, oh, wait a minute. But when I touched it, it was as smooth as a baby's bottom. So I was like, hold on. And so when I found out what it was, that is my little indicator that you need to calm down. You need to relax. When I see that little piece of hair that's missing, I do go to the dermatologist. And if you do have it, you can get injections, and it'll stimulate those hair follicles to come back. But that's my warning to myself, slow down, because I internalize a lot of stress, and I'm also an empath. I work with so many different individuals. When people come to you about issues, problems, you also, I heard the best term that you give from your saucer and not from your cup. When you get to the point that you're pouring out from your cup, you deplete it. As long as you give it from your saucer, that is your overflow. That is the overflow. So I live by that, and everything is not an emergency. So you have to separate the urgent from the, what is that, there's a saying, they say the urgent from the important, so that's another thing. I went to this class, it's a business class, and he said that what he did, and I wouldn't advise anybody to do that, but they had emails. He had over 500 emails when he came back from vacation. So what he ended up doing, he deleted every one of the emails. He said whatever came back was important. It was urgent. And if it didn't come back, it was important. So sometimes you have to learn to separate the urgent from the important. When someone has a standing appointment with you, okay, and here is, they've been waiting 2 weeks to come and see you, and the phone rings while you're in the office, your body is automatically conditioned to believe that that is urgent. But it's not urgent. You have to give that person the same respect because they waited all this time to come and see you. So that's another thing between phone calls, between everybody wants to impose and everything is urgent. No, when you separate the two, then you can learn to live better. So those are something.
I love that you touched on the physical aspect of anxiety.
Yeah.
So many people assume that it's all mental, but it is so physical.
Oh,
right?
it's
And so pulling out these tools in your time of need that you're pre-prepared.
Yes.
The breathing exercises, so important. Okay, Mark, what is the worst thing to ask a firefighter or a police officer?
First of all, I hope this is recorded because I'm gonna need to go back and listen to take notes. These two are true gospel. So I wasn't texting, I was writing out notes while I was talking. Worst thing to ask a firefighter. You probably know the answer. What's the worst call you ever? Because I've got a Rolodex in my head. And I can go through every single one that needs something. On my way to work, every shift. 18 years ago, there was a guy that was ejected from his van and landed on guard. He landed on the guardrail, the van landed on top of him. To this day, that guardrail is still in that dimension of that guy's body on that guardrail. So every day when I come into shift, I have to drive past that same spot. The crosses on the road that have nothing to do with any call I ran. I run through all those things in my Rolodex to think about what happened at that crossing side of the road. The best thing to ask a first responder is what's one of the most impactful calls that you've had where you've made a difference in somebody's life. Focus on the good, not on the negatives. I learned that as a coach. Never did, don't stop. Keep moving. Put it in positive application. I do that to myself when I'm struggling in an exercise. So you can do this. You got this. Not that, don't stop. You got this. You can do it. It's all in how you reframe and repurpose things.
Okay, Chris. What are some of the issues you do in from being military? Maybe things that you still struggle with, that you're willing to share with us?
Some of the things I still struggle with, inappropriate use of four-letter words. Acronyms for everything. I can speak fluent acronym and nobody can understand the language I'm speaking. Sharing my experiences in story, especially the deep stuff. It's like, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to know like what we're doing with drone strikes in 2003 and 2006 from out here in Nevada. That's there. That the hardest part of leaving the military is leaving the friends. It wasn't about the mission, it wasn't about the unit you're at, it's about people back here. Like being grateful for that time with everybody else. I still struggle to adapt to normal society, like walking in is like the way you can tell when somebody's in the military is by the way they walk, they present themselves, I'm always 15 minutes early to things, and people are like, why are you here already? Or like calling, like when you want to cancel an appointment or anything like that, actually taking the phone and say, hey, I'm gonna be late, like your appointment's not for another call. Yeah, but I'm gonna be late, so I want to let you know. It's like it's kind of those things that are built in. I will never walk on grass, and I will never begin to pockets. And so those are kind of the things, but why are you doing these things if you've done it for so long? Like you're a professional actor, like 20 years of your life. There's just things that you're ingrained in you. Or there's times where if for somebody who would deploy, like if you would come back to here, you'd constantly be searching your right leg. Like when you went to the bathroom, you're like, where's my leg? And so coming back, and the big challenges for any of that is like to demilitary you in some ways, because it's very hard to operate in society. Like
with even some of my coworkers. I get like the timeliness of things getting accomplished, like our mission, our task is to drive forward and get the mission accomplished here. So any slow up or any barriers to progress, getting things accomplished, or any ambiguity on the rules or the structure of anything, like we don't function well in societies where like, no, we need to know what the chain of command is, we need to know what our rule is, we need to know where to be, we need to know what to do and what this. And outside of those structures, it feels very foreign. So for veterans, like do our best, like we're trying to educate about military coming in. We need to also absorb and adapt to the cultures that we're fitting right back into, because that's the 99% of society. We have to relearn so much when we leave the service that we owe that to our Americans that we're serving.
Sharon. What are barriers that you see in the local voice in that?
Big question there. Again, I think there's no formal like natural way of writing passage for young men that hasn't been formalized. And if anything, those things have been taken apart. So I think young men are having a hard time getting a sense of direction. I'll give you an example. I think women have made tremendous amount of progress when it comes to finding their voice socially, and there's still work that needs to be done. But I feel the sense of lagging among men, which compelled me to start this men's cadence. That was something I jumped about through health. But one of the things that I see are dynamic things is socially, there's a lot of judgment that we place around the idea of men being emotional and actually men being human, fully human. And this idea of being the divine masculine, and you've heard these words that get conveyed about, talking about, a man being emotional and feminine and showing his whole self. Socially, men tend not to be allowed to show sadness as sad. We're kind of looking to try and say, okay, if you're happy situation, happy is happy, so I get to be happy. If something makes me angry, I can be angry about that as a man. But if something is sad, something sad happens, something tragic happens. Many times socially, we're not allowed to feel our feelings without judgment, as it in some way might attack our manhood. So we're disallowed to be fully human, because when sadness comes up, you can't be sad, you need to go over here and be angry. Or you can pretend to be happy. But sadness in being congruent doesn't exist well for men. We haven't taught our young men how to do that well. Many times we lack a lot of role models for what, like I appreciate Mark's tears. Right, here's a firefighter, tearful about a tragedy that happened, he cares, and it's something sad. That's different than what we've seen before for our men. And I think there's many times is causing a lot of issues where men end up taking aggression. Like I used to work with a lot of students who would self-harm. And I would train the teachers to make sure you pay attention to the self-harm, because I caught it as this is a coping mechanism for them to deal with emotional intensity. And it was very common among women, but for the boys, when they were doing it, they weren't doing it the same way. Instead of cutting themselves with a razor or whatever it was, they were hitting the wall. They were doing things violent. They were jumping off bridges. They were doing things that violent. And I said, this is a way to do physical harm, but it doesn't look the same, because I don't want to look as feminine. We have to help men just be fully human and help them understand that being sad, when something sad happens, that you can cry instead of making fun of, like, who's all seen this word me? Like the greatest basketball player of all time. And we make fun of him when he cried. And I see images of men happening over and over. Whenever you see a man crying, it's weakness and it's shameful, and we poke fun at him. So heartbreak is probably one of the most devastating things that can happen for a man. Like we can go out and soldier thing, but when our wife or spouse breaks up with us, I knew a good Navy SEAL friend of mine, like he could deal with all the deployments, but when his wife got cancer and got sick, his alcoholism was a stronger, and he was on the floor like a crying baby. But it was sad. So I think teaching our young men and showing them about emotional congruence fully as a human needs to happen. and stop judging our men for showing up with different emotions and not stop judging. And we need to see other men do that.
My job was great. Involvement.
We only have one minute. I'm not dropping any.
Please don't.
Corey, the question is, what do you guys do with hearing touched on briefly, but in the storytelling or friendship?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just, I mean, I really truly love health and wellness. I am an exercise medicine doctor. And I really truly enjoy that, you know, being able to help to heal and to add the speaking component on it, to be able to talk about mental wellness, because when we think about, you know, wellness, the majority of the times we talk about physical wellness. It's about working out, but it's not, you know, that's one piece of the puzzle. You know, it's just like a house. You know, a house can look fabulous on the outside, and when you open the door, you fall into a black hole. You know, and so that's how the body is sometimes. We have to understand that exercise actually is a treatment for both mental and physical disease. So also to speak about health disparities, you know, when you talk about economic, racial, when you talk about also mental, health literacy, all of those things, that is my passion. To be able to, you know, I had an uncle, because of health literacy and because not really truly being educated, you know, primarily with everything based upon misconceptions, the doctor told him, he said that he had a tumor on his liver, on his kidneys, and if he didn't remove it, that it would spread. And so out of ignorance, he thought that someone was just trying to take a good kidney from him, but he didn't realize that the kidney was actually flawed. And so I begged him, I was like, Jim, I said, whatever I have to do, you know, because he had a Social Security check. And he was like, well, I don't want to mess up my check by getting a surgery. I said, I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. I'll give you the $500 a month. But he didn't do it. And lo and behold, 6 months later, the cancer spread to the lining of his lung wall. So to see a man, here it was, he was vibrant, he was mechanic, he was lively, he enjoyed life. But to see that he began to have fluid and he couldn't breathe and he didn't know necessarily what was taking place. So they had to cut a hole in his back and put a tube in his lungs so the fluid could drain. And so, you know, he never wanted to go to the doctor. But one time he told my brother, listen, just pull up to the emergency room. You don't even have to stop by and jump out the car. That's how serious it got. So for him to say that, and then to see him when he was on his deathbed. And I never forget, I only have one uncle, so I only have one uncle, period. And that day, when they told him that they did all that they could do, and that was nothing, that they was gonna have to send him to hospice. And he said, I guess I got cash in my chips. And he said, Corey, is there anything that you can do? Is there anybody that you can reach out to? Can you help me? I said, listen, I mean, I wish I could, but you know, everything that I could have done should have been done a while ago. But to see him slip away like that, and now, you know, my passion is health literacy. It's talking about health disparities, you know, especially for men. You know, African American men, we have the all-cause age-adjusted mortality rate among all races, but it's not just about African American men, it's about men in general. Because men are tough, you know, they don't want to, if they have something that's going on, they don't want to talk about it. The number, when I did my studies in super things were beliefs and fears and communication. If you have something going on, the only way the doctor will ever know, you got to talk about it. Even if it's something that's embarrassing, even if it's something that you don't want to speak about, no one can do anything about it unless they know about it. And then beliefs and fears, we have to get away from these learned behaviors. These learned behaviors that have been passed on from granddaddy, from grandma, about don't go to the doctor. If you go to the doctor, they're going to kill you. They're not going to do this. They're not going to treat you good, or worrying about the cost opposed to the benefit, the health benefit. So that is my passion. You know, that's what within my company that I work for, I'm the health disparities lead, You know, we talk about health equity, to be able to educate, to talk about the importance, because it's not just about you, it's about your loved ones, it's about the people that are around you. So if I have to say anything, do preventative maintenance. Don't wait. That's just like a car. If your car, if the oil light comes on, that means that you need oil, right? If your tires are slick, what do? You go and get the tires fixed. Your car represents your body, so if you was driving and someone gave you any car that you wanted in this world, whether it be a Mercedes, whatever, Toyota, whatever the case may be, you take care of it. A Rolls Royce, that's right. But you take care of it, I'm quite sure you would. Would you take it on and off, on the little dirt roads or anything like that to the bring home? No, you wouldn't do that. So your body is the same way. You have to treat your body the same way, because again, that is the thing that affords you the opportunity to go to work, to show love, to show compassion, to do everything. But yet still, sometimes we put more value in materialistic things than we do to our own body. So that is the one thing that I want to share and leave you with.
Right.
Okay, I just want to check the time. We have a very question from the audience, maybe. You don't have any questions?
Be nice and loud.
If there's something you could tell your younger self now, what would you tell yourself? Just run down the line.
That you're already really loved. Like you're already good. Like you don't have to prove yourself. Anyway, already good.
I would say that life is a marathon and not a race. Take your time. Slow roast beats fast cooking. Listen to what older individuals saying. There's a saying say that each generation will be wise but yet weaker. Wise from a technology, but you were weaker from a perseverance, from determination, believing in delayed gratification, and anything we're having is worth working for. So take your time and it'll all work out.
Don't take life too serious. It's as simple as that. This is just a small part of our eternity that we exist in. We're here for a short time, make the best of it.
The path you thought you would carve out would never end up being true, because life will take you on many different journeys that you do not expect nor predict. So just enjoy the ride.
We had till 5. I just have a short video at the end.
Yes.
I'm sure you discussed already, but I think
Sure.
what do you say about this thing for the cultural perception we have of men having help, or for me, for instance, agriculture that as really big word is. What do you say about that? How do you go about tell somebody hey, you can get help out? And they have that stigma, how to break that conversation or
Can you repeat that for the lives?
I think I think the question that you're asking is specifically for Hispanic cultures and Latinx cultures. How do you break that cultural stigma about health seeking? Right. Or health seeking. Again, two things I would say. Education, like making sure they have right information about
and culturally relevant information, like to see images of Latino people or anybody that's in your cultural group. Like to have that connection with them, you need role models, right? So that's key, and to go with them, right? To be a partner with them, to be a peer and support, because sometimes you are that role model, going together. And fourthly, I'd say to be able to have more providers and more leaders, I'll say that look like you and sound like you. Like if it's hard to go somewhere that you don't see yourself, and you need representation. So if you can find services, and there's a lot online,
that where you can find providers or services that are specific to those cultural groups, because that's the first place where you find trust. And sometimes it's looking at somebody that looks and sounds like you and talking about it in an educated way, as opposed to what maybe you've heard from, like you said, generations before that says, oh, you don't want to do that, don't go to that. It's, you don't talk about that offending, like, no, actually, I'm going to break this generational curse because I see the cycle in my family and I have an opportunity and I see somebody else doing it that looks and sounds like me, so I'll follow them.
My company, my organization, Horizon Therapeutics, is doing something that most organizations don't do. We're partnering with healthcare providers, with healthcare systems in terms of helping to re-educate. And it has a lot to do when we talk about learned behaviors, misconceptions. One of the things that we can do is begin to educate, and utilize places that individuals are familiar with, such as churches, public service announcements on the local radio stations, forums, recreational centers to be able to educate, and also to start with the middle schools, because these misconceptions, again, serve as generational curses and have been passed on from generation to generation. But how do we stop it? The only way we can stop it is by this generation beginning to educate, to let them see that this is not acceptable. These are misconceptions. Some of these things are not based upon truth. The African-American communities, it happens too, even from a healthcare provider's point of view. I was sharing a story that probably back in 2004, I went, I had a home, I just relocated and moved down to Florida. And at that time, my ex-wife, she was in Kansas. And so sometimes the stress of trying to take care of both households. And then, after I finished with, my paycheck, I may have had $75 to last me for 2 weeks. So of course, rather than kind of asking what was going on, I went into the emergency room because I began to have those panic attacks. But the first thing they did a drug panel test on me. They tested me for cocaine, opposed to looking at it and saying, hey, this guy's in shape. And a lot of that is racially motivated because they automatically assume that sometimes as an African-American man, the first thing I'm going to do is utilize drugs. But we have to retrain our healthcare providers, even with individuals with sickle cell. Here it is, they go through these, chronic pain streaks where the pain is just unbearable and they have to go on morphine. And some of them physically have to dress up to go to the emergency room so they won't be mistaken for a dopamine. And so these are things that, again, happen in the African American community, happen in the Hispanic community, but we have to start re-educating both healthcare providers as well as ourselves and working with the younger generation so we can break these misconceptions that are continued to be passed on from generation to
Okay. Yeah.
You all have given so much energy today and speaking all day long. So my question for you is, what are you going to do for yourself tonight to bring some joy and happiness and peace and home?
Okay, the question was, what are each of you doing tonight to re-energize and do something for yourself?
Well, it is Vegas, right? So that's all I'm gonna say.
I think I'm probably going to relax and go to Top Golf, have dinner, and just unwind, relax. So that's what
Quite frankly, this filled my cup. This is what really fills me. It's not that I'm taking on anything else. So I'm at the point where if I can brighten somebody else's day, that's what it's about.
Hopefully get some sleep.
I'm gonna give gratitude. My partner was here earlier. She's actually picking up my kids from school, so that saves a big stressor on me. And I'll make sure I make a dinner on the way home. But it gives me an opportunity to watch some heavy metal, stuff.
I want to just give one, I keep hearing this resonating, or this word about resilience. And all right, she's right with and I want to share just something with you about resilience, because I really feel compelled around the suicide prevention. We really struggle to really make progress the way we want to. And I really believe that we have an opportunity to change the conversation, to talk more about resilience as suicide prevention. A lot more stuff in research coming around, but we struggle to define what resilience is and more importantly, how to teach it to ourselves and to our young communities. So part of suicide prevention, number one, is access to lethal means, reducing that, which is what the net is all about, which is stopping access. We know we need to work more on gun safety. But the idea of resilience, I want to give you, you can write this down, I'll give you this little tidbit. Resilience, how do you create resilience? These 4 things. And the word is felt. It matters how you felt, F-E-L-T. Whatever happened to you, whatever traumatic event, whatever it looked like, whatever you went through, it matters how it made you feel, number one. The F stands for having faith. We all have a measure of it of some kind. So use your faith when something tragic has happened to you, whatever you believe about it, know what it is. Having spiritual connectedness to a higher power will help you create more resilience, because at that moment you have to redefine who you are and where you might be going. So if you can find that for yourself or find that for someone else. E, expression. When you throw a ball on the ground, it makes a sound and it bounces back. You have to find ways to express the pain by telling your story, by jumping in a mosh pit, by writing a hit song, by writing a poem, by doing a dance. Finding ways to express what you went through. Don't hold it in. The L stands for love. Find yourself a small, loving community of people you can be connected to when you're in pain, so that you're not alone. You need to be surrounded by loving cushion to bounce back with just a few people who really care about you. Don't isolate yourself. And T stands for truth. Tell the truth about how you're feeling and what you've been through. Shake off the shame, or if you're telling you a lot of stuff, tell the truth. Folks in recovery, tell the truth. Felt will help you find resilience. I can give you workbooks and do all kinds of coaching with how to do it. But a lot of people don't understand that resilience is not about just gritting it out. It's about making a sound in the right place so you can come back better than where you were before.
Definitely raise your hand. Did you have a question?
I'm not trying to follow that.
We have a few minutes left, so maybe if we just want to run through mental resilience is something that I truly love to talk about, and that was amazing. Maybe what is one thing you do every day, or maybe every week, or whatever cadence works for you to help build mental resilience?
I'm every day I'm in prayer, meditation. I pray for all my whole team. I work out every day. If I get bogged down, something about going to the gym puts my mind in a different place where I can feel like I can push something, I can move something. So it helps me feel powerful. So that's something that I do every single day. And then the days that I don't, I make sure I rest. And I'm going to jump in this ice bath because he told me that's what I should do to get recovered. Just do it on the squats to make your knees hurt. There you go. That's
So I write, I write motivational quotes every day. So that is kind of like my way of giving back. Even being here on 3 hours behind, I still got at 4:30 this morning. I put my quote out. I put my motivation video out. So I do that, and then I work out too, because I really truly, and I love those feel-good moments that you get from exercise.
Just being present, being where I'm at now, be here now. I know Kevin's thing is be here tomorrow, but my thing is be here now. Recognize how I'm feeling at the moment. A lot of times before I go into the firehouse, about an hour and a half before shift to get my mind ready. Sometimes I read, sometimes I just sit there and meditate, sometimes I do yoga, sometimes I work out. If I'm in that where I gotta blow off some steam, I'll hit that heavy metal and some workout, and just blow it out the door, and then when the time's to start, I start. So just be mindful of the present, where you're at now, and that's okay. There's 3 things that I like to focus on every day.
And it's, I get up each morning and it's either, you have to fulfill your days, you have to cry, you have to smile, and you have to laugh. And if you do all three of those in one day, that's a fulfilled day and a grateful day. And I believe that I take from the playbook of Jordan Peterson is to be grateful despite of your suffering. So I'm grateful that I get up every morning, I get to see the sunrise with my dog and his dog park. I'm grateful that I get to take my kids to school. That allows me to be able to feel those three emotions that are in there. And it could be a good cry, it could be a sad cry. As long as you feel that emotion, that's there. And laughter just brings out the very thing. If you can't laugh about something or use some gallows humor to get through a little bit of some of the trauma that you've seen right there, like laughing just incites that natural primal human emotion to release a positive energy out there. So listen to more stand-up comedy.
Okay, so we are going to close out the conference. I want you to do three things, couple things. Oh, we have a video from Kevin before.
No, you can close out and then we'll do this at the end.
Okay, I was just gonna say, please follow the lovely gentleman up here on Instagram. She flashed their Instagrams. And then I want you to clap for them. I want you to clap for Margaret and Kevin. So much gratitude for them hosting this conference today. And then most importantly, I want you to clap for yourselves for showing up, learning something new, connecting with a new person, new individual, and just being here.
Well, it would help if I had the volume ready.
Suicide prevention.
Rewind.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being a part of the first annual Be Here Tomorrow Summit for Hope for Suicide Prevention. Thank you to all the panelists, all the speakers, all the incredible authors of the book, and thank you to everyone who came out and participated in all your different organizations. Thank you, all the sponsors, and special thanks to Richard Egan for putting this together in 3.5 weeks. We really appreciate everybody involved. It meant the world, and I know it made a difference today. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you. And thanks to all the live streamers. We love you and be here tomorrow.
I don't know if you wanted to say some words to wrap us up.
I want to thank everybody that helped put all this together. I want to thank you guys for attending. It was moving. It was eventful. I guess some of you had an event this afternoon that I missed when I was in the other building. And so I apologize, I wasn't here to help, but sounds like you guys took care of it. Men's group, thank you for your inspirational words and everything that you do each and every day. Because individually, we can make a difference. Together, we can make change. And that's what this is about, is getting together so that we can do the work we do in one direction and make change in our communities, our homes, our neighborhoods, and our country. Thank you very much. And before you leave, there's food over there. So Chris, you said you had to get food on the way home?
Oh, no, I'll make it.
Oh, okay. But there's sandwiches and stuff. If you want to take anything home with you, please stop by there. We got some bags and stuff that we can give you so you can pack up some sandwiches. With that, anything else from you? Thank you very much.
This was very impactful. This was very impactful.
Tell me.
I'm on the board of regents, and that's how I got invited. And this is not a topic I know a lot about, but it affects everybody. I mean, yes. I'm worried right now about my cousin who's going through some things, and I wanted to learn the science today. I guess I could have gone on the internet, but this is more impactful to learn from everyone in this room. And my hairdresser, she didn't show up last Friday. I was really mad because it's like the third time she's been, I thought she'd be just late, but she never showed up. I called her mother. Her mother went over. She didn't answer the door. She had to go knock on her bedroom window. And it really scared me because I know she's going through a lot of things, divorce, kids are raised. She's too alone. She's looking for love and belonging. I'm self-diagnosing, but that's why I was really inspired to come today. And our whole board of regents could benefit from this. And I do want to talk to you about having a seminar up north
Absolutely, not a problem. Board of Regents, Byron Brooks is your chair, correct?
Yes.
Byron Brooks is one of our previous instructors,
Oh.
doing a lot of this work with us, so that's probably where she got the invite from, or somewhere around that arena. There's people in our community doing this too. If you're worried about somebody, the biggest thing is connect with them, talk with them, connect them to appropriate supports that are out there. And our supports in our community are growing exponentially every week. And understand that there is something out for them to help them through whatever they're going through. These are life issues that people are going through, that they need somebody to come alongside them and be with them and help them through those moments that are trying.
And I know our students are going through this at all of our institutions, and they just passed the bill in the session that we're going to have a survey on mental health. I think UNLV is working, putting this, do you know about this?
I don't know,
Okay.
but it could be going on.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
there's
The
we're gonna do
legislature
a,
put a lot of things
Right.
on that plate.
right.
And probably that one will come.
We're gonna establish a baseline and have a mental task force group throughout NC.
Perfect, thank
I
you.
would also say, don't be afraid to ask if they're having thoughts of suicide. There's so much, people think that it's gonna put the idea in their head or whatnot. That's been proven to not be the case. That when you ask them, then you know what to do, or you have that information. And also 988 is the suicide or crisis hotline number. So you can call and text that 24/7.
That's a big takeaway today, because I didn't know you should just ask them.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much for what information you're gonna take from here and make a difference out in your world. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all of our live streamers and everybody online. We're gonna go ahead and say good day for the rest of it. If you guys need anything, again, reach out. You're welcome to reach out to any of the resources that you've seen in the room out today. Everybody's here for you if you need us. Have a wonderful rest of your evening and self-care. Take care of yourselves. It's been a long day. You've gotten a lot of really good information, but you do need to make sure to reach out to your doctor. I'm going to. I hope that you do as well.